I don't suppose they got one for... Cool. Post that. What the heck? Hey yo, alright, we got folks here. Hell yeah, baby, season finale. Alright. How y'all doing today? Let's also pop out chat while we're here. There we go. Now, where did chat go? There we go. I'm doing pretty good. Woke up, ate a whole chicken leg for breakfast. Not sure why I would do that kind of crackhead behavior, but so I did, and we went for it. So now I'm just waiting a couple minutes, let other people matriculate naturally into the chat here, and then we can get going, see what's up with the customs, right? I noticed it was growing, you know, like it just kept going. It's the best kind of behavior. I love you, man. Welcome, Scarlight. It wouldn't be a stream without you, man. Oh, Dread's here, bro. Oh yeah. I was hoping you'd be coming over. That's cool. That's cool, man. Freaking that post you made earlier about like about the whole customs, right? Like and like getting the community over. I was like, all right, this guy's getting into it. I need this guy to see this. So yeah, I'm gonna try and get through basically all the customs. Now, of course, if they're like more than 12 and there's like a whole bunch of them, I'm gonna skip them. Like I'm gonna skip through the excess like normal, but I am planning to get through all of them today, right? Which is why I'm like, okay, it's going to take like 2 to 3 hours, maybe even 4, right? Because people still be adding stuff. So I'm like, let's just chug it down in one sitting. Plus, it's really fun to do a live stream because then I get to hear what like y'all have to say on the matter. I just think that's great, right? You know, you guys could like give your 2 cents. Maybe if I'm missing something, y'all can like tell me in real time. Yeah, it's kind of good that way. I might actually do these more in the future if it turns out to like be helpful. How do you feel for the new Alden? The new Alden's an interesting one. Not gonna lie, right? Here, let me get rid of these excess tabs. My personal prediction on the new Alden, based on like his name, right, and you know how we know about Alden, I think Alden's going to have one of those divine skills that you'll pop right off at the beginning of the game, kind of like Wellstrip, and the divine skill is going to give them the ability to have like a resist, like they'll be immune to effects so you can protect your board because Alden has an issue with that where it establishes board but then it gets wiped out. So Alden's divine skill is to protect his allies, and maybe also it gives him the skill to like move to the guardian circle when your Vanguard is attacked with extra shield, so he protects them and they protect him. So you got like a sort of a golden holy sword Gurkha kind of playstyle, and then your main non-divine skill effect would be something like bounce back, call grades, you know, sort of similar to the original, but maybe I know that doesn't add in the draw power kind of bit, so who knows, maybe the protection bit will also just let you pot a greed on top of that because they wanted to still keep it Alden. That's just my prediction, you know. All right, let's go ahead and get into this. Pop out chat right over here. Oh yeah, all right. So we can finally get to the man's Kaguro cards. It's been like ages, right? It felt like it felt like it was like a week ago. I was like, okay, we're gonna go read these. And then the next video came out, it's like, we're not gonna read these because we got to get the Garvor, and then there's that new Faded and stuff. It was really funny how that happened. But we're here, and we're ready. All right, so Kaguro custom.
Why did I have to jump in right when you were talking about Kaguro?
Oh, bro, you be jumping at the best part. That's crazy. What's up, homie?
What's up, Josh? How's it been?
It's been good. Freaking, I'd be going like hard on these Kaguro cards right now. Now I ain't gonna do all of them, so you will be spared for a bit. But I'm glad you're here at, I guess, the most opportune moment, man. That when I made that Kaguro top 10 and you was like, top 10 cards that gave me PTSD. That was a gangbuster comment, bro. Like I got off work and I'll hop back on. Heck yeah, see you soon, bro. Dragon Dude might be busted. The name Destined One of Infinity gives ominous vibes. That'd be neat. You know, thinking about the Destined One of Infinity, right? Like, I there's two ways you can look at it. One is like infinite power, like he's some sort of not Exodia, Obelisk the Tormentor, right? Where he's like some Obelisk thing of you sacrifice 2 for unlimited power, right? And so it's like a beyond OT kind of attack. That would be kind of cool because it sort of like goes against Blankmeyer's like your Vanguard will become nothing and then your Vanguard becomes infinity. But there is another way I thought about it, right? Where it's like infinite loop, where you infinitely loop your resources back, like your guards and your rear guards back. And the reason why I think that'd be kind of a cool infinity is because it plays off the Stoic K playstyle a little bit more, because they have a lot of like drop zone recursion for like orders and units and whatnot. But the only archetype in Stoicheia that's like really prominent that does that kind of stuff right now is Zorka, and you know, Zorka is kind of its own thing. So I do wonder if that would be a different way to taking the Infinity moniker, you know? All right, so
when I hear Infinity, the thing that I'm thinking of is actually like a throwback to Zoa back during Premium era, since that basically gave a unit pretty much an infinite attack.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
Infinite attack power. So
yeah. Like, wouldn't that be crazy if like he goes up on Suwo and he beats Suwo, and the way he does it, it's like, yes, if this attack hits, GG, no re. Like, if this attack hits, that'd be crazy, bro. I like that. Okay, so bro's got Blazing Archer Setchia, which is a grade 1 8K. When this unit is placed on rear circle, you can Soul Blast 1. You gain the skill. When opponent's rear guard is retired by the effect this turn, draw a card. Okay. Then call a card from opponent's drop. Its abilities are nullified, and it's got a heart once per turn. Oh, hey, it's Kaguro, but it's also got bugs in it, bro. That's crazy, Maz. You came in at, like, just the time. Auto on rear. When a card is retired by card effect this turn, return to hand and countercharge 1 if you have not countercharged 1 this turn. So what's fun? Okay. You know what's funny about this? At first I was going, it does look like Zoa the bug. I was going to harp on this, right? And say, oh man, you Soul Blast 1 and then you can draw like up to 5 cards because you retire all their units or whatever. But this is a mandatory bounce. Funnily enough, this forces you to do that. So then you have to replay it, Soul Blast 1, and then if you retire, you have to bounce it. You won't get the counter charge the second time. You have to bounce it and then call it and then re-Soul Blast 1. So it's like a continuous Soul Blast 1 for draws, which is still insane. That's still a nuts card, honestly. And it power creeps.
Is that how the card works? Because the way that I was interpreting it is that this says you gain the skill. I thought that meant that you as a player gain this skill, not the unit itself.
Wait, what the heck? I'm hearing... Oh, I think that's my phone. Freaking sorry. Anyways, you were saying, bro?
Yeah, it says when this is placed, you gain the skill, not this unit gains the skill. So I figured that would mean that you, the player, gain the skill to get the draw every time you retire. So even if it leaves the field, that effect persists. So no, you still get a draw 5 for a soul.
But Maz, it's even more crazy because if you call it again and then you gain the skill twice, then they both.
Well, that's a good thing that it says that you can. Oh yeah, it says that you only may use. Wait, isn't that a hard once per turn on it though?
Wait. Oh, it's
only
a hard once per turn.
Card. Okay, so it's a hard once per turn.
Okay.
So luckily we're not doing like infinite draws for no reason.
Now that's what the Destined One of Infinity does, baby. Okay. So, honestly, kind of a cool card because it's a hard once per turn. I can kind of like it. I feel a little bit bad for air mode, but it's been so long since air mode that I feel like we can power creep it a little bit. The whole return to hand thing is kind of a weird bit for Kaguro, but you know, we'll just say that it gets to be a little bit different. Blistering Samurai Nobunaga. I guess also there might be like a little bit of a ninja's kind of feel for it, which the self bounce would make a little bit more sense then, right? They're all red decks at the end of the day, even they play differently. Act on the rear, once per turn, cost counterblast 1. Retire, you're gonna roast my card to charcoal. Oh yeah, I gotta get to you at some point, right? Don't worry, bro. Freaking, I'm generally kind with it, even if it may not be totally balanced, which it may or may not be, right? If the concepts are cool, then you still got something going for it. I generally think if a card is conceptually sound, that's about equals out the merit of the card balance itself. Okay, so this is a grade 2. After the Vanguard rear, auto on the Vanguard rear. When this unit attacks the Vanguard, you may counterblast 1 and soul blast 1. Choose an opponent rear guard and retire it. This unit gets power plus 10,000. If you do not retire this turn, this unit gets 5,000 power and critical plus 1. Let's see.
I think you skipped the card by accident there.
Oh crap, I did. That's Nindiva. So you know what? Let's talk about Nindiva first, and then we can go back up to Nobunaga. Damn, bro,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, maybe eating a whole chicken leg for breakfast is not a good diet to get your focus going. Okay, so. You know, okay, here's the thing. There's a card, right? And the card, oh, hey, what's up, Hunter? There's a card, and I'm trying to remember its name. It's a V-Series card where when your Vanguard stands by an ability, you counterblast 1, and then it gets 15,000 power and a critical. But you also have to discard a card. It's much different because this one is counterblasting and soul blasting. The new trailer, yeah, Burn Rise, that was his name. Leave it to you to know that one. Saw the trailer, oh, for season 2. Oh yeah, bro. I didn't like put it on channel and stuff because like there might be a copyright on that, but like, oh, that'd be great. Again, that like I looked at that and I got so freaking hyped for it. It feels like there's gonna be so much drama. I love it. Okay. So for this, I feel like this power creeps Burn Rise to a really dramatic degree. But there is one thing about it that's like a little. Actually, wait, hold on a second. There's something that may not do it. So once per turn, when this unit attacks the Vanguard, and you had to have not retired that turn in order to get the crit. Actually, yeah, this doesn't power creep Burn Rise. Is that going to be the theme with this one? We're going to think it's busted, but then we have to read really closely, and it's actually not that bad.
Maybe, who knows? I mean, I think this isn't like, honestly, this doesn't really seem broken of a card if you think about it. Like you said, it's only a plus 15k in a crit if you can't retire, which, I mean, I'm thinking of it in the idea of if you know you're going up against this deck, you're not going to leave. Well, actually, no, now that I think about it more, you could easily do an effect first to retire whatever other rear guards on the field, and then have that life one at attack. So I feel like this would be easy to get off now.
Yeah, this one says if you do not retire this unit. So like in other words, it only gets the 5k in the critical if you didn't get to retire something, which is kind of it's an interesting way of looking at it, right? Because it really comes down to how do you want to get your field wipes going. I think like in general, just as a CB and a Soul Blaster retire and get 10k, that seems kind of good though, right? So you know what? Yeah, good show. I think
yeah, that part's fine, but the second part where it's like you swing after clearing a board with this, it's like free power.
Well, kind of, but you have to counterblast and Soul Blast first still, right?
Yeah, but you're doing that anyway, so it's like that. This is just the bonus on top of that, which I feel like easy to set up.
I guess,
especially when you read the previous card up there that retires an entire column.
Oh, is that what it does? Let's see. Act on the rear once per turn. Cost counterblast when retire all of your opponent's cards in the column. If one or less rear cards are retired, your opponent calls one from hand and one from drop to open rears. Abilities are nullified. Yeah, I'm surprised bugs just don't say that. Abilities are nullified. Just no. These are nullified. You don't play it. You don't play this game. Auto on the rear circle once per turn. When a rear guard is retired, other than by other effects. The way it says that, other effects. That's like one of the best things about doing this. It sounds like kind of jank, man. Seeing your cards yet? This is the finale. I thought we saw your cards a while ago, the Orphis stuff, right? You made like that Orphis and a couple others. Yeah, we saw that. Did the Destined 1 card abilities come out? No, definitely not, Choi. We're waiting on that for a
I cannot
minute.
wait to see what our big bug dragon does.
Yeah, you know, they're gonna be doing it the same way that they did it for the Faded ones, right? There's gonna be like a fight, probably a preview fight for some of them, right? Where it's not like the high stakes, and then at the end of that fight of that episode, they're going to have like the card reveal and stuff. And me and the boys are gonna have to do expert ninja dodges on Reddit to make sure not to spoil ourselves prior to episode reactions. Let's see here. So this one, okay, so I mean, the fact that it's a counterblast for a column wipe is kind of crazy, not gonna lie. But one thing that does kind of keep it a little bit kosher to me is in Kaguro, they have I think it's like Blazing Axe Dragon or something like that. It's the right fixer for Kaguro, and when it attacks while boosted, you Soul Blast for the column wipe. So it doesn't seem like as bad that way. When your rigor is retired once per turn, you soul charge or call it from the opponent's drop with it. Like, here's the thing, like, calling for the drop is kind of funny because you just, like, have a continuously abusive relationship with your opponent there, but even there's the soul charge, I think, is fine, because getting generic soul charge in Kaguro isn't a bad idea. I feel like we don't get a lot of that, you know? I think the best thing we've got going for generic soul charge is Blazing Flare Dragon, but that's a generic grade 3, and those are kind of touchy in Kaguro, especially when in V-Series you probably want to be going for your Dauntless Drive into your main grade 3. Overlord the reverse. Hope for upgrade evolved form of Reziel. I mean, maybe, but, you know, then again, that might be like some series finale kind of thing. Can you imagine just a grade 4 main deck Reziel going on there, and like the Divine Skill just like lets you heal on 6 damage without even being a trigger? I feel like that would be kind of a unit assassination. Might spoil one like they did Welstra. If they do spoil one, I feel like they'd probably want to spoil Alden's ahead of time. They might do something like that, because like Taizo came in the middle of the season when they did that, right? So we knew about Welstra for a while, so they might go for like a returning character so that we sort of get like the less new reveal when it comes to Alden, because Alden's already a pre-established Vanguard, which if we had been saying that like a couple years ago, that would have been crazy. Like, what do you mean Alden's a Vanguard? But, you know, we're here.
Yeah, that's wild.
Start cosplaying Golds, might as well. Puts a Gurga in some of his species from top of deck. Hey man, I'm just saying, he could do a Golden Holy Sword Gurga and like guard with your freaking field, right? And intercept with it, and also give them like a resist type effect. Because Alden hates to lose field, bro. I be playing Alden, I be playing against Gravidia, and I almost lost to Mass just because they be nuking the field, bro. It's real out here. So honestly, yeah, like Nobunaga seems kind of fine. Nendiva might need like some testing on it. I don't think we're going to be testing these customs in particular because we got so much to play. But like,
this season was insane with the amount of submissions that you got. It is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, bro, at this point, we're gonna be doing some customs. We ain't gonna get all of them, but we're gonna be doing some custom fights, and I'll be like, hey, we'll just take the ones that we're like me and the boys are most curious about and go for that, because I'm like, if we did all these as custom card fights, it would be, by the time we're done, we'd be ready for custom card review 2025. Like, dead ass. It would be nothing but customs. I'd be turning into like a pure customs channel. Hey, what's up, Logan? What's up? Yeah, you're always on the Slayers, homie. I like that. All right, so not skipping this time. Purring Pyromaniac Hongling. It's got to be some sort of cat, right?
You did skip. There's another one, Mendiva.
Mendiva and Men. Okay. Forgive me, bro.
Mendiva.
The names are like, bro. Like, honestly, how's my stream doing? Is the stream health doing okay? It says I should replace that. Okay, health's good. All right, cool. Saying something about bitrate, but I mean, what do y'all think? Is the stream quality good enough? Can you guys like hear us, or is anything like annoying? Cause Lord knows if there's some blaring noise. Oh, am I cutting out?
Oh, okay, so it wasn't just me. I thought it was just my microphone doing, or my headset doing that. But yeah, you were cutting out every now and then.
All right, let me see. I cut out slightly from time to time. Maybe it's like my microphone or something. You know, this is why it's good to have people to talk about it. How am I now? Am I still doing okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alright, cool.
Also,
cool.
I just noticed that David's been inside this call this entire time. Hi, David.
Stalker? What the frick? No, that's crazy, bro.
It's only been like 5 minutes. It hasn't
Only
been that long.
5 minutes. Do you know how many murders you commit in 5 minutes, bro? That's. So
I had a feeling that you didn't hear it happen because you probably have streamer mode enabled on Discord. But I heard the ping. I was like, okay, how long is he going to be in here before something gets said?
Yeah, I mean, you probably could have kept going longer. Not gonna lie. How we doing, David?
I'm doing pretty well. I was just gonna let you do your thing because this is your thing. Customs, not me.
Yeah, fair enough, right? I'm gonna try and like go through these a bit, and then once we be doing, oh yeah, it's card playing. You know, this holiday is like been around for like what, a year or something. We're gonna abuse it. All right.
Oh yeah, I forgot today's supposed to be a holiday.
So we got Mendiva. This is a grade 1 with a boost, 8k power, just usual V-Series stats. They're not putting in the shield here, but assume V-Series shield, so this will be a 10k shielder. Rear. When this unit boosts opponent, calls a card from drop, its abilities are nullified. Something tells me that this dude is like one of the very rare people whose 2 loves in life are Kaguro and bugs. Very rare. Okay, so in addition to that, if you have to retire 2 or more rear guards this turn, you counterblast 1. Okay, so keep in mind, he has to boost and do the call, and then you counterblast if you retire 2 or more. You get this ability. All units gain 2,000 power for each of your opponent's open rear circle. All units? But that's 30,000 power! What?
So, something more important that I've just realized. Remember how we thought earlier the maximum you could draw in the turn is 5?
Oh yeah, because it's gonna call more and then you can retire them, right? Like,
yeah, we've gone through like 3 different cards that call out at least 2 cards individually with not any once per turn effects on them whatsoever.
Dude, imagine like whipping down like David being on chat. That's cool. You know what's crazy with this? Like if you're doing this and the like main phase is one thing, but if you're doing this mid battle and then what you're playing is like Dauntless Dominate, and so you just soul blast mid battle, you force them to like retire the rears, lose their markers, and you're just getting like this power. Thankfully, it appears to be a continuous skill. He didn't call it a continuous skill, but we're gonna assume by the way it reads that's a continuous skill. And so they're not going to keep on getting all these 10Ks or whatever, but wow. It's also kind of brutal because you're playing against Excel, this scales, and this is V-Series, so you're going to play against Excel. Yeah, that's pretty busted, bro. That's crazy. Purring Pyromantic Hongling. Now we can get to you. So this is a grade 2. Act on the rear, once per turn, counterblast 1. Choose one of the opponent's rear guard units, retire it. If none is retired, your opponent calls one from hand to open rear. Its abilities are nullified, then you draw a card. You draw a card? That's not how that works!
Yeah, what?
How about both players draw a card? Then we can talk, right? That's
like this basically was trying to be Mega Colony Battler S, but instead of making the opponent refresh the neg that just happened to their hand, you get a what?
Man, that's so easy, and it's like an axe skill. There's no conditions to it. You just do this during the main phase every turn. What the?
And then there's a free field. It's just free for you, essentially. Like,
why even play Mega Colony if this came out, dude?
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm about to say. Why even play Mega Colony anymore?
Kaguro go brrrr. Stan the legend.
He's right though.
I'm gonna be honest, I like Bushy realizing that the opponent can play around it by using decks that can avoid retire, but Counterblast to draw is just bad, especially when most decks are good. Plus, good cards net you +1 for that CP and V series. Well, yeah, but the thing about it, dude, is you're playing Kaguro, so you like making them like call or retire is also neg 1, so it's a holistic +2 because they're losing 1, you're gaining 1. And you'd be like, gaining 1, you're calling to the hand. It's technically not a neg 1. Brother, you're playing Kaguro.
Yeah, not to mention like all the other support cards that we saw earlier that also rip cards out of their hand.
Yeah, and it's not like you can protect them because their abilities are nullified, so they don't have resist. Yeah, this is crazy, bro. Okay, and then he's getting to like a lot, but I think we started to get the gist of it. Let me see if there's like any like boss unit here, right? Okay.
I saw something that just said grade 4 at the bottom.
Wait. There's 3 3 grade 4s.
Wait, what?
Series. And why? Okay. We're gonna do a grade 3 and a grade 4, and then we're gonna move on because we've been on this guy for like ever, right? And I think we're already gonna gain the gist here. So, Empress of Purgatory Fava, grade 3 twin drive, 13k power. Oh, it's kind of cool getting like a Dragon Dancer as a boss unit. You know, it's like when Steam Maidens got their own like grade 3 boss, and then it completely tore V series in half. But we don't have to talk about that. Okay, so this is an ability. We don't know what kind of an ability. If it's an act or continuous or an auto, take our pick. In the heart. In Vanguard Circle or Heart. That's new.
Yeah.
Once per turn, during your main phase or end of battle, your rearguard attack. Oh god, David, this is why you don't do these. The grammar. You may cost Soul Blast 1. Select any circle other than Vanguard's circle, the Destiny, and put all the cards on that circle into the drop zone. This is regard is retired by card effects. If no card was sent to the drop by this effect, drop zone. By this effect, drop zone. For some reason, he adds another drop zone. Soul Charge 1 and Counter Charge 1. So during your main phase, at any time, I guess, once per turn, so this is an act, or end of battle, your rearguard attack. So it's an act skill in one half, and it's an end of battle auto skill in another half. This effect makes no sense. Select any circle other than Vanguard Circle, right? So by putting you put them as retires. What's crazy is that if like this is meant to be a premium card, it seems, because it's a hard card, right? So we moved on to premium all of a sudden. You're doing that. What if they have multiple cards underneath them, right? So you just like retire all of them. That counts as like 3 or 4 retires. That's crazy. If no card was sent to the drop, you do that. Okay, so there's. Here's the thing, you Soul Blast to do that, right? And then you're like, no card was sent. It's like, all right, now I'm just going to counter charge 1 and Soul Charge 1. So it's like, what this should read as is once per turn, Soul Blast 1 to retire, or once per turn, counter charge 1. Sure. Out on demand. When unit is placed over it, this is very undefined. Like, just units.
So I think that means either if it's written upon or if it's strode upon.
Yeah, because it's like doing the place thing. So I think he's intending the whole Jewel Knight kind of interaction thing that they got going on, which I'm not sure if that was accidental or not, but if it wasn't, then F you, Bushy. This unit is placed on Vanguard Circle. You may call a card from opponent drop zone to open rear circle. Then you get... Oh, no, they actually can keep their abilities. That's Pog. Then you get, when Vanguard attacks, choose opponent rearguard and retire it. If you did not retire, opponent may discard 1 or you draw 2 cards till end of... Man, bro.
Wait, either the opponent discards or you just get pot of greed?
Man, you know, like...
For the small cost of placing something on top?
Why even play Seal Dragon Cursey, bro? Seal Dragon Cursey be like Soul Blast discard, they call a grade 2, they can't, you draw 2. Like, that was totally fair. It was conditional, your opponent had a pretty easy way of stopping that, and the pot of greed came with an inherent discard on yourself. This is just free. This is just free. That's so free, bro. That's so free. Wow. Wow.
Look, I know Kaguro is struggling in premium right now, but this is a little bit too much.
The Kaguro oh man, the Kaguro main though, he'd be like, I want this. I want to brutalize the format. What are you talking about? It's time to stand the Vanguard.
I will say that when you're writing these cards out, you don't have to put you may before a cost, because costs are already optional. We used to say you may on card effects, but that was before we started doing the cost and then the action that is the cost, like written on the card in that way. So you don't have to actually put the you may anymore. It makes it a little easier to read.
Yeah, back in the day where costs were like at the start, good old times.
You know what's up with that though, David? He did what a fair few people do when making customs. He forgot to put cost to things. Because effects this good apparently don't require any cost.
Remember what you were saying about Steam Maiden, whatever her name was? I can't even remember her name.
Oh yeah, the
anymore.
card that countercharges for free? Tell me more.
Yeah. boss units that don't counterblast, but countercharge for some reason.
Yes, I do love Lascaria.
One day Lascaria's gonna do it. Yeah, one day Lascaria's gonna get there, bro. They're gonna give her like the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's gonna happen, man. And when it does, I say... Go for it. People who invested in it, they're based human beings. Let them have a format. Wait, these are humans. I take this back.
Oh, come on, I'm right here.
Bro. These are waifus. Yeah, they're not even just humans. They're not like badass like abs mile warriors. Nah, they're like girls in bikinis. You know, but weird, like Middle Eastern dancer kind of bikini. It's I'm not sure what you would call that garb, but it's something. Purgatory Princess of Retribution Hotsumi. Grade 4, triple drive, 15k plus power, as is traditional for Stride that isn't Commander Laurel D. Human. That's the worst part, apparently, according to Scarlight. Act on the G-Zone. If this card is face down, I already know what this is going to do. This is going to do History Collection, isn't it? And your Vanguard's a grade 3, Empress of Purgatory Fava, and you only got one imaginary Bro's like, okay, so you only got one, right? Because so this is based on a history collection, guys. So in a history collection, if you didn't get a marker, you get to do this like early Stride, right? Because you had to do it over the original Striders because they didn't have markers. This one's like, nah, you can have a marker. Just please do it. I just please break the format more. I want premium to die. Cost. Choose one or more cards from hand, the sum of their grades being greater. This isn't even just a grade 3. It says sum, bro. This is even easier. Strike this card in your VC from face down. Then cost. Turn a card from G-Zone the same name as this unit face up and get 2 imaginary gift force. Why? So you can have 3-4. You know, Full Bronto got banned in part because he would give you 3 excels on turn 1, right? Like
Yeah, you might want to read that next sentence there, Josh.
When this unit attacks, retire a rear guard. If none retired by this effect, get drive crit +1 or gain imaginary. I'm not sure if you saw my face there, but like on the stream on the playback, that took the wind out of my sails. I lost breath. There was no oxygen in my lungs.
Hey man, that's better than the Premium Collection 2020 Strides.
Oh yeah. I mean, you know what's funny about this one? It tells you to do Force 1. It says you may not do Force 2. I'm like, why would you? You're gonna get 4 forces like right away, so please let them stack.
Oh no, you get 3 Force 2s, and then you do the one where you retire, so you get another crit on your Vanguard and quad drive.
Wait, but hold on a second. Can't you when you pick a marker, like unless your name is Rising Nova, when you pick a marker, like you have to stay to that marker, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I think you have to do Force 1 no matter what. I'm
saying you can do Force 2, but then just not go for the 4th Force marker and just go for the extra drive and crit instead.
And you just keep, oh man, that's crazy, bro. Now, sure, thankfully, there's nothing that could restand a rear guard in like you restand a Vanguard as a rear guard in freaking Kaguro, right? We don't have like Regalia, Fate, Norn, thankfully, so we can't do this again. But like even still, like you look at this, right? You look at this effect, and you think, wow, that 20, I think it was 2022, right? Like that we got those Strides and G guards. Baccarat, I think his name was. Like you look at this and like, in what universe is Baccarat supposed to be remotely as good as something like this, right? You know, Baccarat.
Wait, I just realized something even. I just realized something even broken.
What's
even
up?
More broken. That last effect is not on once per turn, and the Dragon Empire OT exists.
Oh yeah. I mean, look. Considering what Shirinu can do to people in standard, like this doesn't even like blip on the radar by comparison, bro. Like at least, like you can at least kind of defend yourself in premium. Standard, you can't defend yourself from that. That's just GG. But still, that is funny. That is true. That is a funny interaction. Yeah, my soul's been gone on that one, Noel. So overall, no. Who hurt you? Look,
Bermuda.
I know we want to catch up. Bermuda. You know, actually, though, you might be cooking with that because this one really has a lot of a special hate to. Please call from drop in hand because you don't have board. And who doesn't leave board? Crazy, bro. All right. It's time to move down. Yeah, he's got way more, and we're not doing that.
Yeah, but just from what we've read so far, that is just.
Gabrielius? Grade
5?
Oh man, okay. Power 18. I mean, I figured, right? Like, we're trying to be Griffogila Vartex for Divine Dragon Critical 1 Nationless. Oh god, please. Why nationless? Well, can you imagine if this was just Keter? I guess if this was just Keter, everyone who's already annoyed that Keter is getting like 2 Fated ones and a Destined one, it's like, young Keter gets too much. Look at how many counter-right blights they have. We have Ezel and Minerva and Overlord and MLB. Why do we have so much? Why is there so much Keter? And I say, stop it, man. Ketter's cool. Continuous. This card cannot be written unless by this card's act ability. Okay. Act if your Order Zone and Vanguard Circle have a total of 6 cards with... It's Gize. A Fated one in its name with different nations. Cost put your Vanguard to your Order Zone, which you can't write it on... Okay. You can't write this card as stand. So whatever your Vanguard is, it doesn't matter what your Vanguard is. You put that into your Order Zone, and you write this card from stand. Presumably from the hand. It doesn't like specify where this is. So is this, can you just do this from the deck? Can you like take it out of like, can you like whip out your second deck box at locals, right? Where like you put all your plant tokens and then say, yeah, I'm gonna write it from here. Like, is that where it's written?
It does need to specify what zone you're writing from.
He's a token Vanguard, like, you know, like Escatologuibi in a token set order. He's a token Vanguard. He just appears out of nowhere.
Get the fuck out.
Rules screw the rules. I'm Gabuelius. The miracle is that we don't follow the rules. Continuous. You may use up to 1 divine skill ability per turn, and you may use the divine skill ability any number of times during this fight. So whose? I guess that's gonna be the next skill, is you pick any divine. Man, do you know how many times using Varga Dragrus' skill would be so crippling to the opponent? Act on the once per turn. Wait, no, Blankmire every turn. It's crazy. Act once per turn. Cost to choose one of your card in the Order Zone with a divine skill ability with a different name from this unit and remove it. This unit gets all. Oh, okay. It gets the name, power, critical, drive, icon, abilities until end of turn. Huh. Imagine getting Blankmired. Auto at the beginning of your ride phase. If your Order Zone has no cards, you win this. Yeah, it's Gize. Okay, cool. But it's a little bit different than Gize because you're not doing the weird damage ping thing. Alright, so what do I think about this other than I'm terrified by it? Well, I guess one thing to mention about it is that because it's removing them, you can't just use Varga or Blankmire all the time. So at some point or another, you will be forced to use Chris Rain's Divine Skill. I know, terrifying. Wait, you can run any Fated ones in this deck like Glennios? Yeah, that seems to be the case. I mean, it's nationless or whatever. So I noticed there's a Gathering of Fate Ride Crest. We're going to get to that in a second. So... like, what I'm imagining is that you can sort of assemble them like that, right? So it probably breaks the rules like Glendios does. And if that's the case, I mean, bro, if you have any, like, bind skills, like, bring in the Fated one at a time. That's... Well, actually, then again, no, hold on. It's like, you shouldn't use the Fated one at a time, right? Because, Gabuelius... Wait, hold on a second. What is the specification on that again? I need to read.
I think isn't it bind a copy of it to restand? Or is it re-ride?
It's a re-ride from the drop zone, but I forget if it has to be specifically like something with her name, right? Because if that's the case, then this crap wouldn't even work. If your opponent's Vanguard is great 3 or greater, choose a card the same card name as this unit from your drop. Okay, but you know what's crazy? Technically, this doesn't work because this can only be written through its continuous skill, which I don't even know where it is. We still don't know this thing is supposed to exist in your deck at all, but if for some reason it finds its way into your drop zone, you can't write it anyway because it's not through its own act skill. That is convoluted. Okay, so you're going to be running the 6 original Fated ones, and before we get more. Okay, so the Gathering of Fate Ride deck Crest. Auto from the Ride deck. When you ride, cost. Reveal a grade 3 card with Fated one in its name from your Ride deck. Okay, that is stupid easy, but that makes sense. Put then Crest into your Crest area. What a wonderful sentence. Continuous. You cannot ride grade 3 or greater card without Fated one in its card name. Okay. Auto. Once per turn. When a card with Fated one is put into your drop, which, let's see here. Drop, you had to put something. If you don't have a face-up card in your Order Zone with the same nation as that, put it into your Order Zone, draw a card. So, weird. But my cards got such high scores. Yeah, you did really well with those, bro. Like, honestly, I think you cooked with them. Okay, so... Okay, this is a little weird, because I don't know where you're supposed to get these. Continuous. Your Energy Blast cost is reduced by EB1 for each Fated one in your Order Zone. So when you get to like 3 or 4, EBs is free. Wait, you know what's funny? Get 6 in there, and now you can Energy Blast 1 with the Crest.
Yeah, Energy Blast 1 to draw a card.
Wait, is that a once per turn skill? Is that a once per turn skill from the Crest?
Is it?
Let me check. Let me check if it's a once per turn skill. Because if it's not a once per turn skill, I'm gonna laugh my butt off. Where is the? Oh, I forgot to put it in Sacrifice Glass. I usually manifest it. Flom has it, right? Yeah, I put it on a Flom. Okay, it is once per turn. Thank the Lord. Otherwise, you just Energy Blast 1 10 times and get 10 draws. Okay. I have the habit of looking at the card before I think it's too weak, then adding something pushes the edge. You can play 2 normal orders. Yeah, watch out with that, right? Like sometimes less is more, man. I mean, just look hey, what's up, Ayako? Okay. So, Fighter's Rule Update. If your right deck crest is the Gathering of Fate, you may put cards with Fated ones in your deck regardless of nation. Okay, so this is the whole Griffo-Gila kind of thing.
But then does that mean that you can increase the number of cards in your right deck then? Or are you allowed to run other cards with divine skills in the main deck?
I'm going to guess that this is like another one that you put in the right deck, and is your 51 cards or something like that? Well, not 51,
so you can put like every single Fated one in the main deck then?
Yeah, that seems to be
like
the case.
All 6 of them?
Yeah, so you just throw like all the different Fated ones, and then like you just throw them in there. You remove them to use their divine skill and get all their abilities and names and stuff. This is a weird one too, because like when it gets that right, and it gets all these abilities on the turn, it's still not removing its continuous condition. So to my understanding, you still would be in a situation where the Tokino Mesha wouldn't work. So that's a little bit weird. I mean, it's kind of a cool concept. It is a cool concept that you can use all these different divine skills and whatnot, and he's trying to make it work. But I feel like, mechanically, there's like a lot of kinks with it that I'm not really big on, you know?
Yeah, same. So like my big thing with this is that obviously you can just discard any of the Fated ones for Ride, but once you get past grade 3, how exactly are you discarding them to get them into drop, to get them back into the order zone?
Right. And on like, I guess you could do the classic V Messiah maneuver and guard with your 0 shield unit, you know, because that's what they would do. They would take Volca Goat and just guard with it so they can get in the drop, which would be really weird. I guess you could also discard them for Sentinels and stuff like that. If you play discard effects, then sure. It is like I agree with Scarlet here. The idea is there, and I think it is a fascinating method, right? Where you get all these
it's a really cool effect, but like the more I think about it, the more I'm kind of coming to the conclusion that this is going to take a really long time to pull off. And I feel like if you're playing this deck, there's a high chance that you're just going to end up decking yourself out before you even get a chance to even achieve this win con.
Yeah, and I think even if you do like achieve this win con, right? Like when the win con is just like doing all like the divine skills and stuff like that. Like it's cool. Like, you know, you can do all sorts of like brutal stuff with it, right? But I also feel that this is a little bit scary because it takes divine skills and sort of hems them in, right? Because whenever anyone would ever make a divine skill, you would then have to look at, okay, does this break Gabuelius or not? That's a really big question. Do you plan to do a Destined Showdown type event where the anime drops on the Destined was revealed? Yeah, definitely wanting to do that.
Hell yeah.
We do with our Fated Clash, bro. We're all gonna get our favorites going. Like the boy Nabs is already trying to get on Mr. Scales, right? He's all over that new Dragon Empire unit. I'm trying to figure out if Alden or Odium's gonna be the homie for me though. It's gonna be one of them two.
I mean, I am the bug guy. What more do I have to say?
Yeah, you know, you're gonna go buzz, right? Infinite power OTK.
And I gotta redeem myself from the season 1 that we did with the Fated Clash.
Yeah, man. Did you ever see that, by the way, Maz? There was someone put like a custom card here, right? I think it was Hunter actually. Although I'll
be honest, dude. You've been popping things out so much and so often. I am so far behind in the playlist.
Oh yeah, don't worry, right? Let me just tell you though, someone actually made a card based on your fight with Noir. They actually
really?
And it was a dual nation of Stoicheia and Lyrical, and it was It supported specifically Zorga and Crystalline. It was cute. I was like, oh, that's great. And you guys did have a really good fight, so you know.
I can't wait to see that card. I already love it.
Oh yeah, I had to remember where it was, right? I mean, heck, we could like scroll up real quick, right? Like just real quick, since you're here and stuff. I could try to find this. Yeah, if you're seeing this, man, oh lord.
Again, everyone who submitted, thank you guys. This was amazing. This was an amazing turnout.
This was yeah. It's Hunter. I was right. Here it is. A sea-bound fated clash! ! Question mark. Maz Noir. Like straight up. So it's a grade 3 normal order. It's a Stoic Lyrical Monasterio. Play this if your Vanguard is a Zorga or Crystalline unit with Divine Skill. Cost: bind a normal order from your drop or Counterblast 1 and Soul Blast 1. Energy charge 3. Choose a grade 1 or less unit from your drop, call it to rear. If your Vanguard is Stoicheia, choose a normal order from the drop or bind, add it to the hand, and for this turn, your Vanguard gets, you can play 2 normal orders this turn. I told them in the review, don't add the 2 normal orders bit. I feel like that was just like a little bit excessive. Or to not have the recursion bin, just let them do the 2 normal orders. If your Vanguard is Lyrical Monasterio, draw a card, and your Vanguard gets power plus 5,000 until end of the turn. Like, this one was beautiful. I thought this was beautiful, the lyrical bit.
It's very funny that it has like an insanely amazing effect for the Stoicheia one, and then for the lyrical, it's just, oh yeah, you just gotta draw on the minimum amount of power we can give out.
Right. But I do like that, like for Counterblast and like Soul Blast, you do get the Energy Charge 3, the Revive, the Power, and the Draw, right? So it's like you're doing a lot for lyrical there. But like, yeah, the Zorga bit was manipulated. But I just wanted to show you this real quick because this was like really cute, right? I was like, that warmed my heart seeing that. Ooh, we went a little bit too far. Beyond the Pale. Sky Striker. Oh yeah, you did a lot of Sky Striker cards, but I think we already like reviewed a lot of Ray's cards, right? So I don't think we even got like room for them.
Yeah, we were like around here. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, because there's actually like a lot of reposts, right? And also like people who are like throwing in like extra stuff, even though they kind of like hit their limit and stuff. So I'm like, yeah, this isn't going to be as long as I think it is in a way. You see, I've faded one for Destined one, scrap all the participants. I did a while ago. Shove them to server. Giving his peeps to be Sessin. Okay. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of cool, right? Because then you actually do, like, emulate that idea that the new kids are in town. Being in the same room. Oh, God. Now I'm remembering when Chris was popping out and they were predicting the Zorga fights and freaking people are like, the tentacles. The tentacles. It's awful. Starvator.
I mean, it's awful depending on who you ask.
Lord, I don't want to ask. Okay, so Starvator, Omega Void, Glendio, Stargate, Link Joker, Cyberoid, Grade 3, Twin Drive, Force Marker. Huh, so it's got a Force Marker. Is this intended for V or is this intended for Premium then? Oh yeah, I think that'd be a cool fight. Although I think Chris Strain's signature move of splashing a tidal wave of water in Zorga is not going to be effective, right? It's going to be like in Pokemon where it says that was not very effective. Continues. The original power of your cards with reverse in your card name become 15,000. Weird that it does that when we already have an 18,000 by way of the actual retrain of Glendios. Continuous. All of your cards with reverse in their card name get their icon and ability as if they're being used in their clan. No. Auto on the once per turn. When your rear guard with reverse in its card name is locked by this card's ability, unlock it. Choose one of your opponent's rear cards. Lock it. This is different. During your opponent's next end phase, they cannot turn face down cards face up. Auto, at the beginning of your ride phase, if you have 4 or more damage, cost bind a card with reverse in its card name from your rear circle. Your opponent chooses one of their lock cards, putting their damage zone face down. No, because you can kill them with that.
Yeah.
Act once per turn, cost Counterblast 1. This still goes on. Put a rear guard with reverse in its card name in your soul. I still don't see how you're locking your own reverse units. Choose one of the following ability of the card put in your soul for this cost. This unit gets that ability until end of turn. If you have 4 or more damage, discard a card from your hand, get an imaginary gift according to the icon of the card put in the soul by this ability.
Oh, so that's how you're locking.
So, here's what I want to do today, Mr. Krabs. I want to suck in, don't at me in chat for that, right? But I want to go and suck in Spectral Duke Dragon Reverse. Get an Excel marker, throw down 6, swing 3 times. That's what I want to do today.
In other words, do the things that Link Joker was doing in Premium before they made the new rules.
Yeah, right? Like, I want to get, like, a ton of multi-attacks. No Cosmodon required, right? Well, do I even need to explain why this is bad? Was that supposed to affect me? Tadpole! Tadpole! Bro, that hits a little different because I'd be playing that Baldur's Gate 3 and they'd be talking about tadpoles a lot in that one. Okay. He's got the Celestials, do Faded ones. Yeah, we already got on that. Puzzle Head, add 485. New Divine Dradual ride line based on the Karma name from the mask unit. You know what's kind of funny about that? Your true avatar special. Why? Look, Nab says that crap to me. Why are you spreading the myth, the rumor? It's not true. It's a falsehood. It's Revenger Raging. Do you see Spectral Dupe Dragon on my picture? Do you see that? Is that Spectral Dupe Dragon? I don't think so.
It's okay, Josh. We all lie to ourselves sometimes.
We all lie to ourselves, bro. No. My KD ratio with Raging form is like way more crazy anyway, bro. That feeling when Link Joker has better multi-attack than bro, that moment where like you have an easier time pinging to 6 than Daikaiser. Man, that's crazy. It looks like Spectral Dupe Dragon, truly. Man, okay, y'all just trolls. I made a Spectral Duke encounter ride line. What are the Raging ride line now? You know, if someone made a Raging ride line, I'm like, I would be looking at that. I'd be looking at that intensely. There was a dude, like in the episode prior to this stream, right? Who he made a Blaster Dark Revenger, and it worked a little too well with Raging Form Dragon. I think I spent a solid 10 to 15 minutes just talking about like different play chains you can do in Revengers with that. Like that thing was too much. Grade 0, Karma Draco Kid. When this unit is wrote upon, if you win second, draw a card. All right, typical starter. Grade 1, Karma Core Dragon. Right, he really liked the Karma name on Mask. Auto. When this unit is wrote upon by Karma Stone Dragon Jewel Neal, he likes to get stoned. You may call this card to rear guard if you do Soul Charge 2. Okay, when this unit, auto on the rear, when this unit attacks or boosts, you have 2 or more cards with different grades in the soul. This unit gets 5,000 power into under that battle. So what's funny about that is that if you are like a true Dark States player and you Soul Charge 2 triggers off of this, then you don't get this effect.
Yeah, all you gotta do is call out the cat then.
Or heck, you know, call Brainloss Swirler and Soul Charge OT and, you know, just scoop. Just say, I don't want to play Dark States today. I want to play something consistent like Keter. Let's see. That's kind of funny. So this one is pretty much objectively better than the old ride line, because with the old ride line, what you would get here is you would call it, it would, you know, get the attacker boost. There was no condition behind it though, so that was kind of nice. But then it would just go back. So it was effectively a break even, but you got the temporary +1. Kind of like, you know, calling Matt from the soul. This one, you get a +1 to the soul and also like a +1 to the field, which I don't mind because we're in the Divines era, so we're kind of moving on to bigger and greater things. Okay, Karma Stone Dragon Jewel Neal. Auto on the Vanguard rear when this unit attacks hits the Vanguard Soul Charge 1, because that was the part about Jewel Neal that we needed, right? You know, that was what we cared about, David, huh? Auto, when this unit is wrote upon by a unit with Dradual in its name, you may Soul Charge 2. If you did, draw a card. Okay, I don't mind this effect, but I feel like if you're trying to do this, limit it to Divine Dradual, like a Dradual with Divine Skill, so that you only get the benefit of this ride line if you're running the new Dradual. That way you don't just Ignis all over the opponent.
Either that or like make it so that like if you Soul Charge 2 cards with different grades, draw a card.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it does leave you open to Dark States tax, right? Grade 3, Faded One of Karma, Draduto. I don't know why, but don't at me for this, but I thought Faded One of Coma. Or Michi, dude. Auto on the van. Blaster, Spectral Blaster Diablo. Man, that's still my favorite way to like beat people with the Ward and freaking G, man. Like, not gonna lie. Like that's how it goes. Spectral Duke, my favorite Revenger. Y'all still on that. Auto on the van. At the beginning of your battle phase, choose 2 cards from the drop and put them into your soul. Then, if your soul has 4 or more cards of different grades, all of your front units get 5,000 power. You mean not 15,000 power? Wow, what a concept. Okay. Auto on the van. When this unit attacks a Vanguard, costs Soul Blast 4 cards with different grades. Choose one of your. Yeah, I'm sorry, Scarlet. When this unit attacks a Vanguard, Soul Blast 4 different grades. Choose one of your opponent's Vanguards. Increase or decrease its power to 1. Thank you. 0 was really, really dumb. And if your opponent's Vanguard is grade 3 or greater, this unit gets critical +1. Okay, so you did mix you did mix Old Dragold and also the replenishment skill of Ignis. Okay, Divine Skill, out on the Vanguard circle. If your opponent's Vanguard is at 1 power, cost Counterblast 1. Until end of turn, increase or decrease its power to 0. Never mind. But it's a Divine Skill, so you only get it once per game. It's per game, Josh. You just need to have 3 PGs for 1 turn. All of your front row gets 15,000 power until the turn this unit gets Stratus 1. So with your Divine Skill, you become Ignis? Really?
Yeah.
Is that the best that we needed to do? Is that like we're trying to run away from Ignis. We're not trying to become Ignis. Okay, you know what? You kind of had me with the first 2 skills. I was like, okay, cool. You know, a little bit of power. It still maintains the Soul Blast cost of the original and the effect, right? Like it feels good. And then the Divine Skill is do everything Ignis does, except you can't get Elementariad. Also, you don't wipe out the back row, which honestly I do appreciate that, because wiping out the back row is really, really punishing. You Ignised all over yourself. Should it be a win? No. Yeah, because the thing about it is with this auto skill, it has the condition reads like an axe skill because there's no triggering. So it would probably have to say something like when this unit attacks a Vanguard as well, right? Like you can Divine Skill. So they would have to be like that'd be like a little adjustment, but honestly, that's not even like the sin to me, right? Like this is a part where like gameplay balance isn't the issue here, it's the theme, right? And the theme is we just want to be the grade 4. I'm like, why? I would imagine this dude is it's kind of like he might be like kind of like Noir in that he keeps getting sandbagged with Dragold, and so he feels like Dragold needs an upgrade when it really doesn't.
I got a question for you, Josh, in case I'm misreading. Is there anything that, any like grade requirements or anything on this card?
The only grade requirements it has is that it gets a critical if your opponent's at grade 3 or greater. That's it. You can, if your opponent's grade 2, you can be Ignis on grade 2.
So, what's to stop them from just playing this on turn 3, activating Divine Skill, and then rewriting into Ignis on the following turns and just doing whatever you want anyways?
There isn't any!
So that's the problem here, right? You build a Divine Skill deck, right? You build your deck around the Divine Skill. You don't want it to be able to just rewrite into a different boss unit, right?
Right, like can you put it like as a Reziel type condition where you can't like rewrite or whatever the frick, you know? That would be nice, or like rewrite into stuff that isn't like this guy. Like I feel like that would have been cool, you know? Like it'd be cool, like Divine Skill, like you can only for the rest of this fight or until the end of this fight, you can only ride grade 3 cards with Dragold in their card name. There you go. There you go. It still actually opens you up to Persona Ride and using the mask. If you want to do the mask kind of stuff, you can do that. That's perfectly fine. You can swap this guy out for one of those guys once your Divine Skill, like you've blown your load there, right? I'm like, yeah.
You shouldn't get both.
You know, honestly, you're kind of cooking with that. If you added that condition to Divine Skill, it kind of fixes it. But even then, like I will say that in terms of mechanics, it fixes the most glaring problem. But this still punishes a grade 2 Vanguard too much. And on top of that, like it's not just really fast, it's also just boring. Like this is really boring for Dragold. Like we really couldn't take the gimmick anywhere else, man. I don't know. Like maybe that's just me being a little bit too harsh on it, but I'm like, after like the way Ignis is, I feel like if we wanted to introduce a new grade 3, we want to like introduce a breath of fresh air into it, right? Rather than just more of the same. It just doesn't feel right, you know? Ignis turn 3, no kidding, man. That 1 and 0, gotta trust random Dragold cards, says if opponent are 0 or 1 or something. Yeah. Alright, so here's all the Sky Striker cards. About to be cooked by 3 drive 2 crate Dragold. Yeah, you're at 0, right? Freaking, I mean, Dragold doesn't get the crit because you have to be at grade 3 or greater, so at least, like, you don't have to worry about the crit from it, but, like, even so, not only do you have to worry, like, it's 3 drive, 20k to front row Dragold. That's what it is, 20k to front row. I mean, you want crits, just use your triple drive for crits, you know? All these Sky Striker cards, man, but bro already gave a lot, so I'm like, eh. And we've already seen Magni could do stuff. Turbulent Ad. Oh yeah, he's the dude who did the Salamangreat stuff. See, we're doing a lot of like stuff that's like either like too much or repeats or stuff like that, and I think that's why there's like a lot of bloat at the end here. But if you guys do want to check these out, like do check these out, right? Like there's a link there's a link to it that I made like in a post, and I think also on like the first video. Like that's the thing. I can't get to these, but you guys certainly can. So I'm still gonna like show that they're here. I think Man Nikadu is the they were the Musketeer stuff, right? Yeah, I've already seen these. Yeah, I already reviewed these, bro. And I think he just reposted them with like edits or whatever, so you guys can check the edits. They may not have the cards in Soul, even though they built the deck around it. I mean, brother, he puts 2 cards into Soul, like every turn. Like okay, fundamentally speaking, let's talk about something here, right? This dude only needs to Soul Blast 2 every turn because he puts 2 cards from the drop. Soul Blast 2, right? This Soul Blast 2, like this builds you 2 to 3 Soul, and this builds you a Soul. So you're getting about 4 Soul with that. That plus that means that you can use this Divine Skill, like not Divine Skill, you can use this main skill 3 turns without outside interference. That's what this means. Dragil does not have stamina issues. Okay.
That's my biggest complaint about Ignis, is not that it's a super powerful effect, but it's the fact that one of its skills fuels your actually good offensive skill. You should have cards that help, you know, manage your resources. It should be other cards. It shouldn't just be the boss unit itself that just does everything.
Yeah, remember when we needed
cards
things
shouldn't
like
really
Bristol
be paying
Galer?
for themselves, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, man. Hey, it's me, the one me dub. Yeah, right, okay, so he's doing fun. The last 2 customs currently played. Let's see. So he made the Messiah. So yeah, I don't have enough time for it, but let's just show real quick that he made a lot of salad cards, right? He made a lot of salad cards. You know what? I actually do want to just at least look at Pyro Phoenix because, look, don't at me, but I love Salamangreat. So let me just look at Pyro Phoenix real quick.
Yeah, I'm not gonna judge you, man. I'm a fellow Toss enjoyer as well.
Oh, you Toss? Toss. Hey, bro, you freaking where were you in Toss?
Oh, I was pranking Thunder Dragon all the way.
That was you? Oh yeah.
That was my deck.
David,
that was
tell
what
him
I was
about
running.
Orcus, bro. Tell him what you were doing during Toss. You were eating a lot of salad. You were staying healthy, right?
Yep.
I played a lot of Orcust in TOS format, so I didn't have a lot of friends.
Hey, at least you weren't playing Striker, right?
Striker and the other S. I think that. Well, I mean, no. I mean, you liked Striker though, didn't you?
I did like Striker.
Okay, I will admit as well that I did throw Strikers into FAs, but that was only because the links were machines.
Yeah, y'all were experimenting all over the place. Me, it was just salads, bro. I just had 1 S in Toss, and that's it. Like, it was S tier IMO. All right, so Salamangreat Pyro Phoenix is a freaking Stride. All right, because this card cannot be put in your main deck. Cool. I did, you know, Metallica Phoenix didn't teach me this well enough. I need this to be reprinted on this card. Stride step. Discard a grade 3 card with Salamangreat and its card name from your hand, and stride this on your Vanguard circle from face down. See, this is why we read this kind of things, right? Because sometimes the stride condition is a little bit different. Out on the Vanguard circle, Generation Break 4. Ooh, I kind of like that because, so for those of you guys, by the way, when we do the custom fight nights, we're gonna start getting on that like after this stream. So we're gonna be doing a handful of custom fight nights. Probably, I'm not sure how many. I don't want to make promises on it, but we got a bit of time here before we start getting to like anime reactions, right? And even like in between anime reactions, right? That'll probably be what's up. Bring you and Garmor? Yeah, I might, right? You know, like the Garmors seem like pretty like fine and dandy, right? So one of us could get on that. So anyway, back to the Pyro Phoenix, right? Pyro Phoenix was a Link 4, right? He was a Link monster with like Link arrows that just kind of like went in your cardinal directions. So it's a grade 4, and it's also a GB4. That's cool. I like that. Nabs knows you? That's cool. When this unit attacks, if you have a card named Salamangreat Pyro Phoenix face up in your generation zone, so that's pretty cool. That means you'll want to flip it up prior or something else. You counterblast 1 and discard a card from hand. Retire all rear guards on the field. This includes your own. That's interesting. Then, until end of turn, for each 2 rear guards retired by this ability, this unit gets critical +1. Whoa. So that means he could be getting like 5 criticals. Okay. I did enjoy Armor Break Dragon. I wanted more of that. If you retired 4 or more rear guards by this ability, choose up to 1 card with Salamangreat in its card name for your drop and call it to an open rear circle. Okay, so it is a Generation Break 4, but the idea with Pyro Phoenix is that you're not only do you have to neg 1, but you also have to like counter blast, and you have to get another Pyro Phoenix, which is pretty easy, so you flip it up. This is interesting. So both players on both sides of the field are going to be losing out. Now, if you want to maximize your multi-attacks, you are going to have to commit some cards in the field, and then they get retired. So you're going to be suffering you're going to be incurring a lot of cost here. This is very much a go big or go home kind of effect. I kind of like that. It kind of feels like it maintains the flavor of Pyro Phoenix. You know, whenever Soulburner did this in the anime, it's like, this is it. This is like my Saigo no Ishida kind of thing. That's not too bad. I kind of like it. Although I will say the multi attack with calling from the drop to the rear, it could be more than I'm getting it credit for. But at least it's Salamangreat name locked, right? So you can't be calling generic crap. Oh, it's a brand gate? That's weird. Huh, I guess because it's Cypress, huh?
I was gonna say, the fact that it's a brand gate card and not a Dragon Empire card actually makes me love this, because there's not a lot of like brand gate or even Stargate cards that want to be like retired or anything. So that does feel like an actual sort of additional cost to the entire thing, which gives you the big payoff of all the multi-crits, which I play Grand Gallop in V, so I like the multi-crit thing there.
Yeah, it's cool, right? Like, and it being Dimension Police in particular looks like, I think the Dimension Police bit, like, it does add flavor to the whole, like, critical, this is going to be the strike that ends it kind of thing. So, you know what? That's not bad. That is
yeah, like,
cool.
you would have to go out of your way if you want to do a Sentinel break thing with it, with all the crits on it. And it's also not getting big power, so you also need outside support to make it bigger as well, which I assume is the other Salamangreat cards in here would probably do that. But, you know, as just like a standalone card, it's not bad.
It's cool, yeah. Oh man, hold on a second. Shade Sheepy match with V armor breaks someone activated his skill 3 times in 1 turn. GG. Yeah, G effing G. Like, sheesh, dude. You came out there and shows violence indeed, man. What the frick? Y'all are evil. Salad Striker and Orcus. No, y'all had some haters in the locals. Yeah, bro.
Oh, good. I'm not evil for playing Thunder Dragons and Brain Kids. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Thunder's just recently, like, got back their card, right? We still need a little bit to remember why we didn't like Thunder. Remember when the early D series cards had other cards that fixed their issues? Man, miss those days. Man, you know how, like, decks now require promos to fix their issues? Sad days, man. To be honest, if you're playing Brant, you're getting the cards, especially thanks to the grade 1. You know, it's kind of interesting, right? Like, with retires, because Mass has a point that it doesn't pop up a lot in Brant, but they did do, like, fringe amounts of retires in different ways. Most particularly, retires in Novas, right? During, like, the Rush era, which if you guys are, like, real ones, right, you know how, like, Victor was back in G. There were a few cards that would, like, retire the opponent's rears if the power was equal to or lower than the restanding unit. That was cool. I thought that was kind of like a nice way to add flavor to your retires, like, justify it because they're being overpowered. Kind of funny. Yeah, that's a cool card. I like that. All right, Faden. We already reviewed the Faden. Okay. Made in time. Let's see. Never tried making customs. Will be my first time. Worldly Tumbleweed. Cool. How many he's got? Yeah, he's got a few here. Let's go ahead and check these out. I have 4 custom cards made. I was too tired when posting them. There may be some wording issues that may have slipped my radar. We're gonna find that out, aren't we, chat? Okay, so let's go ahead and get that. Oh, the SP does make it a little bit hard, man. But what's the ratio between images and text submissions? I'd say your ratio is about half, give or take. Oh, what's up, Dread? Nice to see you back. Yeah, I'd say your ratio is about half, right? Give or take. Maybe it'd be like 40-60 one way or the other. There was a fair bit of images. I know why you're asking because you're the dude who made it. But yeah, it's been getting around and it's been kind of cool. Generally speaking, though, I've also been like showing them on like my thumbnails and stuff because they make for very good like thumbnail info. When you see the actual cards there, it feels more appealing that way, right? Than whatever meme I put, right? Grade 3. Play this with Soul Blast 1. I will set the seas ablaze. Greek Fire. Is that a Honkai Star Rail card? Look at art. It's amazing. I only could see the text.
No, that's Sky Striker Ray fighting against the Bee Troopers. That's what that is.
Oh, man. Freaking Ray's like, I will show you who the meta is. Oh, it's going to be storing in 3.5 hours, not Pog. Auto, that's just Texas, though. Auto, at the end of the battle that your Vanguard with Firefly in its name attacks, rest this card. Okay, so this set order just rests when you're okay. If you do, choose a card with Sam in its name from your order zone. Rip Sam. Like Scarlight said earlier, 1 out of 10, no Sam coming back for Divines. Write it as stand. During your end phase, choose a card your soul Firefly in its name and write it as stand. Write it. It has a W on it. That's funny. As we'll write it as rest. So effectively, this thing rests itself in order to facilitate a multi attack, right? That's. I wonder how strong this multi attack is. So it could go either way, but that does seem kind of easy for a multi attack, especially because if I'm understanding, well, okay, it says during the end phase you rewrite back to the Firefly, so you can't like do this multiple times. Continues during your turn for every card with Sam and its card name in the order zone, apply the following effect: 2 or more, 5,000 power to your Vanguard circle. Not even to the unit, just to the Vanguard circle, baby. The Vanguard circle can attack now. Oh boy. But it's like really janky, so I had a lot of issues. Oh! You're gonna have to go. You're gonna have to go talk about that, Ayako. What's up? The amount of Yu-Gi-Oh artworks that's snuck into the custom is quite funny. Yeah, I mean Yu-Gi-Oh, but also like you got the gacha games, right? Like we got a fair bit of like Honkai and Genshin popping in. It's kind of funny because I have like basically no semblance of knowledge about it. It's weird. This one isn't intended for SP, but exceeded 12 lines. Say the box frame is gone. Go figure. 3 or more. Choose one of your Vanguard circles the same in its card name, and it gains. You can't do that because it's a continuous. Continuouses don't choose. With auto on the Vanguard circle, when this unit attacks, choose a rear circle, and there's a unit on it. Retire that unit. If you do not retire, draw a card. I guess there's a benefit to retiring. Otherwise, just choose an open rear circle. 4 or more. When your opponent would guard an attack on from your Vanguard circle with Sam in its card name, they must call a total of 3 or more. Total grade of 3 or more to Guardian Circle. Please don't do that. For free? For free? Like you just play this with Soul Blast 1 and then there you go for the entire game. You've got like you've got a guard restrict, multi-attack, power, draw. Like this set order is doing everything for you, bro.
I mean, the fact that it's a grade 3 set order means that unless there's ways to get that into order zone, like by cheating it into the order zone, you're not going to be getting all 4 in there early on. So at least that guard restrict isn't going to be until late game, I hope.
Yeah, but like even then, I'm like, sheesh, dude. When you get that going on, that's kind of wild. When this unit is placed, search your deck for 1. I will set the seas ablaze. Put in your hand. Okay. Then you may Soul Blast 2. Search your deck for a card with Sand. Place in your order zone. I guess there would be something else that's holding in the order zone. Otherwise, it's just going to be order zone by its lonesome, and then you play an order over it. Okay. Act a Vanguard circle once per turn. Energy Blast 3, discard a card from hand. When this unit attacks, if your opponent is grade 3 or greater, let's get chat back up. If your opponent is grade 3 or greater, you may pay the cost. If you do, put a card with Sam in its name from your order zone, from your hand or deck. If placed from hand, draw a card. So you can get 2 Sams a turn. Auto on the Vanguard circle. When this unit is written upon by a unit with Sam and its card name, you may activate Persona Ride. This does not activate Persona Ride, so it's already been activated this turn. Okay, so you can Persona Ride in turn 3.
Basically, yeah.
And it actually doesn't care if your opponent's Vanguard is grade 3 or greater, if I'm understanding this right. Let me see. Firefly, yeah, none of this says opponent's Vanguard being grade 3 or greater. So on turn 2, on turn 3, if they're grade 2, you can Persona Ride, multi-attack, get bunch of power. Nah, this was too fast. That's too fast.
I think it's going to depend on what the actual Sam card does.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Sam card could be vanilla, and I would say like, dude, this is really strong. So
well, even if it's the vanilla, then that means that vanilla is just swinging for 28k unboosted on the first grade 3 turn. Again, assuming there's no way to cheat one of the set orders into the order zone.
By the way, you don't lose drives. Is this grade 3 Sam? It is Sam.
Okay, what does Sam do?
So Sam will let you twin drive, so you'll be able to get 4 drives a turn for not a lot of cost. Okay. Vanguard circle, Energy Blast 3. When this unit is placed, okay. The way you would write that is auto. When this unit is placed on Vanguard circle, cost Energy Blast 3. You may choose up to the number of cards with Sam in the order zone. Retire that many units in the rear circle. So considering it's a you may, you don't have to do this. So I would imagine you only do this if it's beneficial somehow. So you want to retire stuff for whatever reason. Okay. Van, when this unit attacks anything, counterblast 1, this unit gets 5,000 power for each unit retired this turn by a card's effect. Gain 2,000 power. What's the gain 2,000 power for? So do you just get 5,000 for each?
So it's counterblast 1, gain a flat 5,000. and then for each unit retired, you gain another 2,000.
Oh, that's what it is. Oh, that's so weird how that's worded. If 5 or more cards are retired this turn, this unit gets a critical +1 until the turn. Okay, so it'll keep the twin drive. You'll be able to attack. You'll get a guard restrict. You'll give it more power, a buttload of power actually, and it has the potential to get a crit, which I think your deck is based around facilitating something like that, right? Its card race is up for interpretation. That's funny.
And with everything else that we've mentioned, unboosted this swinging, it will be swinging for 33k with twin drive then.
Let's see. Yeah, that's a lot. The wording is painful. The wording is really painful, but like Scarlet is right. It is cool, right? And I think the concept is kind of nice that you're like swapping into Sam, like as in like the armor or whatever. And so you have this sort of self-sacrificial kind of thing of you have to sacrifice your allies in order to get power and deal the blow. It's kind of like Shadow Paladins that way, right? Which is interesting.
And here's the other thing that I'm trying to figure out right now. So it says if 5 or more cards are retired this turn.
Right, and the reason why that is because of the order. Was it?
But here's the thing about that. It doesn't say retired by an effect. And it doesn't specify your opponent's cards.
Ooh, you right.
So, technically speaking, if you really wanted to, you can just call over a circle over and over again until you get your 5. Which means you don't even need to activate that first effect for the Energy Blast 3.
Dang, bro. Okay, yeah, that. Oh. And let's keep in mind, you can do all this while the opponent's grade 2.
Chio, the creator of the card just said it was supposed to be grade 3 locked.
Creator cards. Oh, that's my card. I put a grade 3 greater class because I was so tired. It's supposed to have a grade 3 greater class. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, that's better. Call over.
But yeah,
yo, he's right.
That doesn't mean everything isn't still true, because you could still just call over something over and over again.
It doesn't affect. It doesn't say effect, right? Yeah, retired. It doesn't even say by. Wait, no, it says cards effect. Okay. You can't call over. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you didn't see the card effect.
Cool. If I get inverted, call over.
That almost scared us.
Right, grade 3 equal death. Crazy, bro. Hey, what's up, Phantom? Nice to have you here. This is Honkai, yeah. Freaking, I didn't know. Oh yeah, don't worry, Scarlet. I was totally ready to believe that too, man. That would have been funny.
This is why it's very, very important to make sure that you reread everything.
Mm-hmm. You know, aesthetically wise, like I can kind of see where this would be a Vanguard card. Like, you know what this reminds me of? Like, this would be like a Vanguard card if it was like a collab Vanguard set, you know? Like this reminds me of like the kind of art they were doing for like Record of Ragnarok or whatever the name of that was, right?
Yeah.
Me on my way to call my entire hand. Yeah, if it was if it wasn't by ability, man, that'd be the funniest exploit ever. You know, people at the tables be doing that.
So what's this last card then?
Okay, so complete combustion. We have multiple Sams. Okay, so this is interesting. We don't even see like any rear guards. Your rear guards are just redacted. You just whatever you want, which I guess it makes our life easier, right?
And then that means that the only way to get multiple Sam names into the order zone would be running max copies of all of these, essentially.
Pretty much, yeah. Vanguard Circle, Energy Blast 3. When this unit is placed, you may pay the cost. If you do, you may choose up to the number of cards of Sam. Okay, so this is a generic overarching effect between the different Sams. So its unique effect is Vanguard Circle, Counterblast 1. At the end of battle, this unit attack. Don't multi-attack. If 3 or more units have been retired this turn, this one doesn't say card effect, so yeah, here it is. Call over.
There it is.
You may stand this card and you just drive -1. However, if 5 or more units have been retired this turn by card effects, okay, he saves it there. Gain +1. It's Special Duke Dragon. It's V-Series Special Duke
Dragon.
Oh god, please, chat, don't call it my avatar. Why does it... Youthberg can only attack twice at the Vanguard, right? But bro, Sam be like, I'm gonna go 3 times, I'm gonna get extra power, I'm gonna get the drive back. Like, keep in mind, right? Oh wait, you know what's crazy about this? This isn't once per turn.
Oh fuck!
Keep CBing, bro. Keep doing it.
Oh, it's not once per turn. Let's not once return.
No. Yeah, that's game over, bro. Imagine doing this on the Grade 2 Vanguard, right? Like,
Can I take a look at the set order again? I want to double check something.
Yeah, I think I got it right here. Good luck reading it.
I want to double check something with this again. Yeah. So.
Oh, they all get that retire skill, by the way. Not only do they
Yeah.
all get that retire skill, they also all get that 5,000 power, and they once you get to enough Sams, they also all get like what's his name? Discorda, the Discorda guard restrict.
Yeah. And you can get 2 Sams into the order zone
From the Vanguard.
just by riding your Vanguard.
From the Vanguard. Yeah, that's it. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do.
So, by your 3rd Grade 3 turn, you are going to be getting like 5 attacks off. Not even 5 attacks, plus 5 attacks from the Vanguard off. With them having guard restricts, and an extra plus 10k from Persona, and then plus 10k from the Order. Wow.
That's wild.
And it's also Brancate with the Brancate OT, with all those drive checks as you restand.
Oh yeah. Imagine the restander, right, where it gets like the 2 million plus, and then like the double crit, and then like it keeps restanding. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And it gains a drive every time it restands. So it goes from just being twin drive to triple drive to quad drive to quint drive.
Bro, that asset, for whatever reason you want to throw, the way you do it is that like you just like keep getting drives and take yourself out. Not that your opponent would ever survive it. I mean, technically there is like you have to keep counterblasting one to do it, but like we have Bulba Mine. Like, let's remember, we have Bulba Mine.
Yeah. That's
like there's no archetype restrictions here. You can play whatever you want. Yeah. Okay. So the dude who made this, right? Like, look, Gio, we're making a lot of fun of it right now. I think your idea is sick, though. I like the idea of her swapping into like the armor itself and whatnot. It's somewhat reminiscent of the Cardian form changes that we saw earlier, and I gave that crap a 10 out of 10. And I think you have like a pretty similar cool theory here. It just does too much. Right, so I feel like
it does too much, and it doesn't have enough restrictions.
Right, not enough restrictions, and like I feel like one of the big like cardinal sins. Right, yeah, like I think even with the once per turn, it restanding again because you're already inherently multi-attacking. Doing a triple Vanguard attack with these kind of effects feels a little bit too much. I feel like you shouldn't have it be an extra Vanguard attack. Needed some sleep that night, bro. Yeah, that was wild. Hit the 8, hit them this 8 drive, yeah, drive 8 pass turn response. yeah, the concept I liked, right? Like,
we love the concept, we do.
Yeah, I think it would be cool if like the different Sams as well like had like weaknesses and strengths to them, so that you had like honest to god versatility with it. Like you have like one of each Sam in this order zone, and you pick the Sam that you think is best for the scenario, right? Like then you've got like a really good thinker of a deck there. So that's what I would like suggest looking at it. But hey, man, so far it's got a start to it. That's for sure. All right, let's get on to the next one. Lazy Dragon. For standard format, ideas for the upcoming season of the anime. All right, cool. Let's see. Heck yeah, you gotta sleep. Yeah, hey, see y'all, Ayaka. Thanks for showing up, bro. It's bro be living halfway across the world. You got a totally different time zone from us. What's that for? What would it be for him? I don't know. All right. These cards are for standard format and are some ideas for the upcoming season of the anime. Hey, no problem, bro. I'm glad to give the feedback. What was the Hero S deck from Crazy Flame the other day that did suiting up pretty well? Yeah, that was Cardians, I think. Cardians was, if I remember correctly, like that one was doing pretty dang good. Counter Sanctuary, Trailblazing Owl, Ride Line Starter, Justice Seeker, Bamira. Okay, so Trailblazing Owl is just the starter. So this grade 1 here, auto on the Vanguard Circle, and this unit is wrote upon by Hammer, Judgment, Thebor. Yeah, definitely Counter Sanctuary. Search your deck for a Judgment Temple Hall Daza order and set it in the order zone. Shuffle your deck. Okay, so it gets you the set order, and that's about it. So let me go ahead and scroll down to the set order ahead of time. Hall Daza. Set 1, so it's a grade 1 set order domain domain expansion. Okay.
I mean, if there's ever going to be a subtype for Keter, that sounds about right.
Play this with EB3. Gain a justice counter on this card. You know what's funny about this? This reminds me of I'm not sure how many of you guys know about Build Divide, right? It's an up and coming TCG by Aniplex. It's JP right now only, right? They haven't gone global with it, but one of the more popular decks that was in that anime, it actually had 2 seasons of an anime, if you could believe it, right? It was called the Judgment deck, and it gained judgment counters, right? So I hear this and I think judgment counters, right? And I can imagine the coin like being flipped onto the scales, because that's how they like showed the judgment. So you got justice counters. Auto during your turn.
That's where your weeb mind went.
Yeah, that is definitely like the weeb brain rot is like real with this one, Maz.
You see, when I heard justice, I was thinking of Ace Attorney.
Objection! Energy Blast 4 or no pass. No pass go. Counters, another cost I'm going to forget. Oh, no kidding. Well, it depends if it's a cost or if it's just a condition, right? Auto during your turn, when the unit is placed on your rear circle by an effect, gain a justice counter on this card. That's not once per turn. And this is Keter.
Okay.
And this is Keter. Okay. That's trippy. Axe. Once per turn, costs Counterblast 1. Target a critical trigger from your drop zone and add it to your deck. Shuffle your deck. Once per turn.
Okay, so once per turn...
Divine Skill Hatsuno.
Okay, so once per turn, return a crit to the deck, and every time an effect superior calls something, gain a justice counter.
So far, it's not so bad. I think the crit putting back, like, for a whole Counterblast, assuming Counterblast is actually a touchy subject, I think that's fair. I also thought of Ace Attorney. Okay, cool. So definitely what I'm talking about is way more niche than that. The Ace Attorney is a way more based comparison, not gonna lie. All right, so now we've got, like, the Judgment Temple in our mind. Let's think about that, right? So now we know it's relatively easy to get Justice counters, and we will almost always start with 1, although cost energy for it. So the Grade 2, Hammer of Judgment Theber. Auto on the Vanguard Circle. When this unit is rode upon by unit with Glamorana, and its card name, call this to rear circle and soul charge 1. Alright, fair enough. It's like a Ventesta type skill. Auto on the rear circle. When this unit attacks a Vanguard, if you have a Vanguard with Glamorana in its card name, I'm just going to call it Glam from now on. You may Energy Blast 3, gain a Justice counter on Judgment Temple Haldaza in your order zone. Gain, still waiting a new game for them. Yeah, fair enough. I think it's been a while, huh? Gain 5,000 power until the end of this battle. Okay, so you Energy Blast 3 to gain a counter, and then you get 5,000, and it's when it attacks. It's not a once per turn, but there's no restanding to it yet, so that doesn't seem bad. This is definitely a valuable rear guard to have on the field, right? It reminds me of the Unica ride line, right? Where you would like call the Grade 1 and the Grade 2. Now this one's only the Grade 2, but they were actually very valuable. I guess a better comparison would be the Soliron ride line, right? Like the Soliron Grade 2 is a very valuable card that helped get you going. Destined 1 of Justice, Glamorana. Well, now we know it's actually going to be the Destined 1 of Protection, Alden, yay, but this is before. You have to go second to play the order, or wait, so it's fine. Yeah, like when you play the order, right, the Grade 1 sets it for free, so you don't have to play this with the Energy Blast 3, right? Scarlight's right about that. It's just that
any extra copies have to be played like that.
Right. And then from there, and what this means then is you're probably not going to be playing Biscottis, because you'll probably want to be gaining your Haldazas, which, by the way, multiple Haldazas will trigger on a superior call. So let's say that you had 3 of them in there and you superior called off Caper. That would be 3 Justice counters for you. So we'll see where Justice counters go, because we haven't seen any merit from it yet. The Vanguard's going to inform us, like, if it should be that easy or not. So, the Destined 1, auto on the Vanguard Circle once per turn. When this unit attacks, you may spend 3 Justice counters from among your set orders. Okay. Look at the top 3 cards of the deck. Choose from among them a Grade 3 or lesser unit to call to rear circle. Then choose a card from among them. The rest to place on the top of the deck. The remaining cards go to the bottom. So, okay, you call 1, stack 1, bot deck 1. Or bot deck 2 if you don't want to.
So, it's Fenrir.
Yeah, it's
almost Fenrir. It's never fucked up still. Calling.
Yeah, it's like Minerva, but instead of solo, it goes to the field. This and cost is put on a card that's not going to be paid have all the time. Yeah, that is trippy, right? Like, here's the thing. He's right. It is free. The reason why it's free is because Haldaza, like, is stacks, right? So once you get like 3 Haldazas, When you spend 3 justice counters, right? Which you're going to get them because each of them gives you one. So you spend the 3 justice counters they gave you. You call, and then each of them will activate and give you back 3 justice counters. So it's free. It's a free deck stack and superior call when it attacks. That's Auto on the Vanguard Circle. When you reveal a critical trigger during this unit's drive check, you may Soul Blast 1 and give an allied unit. That's new.
Allied units.
That's so janky, bro. 5,000 power until the end of the turn. So you can Soul Blast to give 5k to. Is this thing include itself as an allied unit, or is it just one of your rear guards? I don't know.
Well, it says allied unit on rear guard.
Okay,
so.
It has to be. Okay, good catch, Maz. Good catch. When you real, so that's why you're putting back criticals every turn, right? And your Soul. As we are we playing a different game? Yeah, like at this point, I'm gonna have to start like trying to play Warhammer or something. Okay, no, we'll cop the RC thing too. So you're gonna give a 5k for. Yeah, this is actually a fair effect. I kind of like this. And like this does give a proper justification for why you're putting back a critical for a counterblast, because you want to maintain your critical deck compression, which is a very strong effect, mind you, right? You will probably be checking criticals in this deck the more that you play on with it, right? So when you consider that element, yeah, that's a good effect. Divine Skill. Okay, so that means that on most turns are added to these cards. I know, dude, it's crazy. So you're going to get a free call off top 3 as well as the deck stack, and you can also Soul Blast to give a little bit extra power and reveal a critical trigger. That's, that's a pretty competent unit on its own. Let's see what the Divine Skill does. Act on the Vanguard Circle. If you have 2 or more Judgment Hall Daws that set orders in your order zone, you can counterblast 1. Gain the following skill until the end of the turn. Auto on the Vanguard Circle. When you would look at the top 3 cards of your deck by this unit skill, you may look at the top 5 cards instead and call an additional grade 2 or lesser unit by this effect. Then, if you have at least 2 Justice counters on your set orders, you may spend them to gain Drive +1 until the end of the turn. That's not too bad. Your search radius increases, which is a really fascinating thing to do for a Divine Skill, because your the main effect is like pretty powerful, right? So you just modify your main effect to be even better. You're still only going to be able to stack 1 because of the way that the first skill is worded from the way I'm looking at it, because it says choose a card to place on top of the deck. So you'll call 2, stack 1, bot deck 2. That's how that goes. Or bot deck 3 if you really don't like your options.
And the other thing that I'm seeing here, because that's all in one effect, that means that if you want to get that Divine Skill off before gaining any new counters, you would need at least 5 counters in your order zones then, wouldn't you?
Right. You probably, based on your, depending on how well you can call things by an ability, you could do this on turn 3, or you could wait until turn 4. Either way, like, this actually isn't a very offensive strategy. Yeah, Noel makes a point. It does feel like OTT, right? It's like if OTT leaned more on the Keter side of things with the superior calls and stuff with your deck stacks.
It's like OTT with a little bit of gold.
Yeah, like golds, right? Because it has that search radius to it. It's not deliberate calling, it's just calling off like top cards and stuff. All right. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I think that the justice counters, you have a really cool idea here. Make the counters a little bit harder to come by, though. But aside from your card economy not being very correct, I think you're still having good counterblast, soul blast. Like, these are good costs here, and the concept is wicked. I like that. Some poor cards. Seraphic Sword Grijara, grade 2. Auto on the rear. When this unit is placed on rear circle by the skill of your by your glam, this unit gets 10,000 power to the end of the turn. That's cool. It's only a 10k attacker when specifically you're calling it off skill, so that's nice. During Divine Skill, you can potentially get 2 of these, but you would have to rip both of them off top 5, which is kind of a tall order. So that's a good balance card. On the rear circle, at the end of the battle, this unit attacked. If you have a Vanguard with Glam in its card name, you can put this into Soul and draw a card. Very generic, good skill. All right, cool. That's a really strong skill too, because it basically makes room to where you can then like superior call into an empty rear circle. This is definitely your bread and butter for sure. Foresight Shielder Boltali. This is a grade 2 as well. Out on the Guardian Circle. During your opponent's turn, when this unit is placed on Guardian Circle, you can spend a Justice counter. It gates 5,000 shield until the end of the battle. That's brilliant. I like that. Use your Justice counters for more things. That's cool. Heck, I wouldn't mind if this put in the soul also spent a Justice counter, right? Then like just because it's like at this point, you might as well like pay for the convenience of it. I really like this. It feels a nation standard, which Ketter's feeling. Yeah, that is true, right? Like some like nations like Stoic are really good at like mixing the clans playstyles they're based off of, but Keter hasn't done that as much. I love when people say OTT is different from golds. Both are just a filter for triggers. One actually just has the filter to do it. Well, you know, I gotta disagree though a little bit, because the thing that makes like OTT and golds like a bit different is that like OTT, like yes, there is deck stacking to it. Oh, golds don't generally deck stack. They filter, sure, but they don't deck stack, so you're still like leaving it to the odds. And sometimes golds can actually backfire, because if you look at like say top 3 and then they're like 2 triggers into PG, what you gonna do about it, you know? And that has happened. So the feel of predetermination versus risk and reward, right? Like it feels a bit different, man. But of course there is some amount of consistency from them because they're Keter. What were you saying?
I was going to say, yeah, that, and also the main thing with OTT is that it doesn't do a lot of superior calling. It does a lot of searching from like deck to hand, and does a lot of drawing, but it doesn't really have a lot of ways to superior call from deck, unlike gold.
You know, and that's the thing. They're actually the inverse that way, right? Because OTT doesn't build to field like easily, but it builds to hand really easily. Golds doesn't build to hand hardly at all, but they build to field like a mother effer, which, you know, keeps you from needing to use your hand, and that's the theory behind it, right? Like, you look at something like Ezel, it's all just to the field. Playtesting, use a skill, check top 5, out of top 5, like all the top 5, before the top 5 triggers. Yeah, that can confirm as well, man. Out on the rear, if you have one or more Judgment Temple Halzada, this unit has boost, get intercept in the back row. Yeah, that's cool. Grade 2 booster, you can put it behind your Vanguard, and then it'll be like a nice magic number there. That's nice. Overall,
you guys can put it behind everything in the front row. You can have that just be like your only booster in the deck if you wanted to. And just do it like that, and then like have all of them be able to intercept from the back row. And also, like, because I'm not too familiar with Keter, Josh, maybe you can confirm this. How many generic rear guards in Keter superior call?
So your mileage may vary, because a fair bit of superior calls are beholden on what the Vanguard does, but you do have like a few generic superior calls. The main one in question is going to be Caper, right? Caper has a generic superior call. You can also generically superior call off of the skill of Drilling Angel if you sack with it. However, aside from those are your main superior calls. Like the ones that are most like typical, right? Like yeah, Draz is right. You have like 3, right? A lot of other like Keter effects that we're seeing these days revolve around converting field to hand, right? We're talking about things like Sargown, Cadewalla, Painkiller Angel, and like those ones being generic, but they just convert like field to hand. They don't actually like superior call, so there isn't that much superior call. It does mean though that okay, one superior call you can do that's generic is this one's only active on Persona, because you can do whatchamacallit, Biscotti, Alden, right line. Oh yeah, Topaz as well, right? Yeah, so like Scarlight has a good like list there, but yeah, add Biscotti onto that, because on Persona you can EB3 or Counterblast when call off top 3, right?
Okay. Because I was asking, because I feel like these cards' power level really depends on how well you can superior call outside of the Vanguard's effects.
Right.
If you only got like the handful of options, honestly, I think these cards are pretty well balanced.
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of inclined to agree, right? Because even though the economy of it is like pretty like simple and straightforward with like the with your not tokens, with your counters, the value that you get off of it is not really that much above the baseline Keter value anyway that we see these days, a lot of Keter decks. So you know what, yeah, like low effort, low reward, you know? Like I can kind of dig that. It leans in more heavily on the consistent nature of the nation to propel it forward. That's cool. I don't mind that. You know what? Yeah, I'd probably give these guys about like a 9 out of 10. I think make your counter economy a little bit more impactful, and you'd hit the 10 out of 10, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, it's another Faden. I think this has been reposted like 3 or 4 times. Okay, Zealous Ideal March 31. That kind of feels like it's a generically generated, like a randomly generated name, but it could not be. Quick thing, nothing here is balanced. Well, you don't say. Okay, well, Okay. You know what? I like that. I like that he's being honest about it. So there's some. He's like, you know what? I want flavor. That's cool. It punches little but very often. Will never really run out of steam. Fits Cutter very well. Yeah, that's cool, right? You know, like you're kind of like Rocky, right? You're in there for the endurance game in the ring. Oh boy, here we go.
And someone asked why is Hikari the Dark States Destined one? Because during the normal timeline, that was her nation that she played online.
Right. Plus, in lore, the Liel Odium, right? When she became Liel Immortal, right? Liel is actually a Gear Chronicle unit, right? So the idea is that she reverts back to her true origins as a Gear Chronicle, which is the Dark States aesthetic. So I think that's why we've got edgy Dark Angel waifu. Which
she was only Keter when she came from the future. Normal modern day, just got out of the hospital. Hikari, she's Dark States all the way.
Honestly, I think I kind of dig that for her personality a little bit more because she kind of bullies her brother sometimes when they talk. It's sort of funny that it feels like the kind of spite and like intensity that you would see from a Dark States user. Like I'd imagine Suo might do that a little bit, although Suo might be a little bit more clingy than bully, you know. Like I think he might look up talk, you know. But anyway, that's besides the point, right? Let's go read some cards.
Yeah, let's read some broken cardboard.
Imagine she did make its way into cardboard. Some kind of stupid interaction with a card. My bad. All names were inspired by Buddy Fight, the Black Dragon Knights, and their effects play somewhat similarly. Okay, so I can see why he doesn't care about like busted interactions because he's trying to like make true to form Buddy Fight cards. Buddy Fight was wild series. They called Akina pathetic at one point. Yeah. This is mine. That Mickey card I once saw, the created card. That's like, see, I feel like everyone was staring at me during presentation. That's funny. Okay. It revolves around stealing cards from your opponent's deck and cripples their playability. Okay. Link Joker. Also, apologies beforehand for any grammatical errors. I was mostly just going monkey mode writing. Okay, so he doesn't just admit to bad balance. He's also going to admit straight up that this is going to be illegible. That's good. I was also going to make like actual cards, but the website I was using was kind of janky, so I just gave up for my own time and sanity, but I hope you enjoyed the effects. Okay, cool. So I'm sorry to say, Jakob, I guess some people were actually not liking the thing. Oh no. This mill, is this mill but like filtered? If so, then I mean, you know, Bugs might be feeling good. Setting expectations.
Oh no.
And keep your expectations low, and you will never be disappointed, right? But maybe by setting expectations, he can inflate his overall score at the end. We'll see. This deck is inspired by the Cursed Dragons of Buddy Fight, whose playstyle revolves around stealing cards from the opponent by various effects. The deck has an auto win condition, however, an alt win, but I don't know if it's too fair, especially with D. As I think the only auto win is D, and Quintessential Quintuple is Keter. That Calamitous Deuce dude like played that on me once. When this deck I wanted to play around stealing cards, the only deck that plays with it is Seraph. All cards are archetype locked. At least I hope. He doesn't even know. At least I hope. God, like unironically, dude. I love reading this guy. Like he's so straightforward, man.
Starlight, dude, you have amazing writing when it came to these posts.
That's funny. Oh, lore. Is this actually you, Scarlight? Is this you?
Yeah.
Wow. Huh.
Scarlight said that this is their cards.
Oh man. All right. Cool. Wait, was it for Gear Chronicle? Yeah, and that's why she references time a lot. Most basic custom card creator. Yep.
And also why she has the whole binding and then returning to deck mechanic.
Right. And I'm hoping that when we get to Odium's form, that the way I'm thinking of making a theory video, like pretty soon here, where I talk about like my thoughts on what they can do. I actually have like a Google Doc, so who knows? Maybe we feel like it. I can instead just like weave it into here, but I don't know, it depends on what you guys prefer, right? But my theory is that she's going to do an actual time leap, like a grade +1, but she's going to do it by binding a card from the soul. Which is incorporating the Dark States side of things a little bit more. That might be cool. The Cursed Dragons are a race of humanoid abyss dragons created from the destruction of Dragon Tree influence of Blankmire. Wow, we're tying in Blankmire lore into Buddy Fight cards. That is some cross-verse kind of stuff that people can only dream about. Though they appeared only recently, they have originally been abyss dragons for the Shadow Paladins, lying in wait for the day they can fly in the sunlit skies. However, that day never came. Would go more in depth, but didn't want to overload and make it stupid. I understand. Welcome back to Godsman Theory. It's just a theory, a Vanguard theory. That's the judgment made by a Dragon Knight, a black curse of redemption, justice. Black Dragon Knight Gale. Gale the Whirlwind. Okay, grade 0.
Okay, we thought the same thing.
Yeah, I thought two things, right? Like, my brain rot also had Baldur's Gate 3 in it, where I thought of, like, Gale, which is, like, your wizard companion. Assuming you keep him a wizard anyway, but wizard's, like, a based class, even though they die to a gust of wind, or a gale.
Well, once I start playing Baldur's Gate, I'll let you know what happens.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, when you make him a sorcerer, just know, Daddy likes. Watch it be extra turn, but can only activate one skill that turn. This is Gear Chronicle. That'd be great. Oh, like a time skip thing. You know, I can actually see that, right? You know, we should add that. Like, I should add that to the drive, right? Where it's what's his name? Beyond Order Dragon. Okay, so the grade 0 is just the grade 0. Even the most beautiful colors turn black when mixed. Grade 1, Cursed Black Dragon Knight Beals. This feels like what was his name? Beals the Diabolic Dragons. It's a synchro.
Oh, that level 8 synchro monster. Yeah,
the one that like people just throw down and you sit there and realize, wait, I can't destroy this. That's weird. I thought I had something for this. Flavor text: the proud Black Dragon Knight, also known as the Berserker. When this unit is rode upon by Zest. Okay, I wonder what this is based off of. Your opponent looks at the top 5 cards of the deck, then choose up to 2 cards from among them and move them to your soul and shuffle the deck. Wow, you move them to the soul. That's fascinating. I guess I could see why, because it's Dark State. So you're stealing by putting their cards into your soul. Man, it's going to be so funny seeing, like, multiple different sleeves. Like, you're going to have, like, your main deck sleeves, your ride line sleeves, and their main deck sleeves. And maybe even the ride line sleeves. Just all in your soul. Okay. Then shuffle your deck. If one of us removes a soul by this effect, you may draw 1 for each card not added. Ooh, I like the punish, bro. I like the punish. Okay.
Because the opponent has to choose up to 2.
Yeah, so they're like, you know what? I want to keep 1, you take 1. It's like, all right, cool. Auto on the rear during your turn. While your soul has 3 or more cards owned by your opponent, this unit has 5,000 power. Owned by your opponent. Nah, they're owned by you now, boy. You stole them. They're yours. Finders keepers. Zest. Alright, so skill auto. When this unit is rode upon by Cursed Dragon Knight Gale, your opponent chooses a card from their hand and moves it to your soul. Alright,
so just a straight up hand rip.
Yeah, it reminds me of Rosette Pink. Rosette Pink did that, although of course you could like break them out of prison. This one you don't do that. Auto act on the van or rear once per turn during your turn. If your Vanguard has Cursed Dragon in its card name, which includes itself, obviously, Counterblast 1. Your opponent chooses one of their rear cards and moves it to your soul. This unit gets 3,000 power for each grade of the unit put until end of turn. It's cool that they get to put, so like if they're willing to just parse with it, they can just give you grade 1, and this will be a 13k attacker, which is relevant.
Or even better is that if they're anticipating this skill to go off, they can call out a grade 0 and then make it that they put a grade 0 into your soul, so you don't gain anything.
Man, but I don't want to give them Trick Moon. You know,
that's exactly what I was thinking.
You know what? Call Draw Trigger, bro. Call Draw Trigger. Take that. I have that. Okay, that's cool though. I also like the power lines here. It feels like almost G series kind of thing, which may seem a little weird at first, but the power lines actually do feel like somewhat relevant. If you get 3k, 13k attacker, obviously. If you get 6k, then what you do is 6 plus 8 from a booster is 24. That hits numbers. If you get 9k, that's 19, and so. Oh, is my stream frozen? Like, hold on a second. Let me scroll up and down. Is this still frozen?
Doesn't look frozen on my end.
Oh, okay. Then that might just be Logan having some issues. Okay. Cool. Prison in this deck would hate every matchup. Yeah, right? It's like, I want your cards. I want your cards. Give me back. But, like, I mean, Prison would feel so bad because, like, they would actually, like, lose their cards. Whereas, like, the imprisoned ones, the Black Dragon, is like, Counterblast 1. Okay. Take back 2 Zest. Activate skill. Okay, let's go on to the big kahuna. Cursed Dragon Knight Gale. That's the judgment made by a Dragon Knight, a black curse of redemption. I will see the light of day. If you guys ever saw Yu Yu Hakusho, that's like what the ninjas were like. They're like, we want to see the light and crawl from the darkness. Okay, skills. Auto, van, or rear. When this unit is placed, if you have 3 or more cards owned by your opponent, bind 1 card your opponent controls other than their Vanguard face up. This includes set orders, but not crests.
What? Wait, so you can get rid of Prison's Prison?
Oh my god, you can! No, abort! You know what's crazy about this? This is also just when placed on rear too. And then like if you have a way of like writing over and recalling it from the soul of like Lamina or whatever, you can still do this. This is not once per turn. This does not have a cost. It's not exclusive to the Vanguard circle. You just keep doing it. That was crazy, Scarlet. Yo, what are you doing? Bro, are you trying to like, did Gravidia give you a bad day, bro? Did you want to like kill all the meteors?
Oh yeah, you can bind one of the meteors before they get used.
Yeah, right? And it's like, oh, you want to steal my cards by retire? No, just bind the cards that would kill my cards, bro. This deck is so funny right now. Like I like it though. I like the concept, but yeah, this
honestly,
skill,
that is probably one of the coolest control effects that I've ever heard.
Right? You know what would be cool? Like, I think it would be cool if, like, you paid a cost and you, like, nullified their effect that turn, right? And it was, like, a hard once per turn. Like, if you did that, then, like, they don't lose it overall. It's just that you're kind of, like, shutting it down, like, temporarily. That might be cool. Brandon, when the Scarlet rocks up with this guy. Yo, yeah. Like, Orphis Matsby coming, it's like, all right, I'm going to get rid of my orders. And then this guy goes to the JoJo point, like, and now the others. And then no more world orders at all. Done. All your grade 3 world orders for power-ups, gone. Your prison, gone. Freaking Rotovisor's arenas, gone.
Oh yeah, this just fucks over every Brandgate deck, doesn't it?
Every Brandgate deck.
You can bind the Freischutz Maximus.
You can bind... Dude. I just realized, puts in Uriante, waits for a turn. This guy, that turn will never come.
Oh, yes!
Yo, if you're still there, David, doesn't that just sound like such pain? Is he still there?
Yeah.
Is he gone? Oh, man. Yo.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, dude, just place down the Uriante, and it's like, bind, leave. You got your energy charge of your draw. That's good enough, right? I just thought Liel Mora was Rezio's girlfriend or something. Well, I mean, it's kind of... There's kind of a lore going on there. They were beloveds. But, you know, then she died, but kind of didn't. And then Reziel's like, I need to bring you back. And it kind of worked, but it kind of didn't. I don't know. It gets complicated. Yeah, hey, don't worry, Scarlet. We're laughing at it, but we're enjoying it. It's funny. After the Vanguard circle once per turn. During your turn, if your soul has 8 or more cards, that would be funny if it says 8 or more of your opponent's cards. It's like specifically only the stolen ones. Cost Counterblast 1. Look at the top 10 cards of your opponent's deck. Choose up to 3 cards from among them and move them to your soul. Then shuffle. For each grade 1 or above card moved by this effect, okay, from the 10, and you choose. So you're the one who chooses off the top 10. Wow. Witches wish they could have done this during Legion era. Your units in the front row gain power plus 5,000. Whoa. Okay, this one is also another kind of crazy one, right? Because you look at top 3, it's like, okay, so what top 3 cards are we going to get? I'm going to steal your over trigger, your heal trigger, and your sentinel and give 5,000 power to the front row.
But if you're looking at top 10, now you got basically a fifth of the deck that you can choose from.
Right, and it's going to get like even more compressed as time goes on. Yeah, they're John, go read up the lore. Like, go on the wiki and, like, read up on them, right? They explains it a little bit better than I could. They probably should have said top 5. I think even there, right? Like, you should let, like, I think you should keep the top 10, but let your opponent choose. Like, let your opponent choose. Because that way, they don't have to lose their overtrigger because this guy says so. I mean, they already lost their only prison, bro. They don't need to lose their sack OT, you know?
I think either let your opponent choose or make it so that you have to take cards that have different grades.
I think even with the different grades though, right? Like what I said there, right? Just like, let's say you pick 3, right? It's like, all right, so I'm going to take your OT, your PG, and your Persona Ride. That feels so bad, bro.
Okay, yeah, no, you're right. Let the opponent choose.
Let him choose, right? Like, give them choices. That's generally a good rule of thumb, right? Okay, auto on the van. When this unit attacks a grade 3 or greater Vanguard, and your opponent has 4 or more cards than damage. Ooh, Varka Dragress. Cost Counterblast 2. Oh, and discard 1 or more cards from the hand. Move cards from your soul up to the number of cards discarded for this cost, and place them to the top of their respective owners' decks.
Oh! Wait, oh.
Wait, I agree, it's a great compromise, bro, but what? What can you do with this? That is so the win con. Oh, that is so the win con. Soul Charge OT, stack it on top. Yo, bro. Oh. What would you do? Like,
no, not even OT. Just take like a bunch of discard a bunch of cards, stack a whole bunch of just non-trigger units on your opponent's deck, knowing that they don't have a PG in hand, and make it so that you guarantee their damage.
Bro, deadass. Like, make their 6 damage be a critical trigger. If it's anything other than Reziel, that's the funniest thing. It's like, yeah, either you with this is your 6 damage, or you draw for turn and it's a blank.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like this should be a divine skill at least.
A divine skill. I will say you did make it very expensive, and you need to discard a lot of cards in order to keep stacking like that, right? So honestly, I feel like this is probably the most fair effect. Not gonna lie, like it feels like the most fair effect. Maybe add like you already added conditions. They needed to be 4 more damage, and you also needed to be attacking a grade 3 or greater. So which celebrates.
It's one of the other actions. Oh, is it and? It says. And, oh yeah, it's an and. Okay, I thought it said or for a second.
Like this is, I agree, Dabby. This is so creative, right? I like that. I like this one actually has like a really high cost, high condition, but such an absolute reward, right? Like you basically get to predetermine the nature of the RNG for a turn by paying for it. Like, yeah, 100%, bro. That's real. That's a really good effect. Like, don't get me wrong, these two are like kind of crazy. Like, I feel like this one just doesn't need to be there. And this one, change the opponent's choose, but you kind of cooked with this. Like, I feel like this might not even need adjustment, at least for like testing right now, right? Like, it might not need adjustment. Oh, hey, what's up?
Yeah, it does sound like something that would need to be like practiced to find out.
Right, you need some practice. That's pretty fun. When CB3 equals 6 damage. Well, I mean, kind of, right? Like, the thing about it is, you're like, just because you stacked your opponent's deck, right? Like, yeah, you can stack them and you can give them bad cards, which is kind of rough. But you also sort of leave yourself in a vulnerable position, because one thing this deck doesn't do, it doesn't plus a lot. He's not getting a lot of pluses. He's just focusing a lot on stealing their cards, right? So because you're not plussing a lot, that discard.
I mean, the ride line doesn't plus.
Right, the ride line doesn't really plus that much. Not unless your opponent is being really stingy with the grade 1 and then you get to draw 2, then that's an exception. But aside from that, it's like, yeah, you're going to be feeling that. And Dark States in general doesn't, like, it has some amount of plussing, but it's not like an absurd amount of plussing, right? We're not talking about like Keter or Lyrical or stuff like that. Okay, Accursed Night Downpour Zikaron. Let's see. Okay, yeah, you still got a few cards. Let's go. So this is a grade 2 rear. Continuous on the rear, this unit gets 3k power for each card in your soul that is owned by your opponent, active on the opponent's turn as well. Okay, so that's your principal beater. It starts at 5k power though, so that's interesting. So with 1, it's 8. With 2, it's 11. Okay, you know what? I dig that. That's cool, because it can really get out of hand. But you know what it reminds me of? David, you'd relate to this one. What was his name? Like Lycoris or something like that. He was the grade 2 that like was a really big beater for Barrel Magnus, but he started at a low value.
Lilac Rusher?
That was his name, like Lilac Rusher. Yeah, this is like a Lilac Rusher for this deck. That's cool. It's been a while since I've seen an effect like that. Auto on the rear, when this unit attack hits, your opponent chooses 2 cards from either rear circle or drop and moves them to your soul. That's a date. And it has like a really big power to like back that up. That's a dangerous on hit. Continues in the Guardian Circle. This unit is on Guardian Circle, gains 5k shield for every card in your soul that your opponent owns. And don't put in this effect. I think this effect is a little bit too much, especially because when you get to like just imagine you had something modest for your deck, like 4 or 5 cards owned by your opponent. This guy's.
I mean, just the ride line alone gets that much, right? So that's right, like what, 25k shield when you use.
Like honestly, like just give a couple turns to your deck, and you might be having more base shield value than the OT. Like I'm like, yeah. Like just keep him as a beater. I think you had a good concept there. Yeah, that was pushing it, right? Like generally speaking, like if you're putting in like more stuff, it's better if it relates to the nature of your effects. If it's just like a totally like separate thing, it kind of feels like it came out of nowhere, you know. Black Cursed Dragon Knight Lekard. I'll lend you not my chest but my hands this time. Is Lekard a girl? Because if so, that's really sad. Auto rear circle. At the end of the battle, this unit attacked. If your soul has 4 or more cards your opponent owns, cost EB3, stand this unit, and this unit gets 8k power to end of turn. Okay, so let me so stand. Oh my god, EB3 for a stand with 8k. Is that stronger than the Direful Dolls one? I think that's stronger than the Direful Dolls one, right?
I think it is, yeah.
Wow. Auto on the rear. At the end of the battle, this unit attacked 2 or more times with this unit in the soul. The countercharge when this effect is mandatory. Okay. I like the mandatory bit where it gets rid of itself. I don't like the counter charge though. I feel like the counter charge is a little bit unjustified here because you're not really earning the counter charge. Like you got a counter charge for doing a thing that you always want to do as much as you can. Can stack triggers. It's so fair. It's so fair. I promise. Yeah, you can stack triggers. Like, but you have to pay like a really big cost for it. So it's like you can keep doing that all day. And at the end of the day, if you do stack triggers, then like, how are you that much different from Hex aside from the stealing element? You know, I think that part of it balances out. You know, Gale Wings of the Black Curse Dragon Geese. Okay. Skills. Auto on the rear. When this unit boosts, you have a Vanguard Curse Dragon in its card name, it gets 3k power. At the end of the battle, this is the unit boosted, move to your soul. Wow, that actually feels like an almost underpowered skill so far. Continuous in soul, so you just say soul. While you have a grade 3 Curse Dragon Vanguard, this card counts as a card your opponent owns. Ah, that's why you want to do that. I don't think you have problems doing that though, so I feel like that's just a little bit win more, but I guess it makes sense. Auto and soul, if this unit is moved out of soul by the effect of your Curse Dragon card, bind it. So if you have multiple copies in soul, they all stack. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Honestly, yeah, perfectly fine card. Not exactly the most high impact card, but it does add to your gimmick in a meaningful capacity potentially. So yeah, good design there.
Yeah, it does something that the deck wasn't already doing. It adds to the win con. Yeah, it's perfectly fine.
Man, bro, you're wrong for that, homie. That's funny, dude. Y'all see chat what this guy said? He said Manlog would love this deck. No.
Wow.
Manlog would love this deck.
Wow.
I mean, you know, you are right. You know, there's one thing this deck is good at. It's perspective. That's crazy, bro. Ooh. Cursed Bloodline, grade 3, normal order. When this card is played, your opponent looks at the top 3 cards of their deck. Chooses any number of cards from among them and move them to your soul. If Cureless removed your soul, your opponent must choose cards from their hand and move them to your soul, equal the number that weren't moved. Whoa. So you Soul Blast 3 and Counter Blast 1. I forgot. I didn't notice it because it was in italics with the flavor text. So I thought my eyes glanced it over as flavor text. That's wild. So you can get 3 with this one. Now there's no plussing. Technically, you're negging if they give you all 3, then you're negging you're negging 1 for this. But still, considering what you stole, that is crazy. Yeah, we already like scrolled by your stuff, bro. Don't worry. They know about it. Let's see. Cursed Battle.
But with this order, no matter what, you're getting 3 cards into soul. So
yeah, you are. And if the top 3 happens to be like good stuff for them, well, I'm like, yeah, they probably. I mean, they're. What's also wild about it is coughing up. That means that if they like had to cough up the difference, that's a lot of negging for their part. Wow. Yeah, that might be that's a little wild, but at least you're. I mean, Soul Blast 3 doesn't even matter because you just Soul Blast like.
Yeah, Soul Blast 3 doesn't matter because you get that Soul Blast back anyway, no matter what.
Right, yeah. So you just
the only thing that this would do is just filter out your own cards from Soul and just guarantee that your Soul's full of nothing but your opponent's cards.
Kai is sweating, bro. Kai is like, oh no, not the Overlord. Yes, the Overlord cometh. Cursed Battle. Man, like imagine like because considering the aesthetic of this deck, I could see where like Ren would like throw it's like, hey Kai, I think I'm gonna beat you in the season finale again. Maybe should have added a discard cost as well or something like that. Yeah, or like, you know, maybe like a progressive Overlord in your counterblast, right? Where like maybe what you do is you counterblast 1 up to 3. For each card you counterblasted, you look at the top card of your opponent's deck. Your opponent, well, you and your opponent, like your opponent reveals the top card of their deck. So up to 3. If you counterblasted 3, and then you have that choice, right? So you're paying a really hefty CB to get all that, but if there's something they want to keep on top, then you are going to like get a neg out of them for it. Maybe that would be better. Yeah, especially because then like you can justify a little bit of that countercharger going for it, right? Like there you go. Like that would be cool because it adds. It sort of is in theme with your Vanguard, right? Because your Vanguard discarding more cards in order to like stack more cards, you're progressively hurting yourself more to hurt the opponent more, which is so edgy. It feels so in theme. Okay, so Cursed Battle is a grade 3 set order. Play this card with Counterblast 2. When this, yeah, that's more Counterblast. All right.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, this deck is very counterblast heavy. I think we might have to agree now that the mandatory into soul to countercharge might be a necessary thing for this deck.
Yeah, because now, like, especially if you did the change to the order there, that normal order to make it counterblast, but like, yeah, like at that point, then you're having this really big like twee and law with it. That feeling with the MC can't get miracle anything to survive. Oh man.
Oh, I feel
Rezael,
called out. What the fuck?
Man, Rezael, bro. Well, no, MC as in main character.
Oh, I thought that meant Mega
Colony. Nah, you're Mega Colony.
Damn, I felt called out with
you,
that one.
So when it's played in the order zone, draw a card. All right, fair enough. So break even. Autumn the order zone. At the start of your battle phase, you can Soul Blast. Call one Cursed Dragon unit from your drop to an open rear circle. All right, you're investing a hard dunk on miracles. You're investing a hard CB2, but then you can Soul Blast to get more. That's cool. Autumn the order zone twice per turn. Ooh, haven't seen those very often. When your grade 3 or greater Cursed Dragon Vanguard attacks, your opponent chooses one of their rear cards and moves it into your soul. Ooh, so you can. Let's see, for counter...
Wait, is there a way to restand the Vanguard?
No, his Vanguard is just attacks once. That's it. He has a restanding rear guard, but not a Vanguard.
So wait, so how would you get this off twice per turn?
That's a good question. Hey, Scarlight, you have any idea about that? Or were you just intending that it would choose 2?
Or was that a
future support? Okay, so he was future proofing it. Okay. Fair enough. I think you could probably make it like I feel like you could probably like make it a once like do you have to make it? I guess what you could do instead is a once per turn and they choose 2. Like you could do that instead. It's more to the point. I know that just means you only have to attack once, but what that means then is you don't incentivize restand in like this deck because you don't really need a Vanguard restand. You got a good like strong multi-attack for the rear guard. This was fun to make. I don't know if it's overpowered, underpowered, see your opinion on it, but judging from the fact it's submitted very late, highly doubtful. Oh well. I don't know about doubtful, bro. We hear, right? We talking to each other about it. Yeah, I think this is overall you did some really interesting stuff with it. Now, of course, there is some stuff that is like hilariously bad for the opponent that I don't think should be here. Like this first skill, like fundamentally changes the landscape of Vanguard, which is wild. But you also have some really genuinely interesting concepts here, right? I like this third skill a lot. I also like some of your support cards, right? Like this Lilac Rusher kind of card. I like the idea that you can have like the top 3 get in, but if you're like making it more counterblast and they get a choice from the hand, there's a lot of ways that your opponent can respond to you, which makes it good. It doesn't feel like you're just there bludgeoning them to death, right? So there's a lot of potential here. Overall,
yeah, it's a really cool archetype.
What would you rate it out of 10, Maz? Because I'm a little torn on a couple different numbers here.
So just from what's here, like not taking in any of the suggestions that we laid out to like errata the cards, just with what's here, I would probably give these a 7 out of 10. Just based off of like I said, what we have here. Like, yeah, there's a couple of things here that are like insanely broken, but at the same time really cool and like kind of makes me want to see them in action at least once before erratas I get like put in place
or something. Yeah, or like heck, even if we did do erratas, I think the erratas might just like make it feel less like unbearable for the opponent, so we can like keep that because the people will have to play against it, not just with it, right? Any custom
like it actually feels kind of interactive because it's like you are forcing your opponent to make these decisions when it comes to like how strong do you want the attacks coming at them to be because of what they're giving you in the soul.
Yeah, and it's a double-edged sword, right? Because you're also having to like pay more costs in order to extend the gimmick more. So you're hurting yourself to hurt them, which is the definition of spite. Yeah, I'd probably give it somewhere around like a 7 to an 8 out of 10 out as well. Like very strong concept. Some stuff that needs like changing, of course. But honestly, given like your little preface here of it's going to be unbalanced and the grammar's going to be bad, this was surprisingly above board compared to a lot of what we've seen, man. Like don't you worry about that. Okay, Ari Xenis. Okay. A lot higher than I expected. Yeah, no kidding, right? Like I feel like some people like worry about it, but man, when it comes to customs, it isn't just about like the nitty gritty. Like we're not here being like, oh, this is not correct card text, minus half a point. You know, like you're the librarian from Monsters Inc. Or you know, it's not like that. You know, we enjoy the fundamental stuff a lot more than like the real nitpick particulars. Like I wouldn't even like reduce a point if someone like forgot to put a period or had a little bit of a grammatical error, right? Like who even cares? Okay. Only found out.
As they say, we are our own worst critics, right?
Yeah, no kidding. Ermiger. Ermiger. Ah, okay. Ah, alright. We got sorceresses, ayo pog, sorceresses. Cool. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards to go over. Okay, cool. Let's get on that. So this is grade 1 Diaflex Sorceress. When this unit is placed on, it's a triple rare for some reason. I don't know why you would make this triple rare.
I think that's just the default rarity for any of the cards that you make on the custom card site.
Yeah, that's fair, right? Freaking, when this unit is placed on rear circle other than during the battle phase, if you have a Vanguard with Sorcerer's card name, cost counterblast 1, put a card from hand on the bottom of the deck. Hey man, yeah, but I mean, even balance aside, as long as you keep it interesting and flavorful, bro, you're gonna get way higher marks for that, Scarlight. And you did make some really creative stuff. I appreciated what you had there.
Yeah, it's important for cards to be balanced, but at the same time, if the cards are fun, you'll get a pass as well.
Right, because like a card, like you can have the most fair card in the world, but if it's not interesting, who's gonna play it? And like, if the point of the game is joy, then the deck which gives joy should be superior to the deck which gives like the fair balance. Not to say that these things are mutually exclusive, though, right? Like, let's remember that. Sorry, I think I over talked to you there, Maz. Anyway, let's get on this. Counterblast. So when it's placed on rear and then during the battle phase, Counterblast 1. Put a card from hand on the bottom of the deck. Look at the top 4 cards of the deck. Choose 2 unit cards from among them. Reveal them. Put 1 into the hand. Put the remaining cards to rear circle. Put the rest on bottom deck in any order. Wow. Okay, so it is a Counterblast for a +1, but you're also hand filtering a bit. That's a powerful skill. Auto on the rear circle when your drive check reveals a trigger, you get 5,000 power in a turn. This does feel like a couple other cards that Hex Orb already had access to, you know? Like, it feels in line with what they do.
Yeah, the thing about this that I found interesting is, you know me, Josh, you know how I love using standard cards in Premium. This, alongside Goddess of the Sun Amaterasu,
could
set her up. If you see 2 copies of her, it gets 1 to the field, which you always want. You get 1 to your hand in case the one in the field gets removed, but triggers both of them because they're being revealed from deck. So now you can bind 2 cards from your deck to give your Vanguard 20k and 2 extra crits.
Oh, yeah, and Ichigashima works the same way too, right? So even if it's not just her, Ichi's... Oh, that's brilliant, man. It's freaking phenomenal.
And you could do all that for just a counterblast and a bottom deck.
You know what, bro? Not gonna lie, bling bling aside, like Dobby you were talking about, maybe it does deserve to be triple rare. Golly. Okay. Tandem Square Sorceress. You know, I will say this actually does feel like the name, like real names here. That's one underappreciated thing about customs is when like the names and flavor text actually do feel real. You know, that's cool. It adds to the immersion. So this is a grade 1 auto the Vanguard Circle. At the end of your turn, if this unit was placed on Vanguard Circle this turn, reveal a grade 3 with Hexa Orb in its card name without Divine Skill from Ride deck. Without Divine Skill. Search your deck or hand for a unit card with Hexa Orb in its card name. Put it in your soul. If you search your deck, shuffle your deck. If you put a card from your hand, draw a card. If you put a card in the soul, you get during your turn. The power increase if your trigger effects get 5,000 power. If you have a Vanguard with Hexa Orb in its card name with Divine Skill, it gets 10,000 instead of 5,000 until end of fight. That is ludicrous.
So here's the thing about this, right? Is that it makes Aquamarine immediately live, right? Because I think you need a grade 3 Hex Orb and Soul for her effect, if I remember correctly.
I think you had to have Persona Red. Let me check.
Okay.
Yeah, like let me look up Hexa Orb Aquamarine. Let's go Vanguard card list. Yep. Never far away in my search history, being what I am. So Aquamarine was a set 10 card, I think. Let's check. Yeah, there you are. Is regarded as Hex Orb if you Persona Road. Yeah, there's nothing here that requires a grade 3.
Okay, I was misremembering then.
Still though, that's wild. Yeah, this probably yeah, this ain't chill though, right? Like, yeah, like not stride restricted. That's the thing, right? Like this isn't even a discard. Because you reveal a grade 3 from the right deck, right? And if you choose a card from the hand and put it in the soul, you draw a card, it says. So it is effectively a free way to get a plus 5k or even 10k to all of your trigger effects. Like all of them. Which means if you hit a front trigger, as most Hexorb players are inclined to run, that's 20k. Subboard
Also,
Werewolf.
I just realized as well, is that there's no once return on this effect. And it says until end of fight and not just end of turn.
You know what you could do? Yeah, if you play like main deck copies of this, if you're willing to wait a turn, you can rewrite this and then use this end of turn skill again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's you the player get this until end of fight. Wow. And this is a common. He made this a common, and this is the triple rare?
Okay.
Oh my lord. I mean, the one thing we can give it credit for is that you can't use this in premium because you will not have a right deck. But wow, what a small consolation prize of this thing. That's crazy, yo. Okay, great. We skipped to the grade 3. Is there a grade 2? There is a grade 2 and there's a grade 3. Okay, so we'll just go down in the order they gave it to us. Keep it simple.
Yeah.
Okay, Destined 1, a duality. I can't pronounce that sorceress. So it's not a Hex Orb. And continues on the Vanguard Circle during your turn. If your soul has 2 or more grade 3 cards at Hex Orb and they're different card names, this card is also regarded as Hex Orb, and all of your front row units get 3,000 power for every 2 triggers in your drop. Okay. That's really trippy. You're playing Hex Orb, but you're not playing Hex Orb. So I guess that's why the grade 1 does what it does. You take the non-divine skill 1 in the right deck. You're taking the divine skill 1 from the deck. You're putting them together, right? You put in like Aquamarine, maybe regular. You put them together. This thing counts as a divine skill, Hex Orb, because it's going to get the name. And then it's going to give front row plus 3k for every 2 trigger units to drop. Not going to lie. This Pinot Noir would love this kind of skill, bro. You know, like V-Series Pinot Noir. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know what, Flareblade? Let me try to pronounce that. Apirotrist. Apirotrist. Neat.
Apeirotrist? Apeirotrist? Apeirotrist?
It sounds Greek as frick, right? It's like trying to pronounce it like pronounce Riley or something. Auto on the van. At the end of the battle, this unit attacked it. This battle's drive checks revealed a trigger unit. Yeah, what an if. Cost Soul Blast 1. Choose one of your rear guards to stand it. If they reveal 2 or more Soul Blast 1, stand this unit and increase or decrease its drive to 1 until end of. It's on a once per turn scale. Is if you reveal 2 triggers constantly, you can keep restanding the Vanguard and going again.
Well, you reduce your drive to 1 though. So unless you get a way to give it an extra drive on the second swing, which I don't think there is a way to do that in Keter, right?
Wait, hold on a second. Divine Skill, act Vanguard Circle once per turn, counterblast 1, put a trigger other than the over trigger from your dropped on top of the deck, and this unit gets drive plus 1 until end of turn.
Never mind then. Never mind.
Actually, hold on a second. It says reduced to 1. Never mind. Even that won't do it. Okay, that won't do it.
Well, that means that you could just keep on doing that. So the divine skill happens. So you can at least get 3 swings out of this, then, right?
Well, no, because let's say, so you use axe skill, it gets triple drive, it triple drives, gets a couple triggers, right? It's Soul Blast 2 to stand a rear guard in itself, and then its drive is decreased to 1 regardless, right? And since the drive that it gained is just like a static benefit from the axe skill, you can't regain that.
Okay.
So, okay, he balanced that aspect of it, but still, this is a really crazy multi-attack. So you'll get 4 drives. So for the price of a counterblast and a couple soul blasts, you'll get 4 drives, 5 attacks, and you'll get a ton of power to the front row. You know, I gotta say, the balancing here is kind of nice, but a part of me feels a little confused by this, right? like the divine skill is cool. I think the divine skill of stacking the trigger other than the OT and then getting the drive is kind of a nice concept, but just the basic beatdown bludgeoning of it just feels kind of uninspired and just sort of what Aquamarine does anyway, which feels like it didn't even necessitate the origin of this kind of custom in the first place, you know? Like why would we want this? It's
The only thing that I could really think of is doing what we were saying before and making it so that we get plus 20k to the triggers for the entire game after riding into this. That's the only thing I could think of that would like facilitate wanting to do that whole combo.
Yeah, like don't get me wrong, it's probably stronger than Aquamarine, right? Like it is going to be stronger than your Hexa Orbs with almost no doubt. But my issue is that's like it's just more of the same. It's like why even release a card like this, you know?
Yeah.
It's weird. Okay. Let's see. Magic of Spring Breeze, Kaze Rudu. Okay. I don't know what Rudu means in Japanese, but I know Kaze is wind. Act on the rear. If you have a Vanguard with Hex Orb in its card name with a Divine Skill, put this unit to Soul. Choose one of your Vanguards. It gets triple drive, and this unit's drive cannot increase from card effects until end of turn.
Wait.
So that... I mean, it gives you back a drive, but because you can't increase from card effects, you can't
You won't be able to get quad drive.
Right. That seems to be the way that they've worded this. So that's interesting. You're it's kind of like Sequana, if you will, but it still works with the second skill to where the second skill will just decrease it to one drive anyway. Because it'll just overwrite your triple drive. Okay. That's kind of nice, especially because you're having to just get rid of this card in order to do it. It does feel your soul, though, so it makes it a little easy, but I think that's fine. I think that's not a bad effect. Auto on the soul. At the end of the battle, your Great Theory Greater Vanguard Sorcerer sends card name attacked. If the battle's drive checks reveal 2 or more cards and did not reveal a trigger unit, remove this card, choose one of your rear guards, and stand it. Oh, that's kind of dangerous, though. So if you hit no triggers, this thing will, like, give you... I mean, it gives you a safety net, which is kind of fun. I feel like... But I feel like then Hexa Orb just can't fail, which feels weird. It feels like that shouldn't be what Hexa Orb is, right?
Yeah. And again, remember, like, if we're also, like, again, if we're looking to premium applications with this card, this basically, yeah, like, now with this, if you play OTT, play Hex Orb as your main Vanguard, throw this in, just stack 3 normal triggers, cool, now you get a 3 standing rear guard. It's just weird.
Yeah, that's a weird one. Of course, it says you couldn't have revealed like a trigger unit. So that means if you completely whiff, you get to do it, which maybe is a little bit. I guess it's not the worst thing because then you'd have to forego no triggers, which means that if you don't like have triggers, then the power isn't that much there. But you're still getting like plus 20k power, and then all the.
Also, another thing I just realized: use this alongside of Momo, the OTT Stride Momo as well.
Right. A Momo can go again. Oh, you know what's funny about that? Yeah, because it says that battles, right?
Yeah. And this isn't locked to a divine skill Hex Orb either. It's just anyone with sorcerers.
This is I don't even know how to judge this card because it's like it's only activating on such a worst case scenario, but it's turning a worst case scenario into a pretty good scenario anyway. So like I don't know if that's good or bad. that's hard. Huh.
Yeah, it's weird, but like I get what they're going for, right?
Yeah, it's a fail safe, you know. That's what we seem to understand it. It's a fancy stack type. It's fair, y'all. They will run out of triggers eventually. Yeah, I'll also run out of damage to give eventually. Let's see. Eco some more Sorceress. Auto, when this unit is placed on rear circle, if you have a Vanguard Sorceress as a card name, cost put a trigger unit from your drop in your soul. Countercharge 1. No. And until end of your opponent's next turn, this unit gets auto in the rear. When your Vanguard is attacked, retire this unit, choose one of your Vanguards. Until end of that battle, it gets 2k for every trigger unit in your drop and 5,000 power.
Wait, so the 5,000 power happens no matter what?
The 5,000 power is for herself. So the 5,000 power is
she gets
from the
500.
skill.
Okay.
Yeah. 2k for each unit in drop, and it's until end of that battle. The defensive skill is actually kind of interesting. I do kind of like that defensive skill, but I think the countercharge is a little bit too easy for you. I feel like
that's just free.
Not only that, it builds soul, which is your most precious resource, and it does it really easily. And if that wasn't bad enough, there's no like once per turn or like you can only countercharge once kind of thing. So you can play down multiple of these and do that. And that's And because, you know, it's a defensive unit, it's probably better than an intercept. That's kind of dangerous. I don't know. Overall, I'd probably give these things, honestly, I think I'm gonna give these things like a 5 out of 10. It's weird. I know that's a really harsh score, but the thing about it is that there's a lot of balancing issues here, and the theme is kind of lackluster, right? Like, it doesn't take Hexa Orb in a very interesting direction aside from your ride line shenanigan that you got going on. And it just does more of the same of what Hexa Orb already does. And I'm like, it doesn't feel like a very fun deck to play, you know?
Yeah, I was going to give it a 6 out of 10, and that's only because I'm also looking at this from a premium standpoint, since I could see some interesting things that you can do in premium OTT with these. But like at the same time, it's like, yeah, it doesn't really make Hex. It doesn't like improve on Hex Orb. It kind of just does the same thing that Hex Orb was doing, plus a little extra.
Yeah, right? Like, I think the one card I do really like, though, like, indubitably, is the Deiflex Sorceress. This first one, like, was also, like, definitely the best one. That's really fun. I think that was, like that's a really cool card. Like, this one it felt in theme, it felt balanced, it felt like it had fresh applications, potentially, particularly in Premium, if you wanted to go that way with it. Like, it felt perfect, and then everything else just kind of went downhill from
Yeah,
there.
Diaflect was definitely a 10 out of 10 card. Everything else was kind of like hit or miss.
Unfortunate, man. All right. Now let's go over through. Well, in light of my coat being destroyed by the return of Jinky, coupled with thoughts. Okay, so he's talking about, like, you know, this isn't going to be the Divine Skill unit of choice, which I mean makes sense. I mean, Divine Skill Hex Orb, like, it could have happened, but I guess it was been like kind of a Copy thing. Let's see.
Hey, there's always chances for shit like that to happen down the line, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Ooh. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, y'all. So y'all talk to Cherokun for a bit while I go do that. Ugh.
Oh yes, pretend like I'm not here. Perfect. So how you guys doing? Everyone good? Everyone enjoying the stream so far? Hopefully. I think the fact the grade 3 with Divine is awkward because if you don't have a name, well, GG is over. Oh yeah, that's right. If you don't have the name, it's like, what are you supposed to do? Ah, but honestly, like, think about it. They could have been worse. Those effects, they were like we said, it was hit or miss, but still, it was like it could have definitely been like way worse or like way busted. So you know, with the way that they were, could have been better, but at least it was like they did try. They did try, and some of them were interesting. Yeah, it has an interesting idea on paper. And yeah, reading custom cards, seeing what people come up with, it's always fun to check out. Got a lot of creative people here inside the Vanguard space, so it's real cool to see what other people have been coming up with. You're scared of trying? Don't be scared of trying. Yeah, go for it. Like, nothing bad will happen if you just try and come up with something. Even if it ends up being the most broken thing ever to be created on this side of the green earth. I mean, every single card game that exists, like every single card game that has existed, the version of the cards that we play with were definitely not the first drafts, right? There was maybe like 1 or 2 or 3, and maybe even like 10 different drafts of that very same card before it actually got printed and sent off into the ethos of the public. So like, just thinking up something, putting it down on paper, and being like, hey, this is what I came up with. What do you guys think? It's probably the best thing you could do because that's just the first draft. And as Hemingway has always said, the first draft of everything is shit. The last card, Revan Guy. That last card, Revan Guy, is going to be on my skull if it's bust. The last card, Revan Guy? Oh, is that someone on Reddit? I mean, I don't know who that is, but like I said, it's like you can always improve on the card and like edit it after hearing what other people think. Because a lot of people like this is the best thing about like doing this is that because we're reviewing them, there's always like a chance to just improve on them, edit them, and try to make them better than they once were. Or if they're too strong, make them worse than what they once were.
No
Welcome
need,
back.
I am back. I am ready. I am ready for action. What we got going on in chat? Scared, try, go for it, Red.
I'm just trying to encourage Red Simpson here to make their own custom card.
Oh, cool, yeah, man. Freaking, yeah. I mean, you won't make it in for this time around, so you got time to like develop it or whatnot. But like, you know, watch us review these, and you can kind of see how these things work, right? You know,
And even if you like think it's going to be like broken or bad, just remember Hemingway said the first draft of everything is shit.
Man, if you saw some of the review seasons that we did prior to this, especially the first one, God, some of those cards were crazy, bro.
Dude, like even the card that I submitted this time around, the version of that I submitted was probably like the third or fourth draft of that card before I actually thought it was good enough to submit.
Right again, like yeah, bro, and you'd be doing those for a while to get to that point. Okay, so recently I found out this was a thing, so I figured I'd show some of what if fated ones I made for a fanfic I'm writing. Basically, my interpretation of Hikari's fated clash in the Divine's alternate future. That's a cool lore. I know it says 2 themes, but one of them is generic, kind of. So I technically have 3. Hope it's worth the exception. How is generic? Get that later. Okay, so it just all depends on how much you're inputting, right? Okay, so you've got you got a lot. So let's go ahead and not do all of that. Let's go ahead and let's see. This is one I can do. Yeah, let's do the first couple batches and go through it. Okay, so Acrolophorex, used in effect by a character I can only describe as Larry from Pokemon, who wishes to get a stable living and job. The deck playstyle being a Narukami's style retire and bind deck that is meant to have synergy with Dino Dragon cards, who has divine skill that grows stronger the more damage you take. That's
so
interesting.
A combo between Narukami and Tachikaze?
Not gonna lie, I feel like some people like this is somewhat similar to that strategy we were looking at earlier with the judgment counters, where it like combined OTT and golds in a way. This also feels like it's gotten stuff. That's cool. I feel like you can have some overlay there, especially if you're doing some self-inflicted stuff. Ride line grade 1. Names are not final, obviously. Okay. Auto, when this unit is ridden over by the Ride line grade 2, search your deck for 2 grade 2 or less Sino Dragon normal units, bind one of them and call the other the rear circle. That's a powerful skill, but I like it. Ride line grade 2, when this unit is ridden over by grade 3 with Acrophalorex in its name, counterblast 1. Choose a card in your bind zone. Add it to your hand. Then soul charge 1. Then choose a card from your opponent's drop and bind it. All right, yeah. So that is a +2. That is a +2 ride line for sure. Gets you some soul. Also builds up the opponent's bind. Yeah, all seems above board here. I like it. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Let's go, bro. That's what I like to hear. Fated one of endless craving. Acrolophorex.
I love that name.
That name actually feels great, right? Like it feels like a dino kind of name. It eats, it hungers. What was his name? Agrios. The Agrios cards from earlier in the season were kind of like that. When this unit attacks a Vanguard, cost Soul Blast 2. Choose a rear guard from each player's rear circle and retires it and binds those cards. This unit gets 2,000 for every card in each player's bind zone. Oh, okay, cool. So for the price of a Soul Blast 2, you and your opponent both get 1 bound, and then you're getting a boatload of power, potentially, depending on the bind zone. Yeah, it's a really cool, stable kind of ability. Out on the rear, when this unit is placed on rear, that's fascinating. If you have a Fated 1 Vanguard, cost Counterblast 1 and send any number of cards from your bind zone to the drop zone, and this unit gets 5,000 power for every card sent. If you sent 3 or more, this unit gets critical +1. Wow. Honestly, this dude might actually be more dangerous as a rear card than a Vanguard. Isn't that so weird?
Yeah, depending on how easily you can accelerate your bind zone. Yeah, that's very dangerous.
That's crazy, bro. It's trippy. And that's cool too, because it does mean that like your version of the bind zone is sort of like an economy that you could just like reset and then repeat if you want, whereas the opponent seems to keep like theirs being built upon unless they can do something about it. I mean, if you're playing against a Rezael using Liel or just Liel herself, you might have a hard counter there, but you know there's always going to be stuff like that. You're running the risk if your bind's actually helping the opponent somehow when you play a Naru's like style. This is a cool blending so far. It feels kind of intelligent. Divine skill, auto on the van. When this unit attacks a grade 3 or greater Vanguard, always a cool thing. Counterblast 2 and discard 2 cards. Retire all of your opponent's rear cards. Bind those cards. Then this unit's drive becomes equal to the number of cards in your damage zone until the end of its next battle.
So if you use this at the most optimal time, you'll be using this when you're at 5 damage, and you'll get 5 drives this turn, and then 5 drives in the next turn if you survive.
Right. It is the Purge, isn't it, Flare Blade? Yeah. Like, it's just like the Purge, right? Where you scale, but it's your rears and your damage instead of the opponent's damage. The fact that like you have to pay a lot, but your overall mileage, right, of getting 2 instances of potentially like 5 drives or whatever. Or I get, well, then again, maybe that's not how we look at this, right? Because what if your damage changes, right? So let's say that you went up to 4 and then you use the skill, then you'll be at quad drive twice. A quad drive would make up the difference for the discard 2 cards. So really you're counterblasting 2 for like a little bit more drive pressure, but mainly it's the retire all rear guards. That's not gonna lie, that's a little bit of an expensive divine skill. I kind of like the divine skill conceptually, but I'm like, wow, you'd have to like wait for the right moment for it to be worth it, huh?
There's also one other thing about this divine skill that I think this might be how this works, but is it constantly checking the cards in your damage? Because if you get 5 drives and then your first drive, like if your opponent's at like 3 damage and your first 2 drives are heals, does that mean that you now go down to only having 3 drives? So now you lose out on 2 drives for that?
Ooh, that's a good point, right? If it's constantly checking, then as you go up or down, that's fascinating.
Because if that is the case, I think this effect is actually pretty well balanced in that case.
Right, yeah, you know, and Draw makes a good point. This isn't even the perfect engine either. You're paying a lot of costs, and you're also somewhat beholden to like how the opponent plays against you. Are they giving you a lot of damage? Are they giving you a lot of rears, right? That like this has such strong clapback potential, but that's what it is. It is a
are they giving you a lot of damage, and also are they taking a lot of damage themselves, hoping for those potential heals to come up in the big drive swing?
I gotta say, the lightning dino's kind of cool, bro. All right. Vanguard boosting grade 1. Only one guy gets a name. Side character 2B. Dragon Empire Dino Dragon. Continuous on the route. During the battle, this unit boosted. If you have a grade 3 or greater Vanguard with Acrolophorex in its card name, this unit gets 5,000 power. All right. Oh, this is the 15k booster. Cool. Auto on the rear circle. When this unit boosts a grade 3 or greater Vanguard with Acrolophorex in its card name, this unit gets 2,000 power in a battle. Cost. Send a card from your bind zone to the bottom of your deck and counterblast 1. Choose a normal unit from your hand and call it to an open rear circle, then draw a card. Ooh, that's an interesting multi-attack. Okay. So and because the bind can be I like that multi-attack because using the extra bind for the multi, right? Like you think, well, I mean, you're just kind of like, it doesn't feel as good as Evoke Alchemist, right? Like that multi. But your bot deck stack could be something kind of pog, depending on what you bound, right? I don't know, bro. That seems kind of nice.
Yeah. Like, honestly, yeah, these are pretty good, aren't they?
Looking kind of 10 out of 10 so far. That's wild. We're on to another one already? Oh, damn, yeah. This is 10 out of 10, bro. I just love it. Concept, balance, the idea behind it, all that's amazing, dude. Holy crap. So,
and if you want to get extra bind, you have to use like outside support and nothing else. Like just from these 4 cards alone, none of them do really any extra binding. The only way that any of these actually bind is with the Vanguard effect.
The only thing I feel sad about is that like this just overshadows Dino Marquis like a mother effer.
Oh yeah, unfortunately, but hey, we all have to make sacrifices sometimes, right?
Right, for the greater good, you know. I just that's what I'm thinking of. I'm like thinking like this is Dino Marquis, but with even more guns. He's like that Tachi Stride that brought like a pistol, despite the fact that his back is currently World War III. It's great. Personally,
I will
this
never
is...
not love that.
Oh yeah, he is such a meme, bro. So like, he will always be that meme. It's great. Okay. So let's see what's up. Visith. Visith. Okay. I struggle to remember how to pronounce it sometimes. To be fair, who cares about the other dinosaur? I mean, Dino Marquis has its fans, right? I think in general, it's more about caring about dinosaurs in general. So if they want to jump on the better boat, like, then so be it, right? What's the DE card that's basically a clean sweep cone? Clean sweep cone? That seems weird to me. I don't think there's any DE cards that, like, get rid of, like, 3 of your opponent's cards as a rear guard, right? Especially not to the soul.
No, the only thing is that there's one that retires a column, and that's about it.
Right. The meteor flare one does that. Yeah, look up what you're try to. I don't know what you're talking about, Flare Blade. Try looking that up and then like tell us, right? And then I can put it up on the tab here and we can see what you're talking about. Let's see. So she is a rival. She is used by the rival character, the Fic, who wishes to start off as wanting to basically have power over others unfairly with his selfish clashing with Hikari's selfless wish. Aesthetically, Visith would be the Blaster Dark to Leal Mortis Blaster Blade, as it were, with Visith's playstyle serving as a modern interpretation of the old premium card Still Vampire. Oh, and revolving around forcing your opponent to ride a lower grade on attack until end phase. The Divine Skill then opposes the old style of guarding on the opponent. Oh, okay, so it's kind of like you're kind of like doing the Still Vampire thing. And for those of you guys who don't know, right? Back in the day, the way the Vanguard guarding rules worked was you couldn't guard with a card whose grade was higher than the grade of your Vanguard. So for instance, you're at grade 1, you couldn't guard with grade 2 and graders, which is why if you've ever watched the original series where Still Vampire was used and Aichi became a grade 0, that was quite devastating because that means you can only guard with grade 0s for that turn. That's quite wild. Later on, we would get something similar with the Xerox Dragon at the end of the world, Dust, where Dust would reduce your grade and power to 1, and that was bad because that means you couldn't use the generation card anymore because you need to be grade 3 for those. Okay. Desolate Spark Dragon. That does sound kind of familiar. Let me see what's up. Desolate Spark Dragon. Okay, Desolate Spark Dragon. Auto on rear. When this unit attacks a Vanguard, if your Persona wrote this turn, cost Soul Blast 1. Choose one of your opponent's rear guards, retire it, and this unit gets 5,000 power until the end of that battle. Your opponent chooses 3 normal units from their drop zone and bind. You know, that is cool. You know, it is not... It's too bad that it's not a Dino Dragon. It's a Thunder Dragon. But the bind is definitely... I will say, I will admit, you probably run this anyway because it just turbos out your conditions even better. That's great.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see, grade 1 ride line. Dark State's Succubus. When this unit is rode upon by grade 2 ride line, Energy Blast 2. Look, Dust was so broken. It's original fixture custom. Yeah. Rip Witch Strides getting hurt from that. Oh yeah, the Witch Strides. Like when that happened, there was that one stride that like forced them to be like that really low grade, and they couldn't guard. Now it's like, well, what are you gonna do about it, dude? Energy Blast 2. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck and place any number of cards from your soul, or any into your soul. If you put 1 or less cards in your soul, this effect, choose up to 2 cards from your drop zone, put in your soul, then draw a card. So effectively, you would Energy Blast 2, put 1 off top 4, put 2 from drop, whatever 2 you discarded, which is 3 into soul, and then draw a card for an Energy Blast 2. That's quite powerful. Auto on the soul. When this unit is soul blasted by your unit's ability, counterblast 1, draw a card, and soul charge 1. I like the counterblast to draw. I don't think you should soul charge though. I think that just makes it a little bit like it's too much value for that counterblast. Considering that you're already soul blasting it, which is something you're always going to be doing, it sounds like. Ride line grade 2. When this unit is run upon by a grade 3 with a Visith in its card name, you counterblast 1. Choose a card from your drop zone, add it to your hand, then counterblast 1. If that card was I guess the idea is that it's a separate cost, then counterblast 1 if that card is from Dark States. Why would it not be? I guess for premium. Soul charge equal to that unit's grade. For this turn, the first time your opponent would choose a card from Soul for your Vanguard's effect, they must choose one with the lowest grade. This is a headache.
So let me try to reread this again. So counterblast 1, add a card from drop to hand, then counterblast 1 if that card was a dark states to soul charge equal to that card's grade. So discard a grade 3, counterblast, add the grade 3 back, counterblast 1, soul charge 3.
And then you give them that restriction. I guess considering you're counterblasting twice, right? Then sure, fair, so be it. Auto on the soul. When this unit is soul blasted, countercharge 1 and choose up to 2 cards from your drop zone that don't have the same names as cards that were originally in your ride deck. Put them in your soul. Don't do that. That's a free soul. That's a free countercharge.
That's a free countercharge and a free soul charge.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, so this is how it reads: soul charge 1, countercharge 1. Not even once per turn.
And choose 2 cards from your drop zone that do not have the same name as any cards that are originally in your ride deck.
Yeah, I mean, at least it has that going for it, but still, that's it. This would be a great card to suck into soul with other effects, right? And then boom.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. Just put that back into soul with something else, and then soul blast it out again, and now you can just get more resources out of that.
It is counterblast 2 on a grade 2 ride line player. That's so wicked to me. I guess that's why they're trying to put in the countercharge. But you know what's also something about this countercharge that I feel like is a little like dangerous. This is generic.
It is very generic. Yes, you're absolutely right. There's no restrictions on that whatsoever.
Like, who would ever play the cat, bro? Jet would love this if we didn't have the ride deck roll. Ah, yeah, right. Like Jet would like use the frick out of this.
Fuck, even Barrel Magnus would use the fuck out of this.
Oh man, we're talking about like all the different like soul blasts that you can get, right? Like,
because here's the thing about that: you play extra copies of this in the main deck. Yeah, you just.
It's a powerful bulb.
That's abusable. That's what it is.
That's wild, dude. Wow. Okay.
So. Yeah, I think we agree. It does not need that second effect there.
Right. I think what you should do, right, is Auto on the Soul. When this card is soul blasted by unit's ability, cost bind this card, countercharge 1.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Kalima. It's fixed. It's fixed. Quote unquote. Faded 1 of Declination, Vasith. Van, when this unit attacks, so, okay, this would be an auto. Costs Soul Blast 3 or more cards. Your opponent soul charges 1 and then chooses a unit from their soul at the lowest grade and they ride it. And at the end of the turn, your opponent chooses a card from their hand or soul and rides it. If you soul blast a 6 or more, you choose what card your opponent rides instead. Okay. I mean, you already say the lowest grade, so like chances are that it's probably going to be like a 0 or a 1. So I don't know if you necessarily needed to choose there. Maybe I'm not understanding something about that. That is interesting, but it feels like it's not necessary. Auto on the soul, once per turn. When this card is soul blasted, boy, you have a faded 1 Vanguard. Choose one of your Vanguards and it gets stride +1, crit +1 till end of turn. It's time to play this a Blankmire.
Where's the part of this that says you can only use this effect with this card name once per turn?
Yeah, and also what's funny is that it's whenever it's soul blasted, right? So if you have anything that like soul blast in general, like it'd be a great card to soul blast this with Orions. Soul blast, peep off top 5, and like call something. Oh, what? What?
Yeah.
Oh,
like fuck persona writing. Just go into this instead. Like go into this, get it like all the copies into soul. Just soul blast all 4 of them out. Get them back into soul again.
This
soul
is so.
What the?
Going to ram soul blast 3 crits, 3 drives. That's right. That's right.
Yes.
Yo, it's like and then like Blankmire does his pose right when he destroys Resi's sword. He's like, all right, like I am the supreme, and then he just goes. He's like, all right, quintuple drive with 4 crits. You better. Well, not even 4 crits. It's 5 crits because Blankmire still gets a crit. It's like you better block this.
I swear, if the divine skill has something saying that you can't use sentinels, I'm going to lose it.
Oh, great. Let's read, bro. Let's read. Oh, by the way, before we do that, I just want to say something real quick. This is meant to be in his fanfic, the rival to Hikari. It's so ironic, then, that this is going to be uber good support for Leo Odium. Well, wait, no, it faded 1 Vanguard, not Destined 1. Never mind. Never mind.
So close.
Crap.
So close.
I was about to be like, yo, what? Once per. Oh, but
yeah,
Dobby.
it's a soft once per turn, though.
Yeah,
it's a
once per
soft
turn
once
per
per turn.
copy,
Yeah, so once per turn per copy. That is able to be used.
It might
So
as
if you
well
get
not
into
say
Soul,
multiple turns.
it's counting as a different copy, so you can use it over and over again.
Exactly, dude. Divine skill auto on the van. When your opponent writes a card because of your Vanguard's effect, I wonder how. Energy Blast 4 and discard a card. For the rest of this turn, your opponent cannot call cards from hand to Guardians. Maz. Whose grade is higher than their Vanguard's grade, unless they Energy Blast 2 or Soul Blast 2. When they would ride from this effect, they must ride a grade 2 that was originally from the right deck.
Alright, so, basically, you better have Elementaria in hand, or else you can't PG this.
Yeah, I get... Oh, I think I get why I was worried about the grade 2. I think what they mean is that when you ride back at end of turn, you don't go back to your grade 3. You go back to your grade 2.
Oh no, I got that part. But if you can force them to ride into a grade 0 and make it so they can't call to Guardian Circle unless they pay those costs.
Yeah, okay, UPG, it's time to Energy Blast 2, boy. It's time to Soul Blast 2. I mean, Sacrifice Glass is chilling, but that's about it. Like, what the frick? Okay, yeah, I mean, that's a crazy divine skill. I mean, I kind of like the punish, not gonna lie. Don't get me wrong, here's the thing. This guard restrict part, I don't mind so much. I think this is fine because it is making your gimmick more severe. I understand that. You don't need to reset them to grade 2. That's just being a douche, bro. You don't gotta go that far for it. Like
the part about the guard restrict that also bothers me is that if this is taking place for like a fanfic, right? That probably means that whoever, like, our protagonist doesn't know these effects.
It's Hikari. Hikari. So the idea of the fanfic is that this is the alternate timeline where she won the Fated Clash to go back in time to save Akina. And this is presumably the final fight. Nah, if you're gonna violate, you have to violate hard. Still Vampire is suing. Yeah, Still Vampire is feeling so sad about this right now. It's like, man, you don't even have to Soul Blast like Harley. I had to Mega Blast for this, bro. What are you doing these days?
Yeah, this effect is a little bit too strong.
Yeah, I like, honestly, this effect I don't mind, and the first half of the Divine skill I don't mind. Get rid of the grade 2 skill and get rid of the Soul Blast skill, and I think we can have at least something there. Ooh, I got a text message. All right, we got a plumber coming tomorrow, apparently. All right. Vanguard boosting grade 1. Ah, right, okay, the 15k boosters. Let's see what this one gets. It's probably going to be something like You Cannot Guard. I'm joking, bro. Continuous on the rear, it gets 5k if you got a grade 3 Vanguard Visith. On the rear, when this unit boosts a grade 3 or greater Vanguard Visith, this unit gets 2,000 power to end the battle. Cost, Counterblast 1. Choose one card that was Soul Blasted for your Vanguard's effect, and either put it in your soul or hand. If you put it in your hand, choose a card from your hand, discard it. Okay, so how about the thing that you Soul Blasted here, which gives, like, crit drive? So then what you do is you put it back in the soul so you can get more crit drives later, or like add it back for Persona Ride, like, which means then it'll still be in soul, the previous copy, for crit drive.
Yeah, and then you get all the other ones inside of soul, and then you make your opponent cry.
I would have liked this effect if the nature of the effect wasn't abusing the part of this card that I like the least. You know? It's like, it gets points for being, like, somewhat in the same vein of card balance with the other boosters, and that's kind of a plus, and it could be a devastating thing potentially, right? But you're abusing the part of this card that I don't think needs to get abused. That I don't think even needs to be here at all. That's wild.
Like, this would probably be balanced if the Soul Blast part was, like, after it got Soul Blasted, it binded itself.
That's wild, bro. Okay,
but, like, it doesn't, so, yeah, I'm gonna give this a 2 out of 10.
Yeah, probably like a 2 or 3 out of 10. There's almost no card here that I like, which is wild, right?
It's an interesting concept, but it is way too busted and abusable.
To think this came from the same person who made Acrolophorex, Maz.
Yeah, we like the first one! We love the first one! But then you go ahead and do this?
This is so different, bro. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with your ranking. Like a 2, maybe like a 3 out of 10, something like that. Like, that feels about right for this. So sorry, gutted on that one, but at least he got a 10 out of 10 with the other one. So there we go. A Zeal. Hey guys, it's a Zeal, and it was edited just a few hours ago. Wait, is there anything after the Zeal? We're almost done. It's just
We're almost done.
And there's one dude in YouTube. There's one dude in YouTube who also like shared his cards that he told me to like find in YouTube, and I promised him I would do it. So yeah, I know the duality of man at its finest, right? So okay, we got two more cards to go through, 2 more sets. All right, Zesty Close, tap 2828. I don't really know how to format this, so I'm just gonna write an intro. Recently stumbled upon this Reddit through a custom card reviewer on YouTube and thought it looked fun, so I thought I would try my hand at it. I think that was me.
I was going to say, what are the custom card reviewer is there out there?
Right, yeah. I don't know if he like gets that. Like, I was the one who made this post. But you know what? I'm flattered, right? I'm flattered.
Hopefully they find the stream later, realize who it is, and go, oh shit, it was them, and I didn't even realize it.
It's like, oh right, this is how this goes. Fair enough. Since this is my first time creating actual custom cards, I want to do something relatively simple, not create an entirely new ride line, new mechanics. So I settled for an encounter style set of cards. One of my favorite ride lines from the original Cardfight Vanguard Zeal. It's kind of funny how uncanny that is, because like let me show y'all on my untap, right? The latest deck I made, was a Zeal deck. Like I just got into Zeal again. That's so uncanny. All right. Whoops. Let's get chat back. All right. This ride deck is exactly what you would expect. Larva, Eye, Devour, Galactic, as well as a couple monsters to support them. Also was considering turning into a stride deck, but maybe later. Thank God. The nation is Brant Dimension Police, obviously. If my English is off, I'm from Germany. I hope it's still readable. Cool. The bolds are helpful to determine where one card ends, the other begins. All right, cool. So just normal stuff. Let the custom cards begin. Larva Beast Seal.
I do appreciate that they bolded the names at least.
Right. That's what he said, right? To distinct.
Yep.
Zeal is a little cheap. What do you mean by like cheap? Like, are you talking about like in its play style or what?
Yeah, like cheap in the way that it plays, cheap in its cost, cheap in that it's just a gimmick deck. Like cheap can mean a lot of things.
That's trippy, man. Grade 0, oh my god, you're right. AK grade 0. Not that would matter, I guess, but like technically that's not correct.
Yeah, that might have been a typo. Let's pretend like it's 6K, because that's what it should be.
Especially because it doesn't impact anything. When this unit is rolled upon, if you win second, draw a card. Playstyle is a bit oppressive. I mean, yeah, but that's the whole point of Zeal, right? Like the idea with Zeal is that because you're reducing their power, it's like vicariously you're increasing the power of your own units, but it's just doing it in the inverse way because they're the villains, right? And DP's the hero. So the idea is it's like, you know, as DP powers up, they're powering it down. I thought Zeal was like a pretty fun like game.
Yeah, no, like I always thought that's how I always viewed Zeal. It's basically doing the DP thing, only on a slightly different context.
Right. It's the doc inverse of it, which, you know, I think that's exactly why reversed Ayusha does the power decrease, because it's just the inverse, right?
Yeah, I also just like going off on a quick tangent right now. I love the fact that DP and V basically lets you pick and choose which type of playstyle you want. Do you want decreasing power? Do you want increasing power? Or do you just want massive criticals?
Right, yeah, with Grand Growl running out the third element there. That's a cool, it is a cool way of doing DP, and they have enough, like, generic stuff going to, like, different sides that you really could do it. And then you have things like Brad Black, where you can, like, rewrite it a bunch of different stuff. It's like, the world's your oyster.
It's like nothing in DP feels, like, out of character, I guess you could say.
Especially when you do, like, a really wicked combo play where you break ride, like, a Die Kaiser over, like, original Saver 0, and it's like they're at 0 and you're like really big, and so Grand Gallop did need a lot more like cards, bro. Like V Grand Gallop, like they hardly got anything going for them. Also, you know, Metalborg was a thing and we forgot.
That was a thing that they started and just forgot about.
Yeah, like they gave us Mist Ghosts like way down the line, and that's about it, right? Like Metalborg needed so much more to be good. Imagine an actual Zeal v DP matchup, up and down, yeah, straight up, right?
Yes!
Yeah, the heat goes up, the cold goes up. It's like I shall go stronger, you shall go weaker. Yes, no, yes, no. Eye Destruction Zeal, grade 1. Now I believe that he's doing this for standard, right? Because we have them for
Yeah.
formats. So grade
He
1.
did say that these are supposed to be encounter cards, so yeah, this should be for standard.
Okay, yeah, nice catch. I forget crap like that sometimes. Auto. When this unit rides Lava Beast Zeal, look at the top 7 cards of your deck. Search up to 1 card with Zeal or monster in its name. Add it to your hand and put the remaining cards on the bottom of your deck anymore. That's really sick. It adds monsters, bro. It's adding all the DP villains. Oh, I get it. Because Zeal and Lore is like a gang boss. She's like the super villain, right? And he has all the other minion villains around him. Oh, that's good. That's good. Continuous on the rear. During your turn, if your opponent's Vanguard is 8k power or less, this unit gains 2,000 power. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Devour Planet Zeal. Grade 2 with criminal exploits known throughout the galaxy. Be ace and do crime, my son. Auto. When this unit rides Eye of Destruction Zeal, cost Counterblast 1. If your opponent's Vanguard is grade 1, give it minus 3k until end of your turn. If your opponent's Vanguard is a grade 2, give it minus 5k until the end of your turn instead. Oh, so you either reduce them to 5 or to 5. How about that? Auto on the rear circle in this unit attacks you. If your opponent's Vanguards is 8k or less, your Vanguard is only dimension. Please, this unit gets 5,000 power. Another really good effect. Just a basic attacker for your gimmick, right? All right, cool. So they're doing Zeal things. They're building up your resources, and then they're starting to power down the grade 2. His weapons strike awe into all those who face him. Good flavor text. Grade 3, 13k power, crit 1. Dimensional, Superdimensional Robo is the DP archetype in V series. Yeah, I mean, it's like the big DP archetype, right? Like, most things are based on D Robo. Everything else feels like generic. Like the Zeal ride line just feels like something you can interplace with like other stuff, like Brad Black and stuff. It's got a lot going for it. Anime reference for flavor text lore. Yeah, right. And you can kind of see that, right? Because Zeal is like basically World War III as an individual unit, Here, let me get my untap here so I can show y'all what V Series Zeal look like, because V Series Zeal is like pretty crazy, right? So this is what he looks like over here. You see all the eye beams and stuff he's got going everywhere. Like he is delivering mass destruction in a 360
Unfortunately, your face cam covers up most of it.
Oh, okay. You know what? Here, I got a better idea.
To the wiki.
Yes, sir.
So while you're looking that up, I want to just point out something real quick about the ride line for Zeal.
Yeah.
It's generic.
You know, now you mention it, yeah, there's well, kind of, yeah. It's
generic, and the grade 1 searches for a card with monster in its card name.
Oh, I see what you're thinking, right? Try to throw it in Archite or maybe even Monster Ava.
Yeah.
Although I guess then you would need to like get your set orders on your own, right? So I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of cards in Brandgate that can just get set orders on their own now. So
fair, right? Like that's true. Like, look at this crap, right? Just everywhere, nothing but rays of death in 360 degrees. It's great. He's a crazy looking card. Anyway. Let's move back. All right. So, Galactic Beast Zeal. Auto. When this unit rides on Devourer Planet Zeal, right? Like that's the thing that keeps it generic, right? Is that the Devourer actually doesn't need to be rode over to get its skill. It's just an axe skill. That's crazy. Hyping up Daikaiser clan selection, then the Zeal art got revealed. Yeah, right. But thankfully Daikaiser came right after, so it's not like we were held off for long. Okay, or rides from another Galactic Beast Zeal. So essentially, then you would probably just limit it to when this unit rides over a card with Zeal in its card name, or like a unit with Zeal. Cost Counterblast 1. Choose a card with only dimension places a clan from your hand to discard it. Ooh, the Minerva condition. If your opponent's Vanguard is grade what?
Grade. I'm going to take a guess and say that's supposed to say grade 3.
Or maybe, let's see. Give it minus 5k power to end of turn. If your opponent's Vanguard is grade 3, give it minus 8k power until the end of turn. Oh,
okay, so it's going to be grade 2 then.
Right, okay. Oh, and I get why, because the idea is that both ways they're going to make it 5k power, right? 8k minus, so 8 minus 13 is 5. Gotcha. That's not bad. What's interesting about this effect is it's does nothing against bigger grade units. So if you're playing against a grade 4 deck, or if you're playing against Griffo-Gila, this doesn't have an effect on this part. So you probably want to say grade 3 or greater, right? I feel like that's only like that probably be your better approach there, because otherwise you're gonna have some really unfortunate matchups.
Yeah.
I mean, funnily enough, it's not an overpowered effect. It's just an underpowered effect. How about it? Act on the Van. When this unit attacks and your opponent's Vanguard is 8k or less power, you have 4 or more damage, so you need a limit break. Interesting. Cost Counterblast 1. And until end of this battle, your opponent can't use Sentinels to guard this attack. Oh. You want to know what's beautiful about this, Maz? Chat? They can't use Sentinels, right? This is a Brant deck.
Oh no.
OT. OT.
Oh no.
I get OT. There is no way they're living on that, bro. The only thing that would make this even better is it got a crit somehow. Then you just OTK at that point. Like yeah, stop. So I feel like the Sentinel restrict was a little bit too harsh, bro. I feel like what you could have done instead is taking a page out of like the V series book and like get a drive, right? Like if you have 4 or more, you can get a drive, and it's like it gives you like an extra card advantage for the counterblast, and it's like drive pressure to get even more power and increase the disparity between your opponent. Stop it, he's already dead. Yeah. Like seriously, that Sentinel restrict is a bit much. On the rear, when this unit attacks, if your opponent's Vanguard is AK or less powered, your opponent cannot intercept. Okay. But it's only when this unit on the rear attacks. That's a really weird condition. Why would you put that on a rearguard zeal? Huh. Okay, it's just there, I guess. It's just there.
Yeah. Just there.
I think that would make more sense if like what you were trying to do was get rid of their cards, which honestly I wouldn't mind if Zeal actually had like field removal, right? It just feels like another thing to make DP feel like the more oppressive element. What do you think about this, Maz?
So the thing about like I already said what I like about the ride line. The thing about like grade 3 Zeo here, the thing that I'm trying to like wrap my head around is it doesn't get any extra criticals. It doesn't get any drives. The only thing that it's doing is just negging the power down to 5, essentially. And then if Persona Ride is live, it's like 5k versus 23k. Which honestly, unless I missed something, there's
audio here. I couldn't hear you, bro.
Oh, sorry. So unless I'm missing something, which I don't think I am.
Yeah, maybe like jump back in and out, bro. I can't hear you.
Yeah, let me do that real quick for you.
Difficulties.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello?
Let me also unplug this and replug this just in case.
I take that as a no.
We will be back momentarily, folks.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Cool.
Okay, that was weird.
Yeah, all good, bro. All right, let's let's get back on it.
So yeah, so unless I'm missing something, right? This is just a 3-attack deck.
Yeah, you're not missing anything. There's no generic restands in Brantgate, and there's no multi-attack that this guy's facilitating. Now maybe there is restands in the rear guards that we've got going on here. So
so far I'm only seeing a 3-attack deck, nothing with extra drives, no extra crits. You only get a neg to power and a Sentinel restrict. And at max, as far as we can tell, this Zeo, if Persona Ride is live, will only be swinging for 23k base.
23k, let's say he gets an AK boost, right? That'll be 31 to 5. That is a very severe attack, but that seems to be as if it remains on multi-attack. Well, right, okay. Dread's making a point.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. It seems underpowered unless there's a way to do a multi-attack. Or a way to get like an extra drive or an extra crit.
Gotcha. You know what? You're right. I think I freaked out on the Sentinel restrict without realizing that there's nothing backing it up.
Yeah, like, even with all that, like, unboosted, just like a generic, not a generic, the 5k front trigger will be enough to make that a 1 to pass.
Okay, yeah, we gotta read on. We gotta read on, bro. Let's see. So here's a couple support monsters. New Era Beast Seal. New Era Beast Seal is I think like a cross ride or something like that for Zeal. Or no, it might have been a Legion actually. I think it was a Legion. Out on the Vanguard circle. When this unit rides on Galactic Beast Seal, call a card named Galactic Beast Seal from your soul to rear circle. Then you have a card named Galactic Beast Seal in your soul. But what I guess the idea is that if you had two of them in there, so like the one you rode over and then another one anyway, reduce your opponent's Vanguard's power to 8k. New Era's Legion. Okay, cool. Thanks for the confirmation there. Out on the Vanguard circle, when this unit attacks, if your opponent's Vanguard is grade 3 or greater, Grotter, and your opponent's Vanguard is 8k or less, remove one grade 3 unit with Zeal and its card name from your soul from the game. Okay, so honestly, you wouldn't want to call a Galactic Beast Seal, but you don't even have a choice. It says call one if you have one. So I guess you need one in the soul. If you choose one of your opponent's Vanguards, its power can't increase until end of your turn other than my Guardian Shield. See, that I like. Like, that seems cool to me because it plays on the vulnerabilities of the opponent's Vanguards. Like, now you get the Valios type condition. I don't really like how this condition flies in the face of you having to call a Zeal. So you need to get a bunch of Zeals, Galactic Beast specifically in there, which seems a little hard, though. Out on the Vanguard
Yeah,
circle.
so you would need at least two. You have to have a Zeal in soul, and then a Zeal ridden or get it into soul by another way. So probably at latest, it's like your second or third grade 3 turn that this can come out.
Yeah, and then on top of that, right, at the very least, you can, like, go, you can bind, like, copies of itself for when you're persona writing this guy. So at least you do have that going for you to keep it up. But yeah, that's a little difficult. But I guess I can see why. Oh, defensive OT. Oh yeah, that's right. You can deny defensive OT, huh? I mean, honestly, I feel like that might actually just be if there's not a lot going on with this deck, then being able to deny the defensive OT, we can give it that, right?
And plus, it doesn't turn off the trigger effect. You still get like your effects of your heals, and you still get the effects of the OT. So it's not like you're going to auto die.
Yeah, that's fair. Did I miss something? Because I don't see what you want to Zeal on rear. It's a Zeal on rear gives you this amazing skill to prevent intercepting. Smile. What are you saying, Nez?
I was saying is that again, it's like it's still not like increasing power or drives or anything that I could tell, and still it's just simply 23k versus 8k right now, because I don't see anything else that will be able to neg the Vanguard further. So you're going to be swinging into an 8k Vanguard instead of a 5k Vanguard this time.
Yeah, that so far it doesn't seem all that strong. Not that it really needs to be all that strong, but I'm not seeing really the big incentive yet. Auto, at the end of this unit, attack if your opponent's Vanguard is 8k or less.
Which it'll always be.
Right. Counterblast 1. Choose 3 units with Zeal in a different card names from your rear circle and put them in your soul. Oh, that comes together. And discard a card from your hand. Stand this unit gets drive -1. Oh, that's what he's doing. So you have to call like more Zeals, right? And you suck them back in. But then that's where the Zeal will actually be able to like be in the soul for you to remove it. But even then, that means that that's a little hard to sustain though. But if you can get that off, I mean, it is a nice restand. So at least there's something there. But I wonder how difficult that would be because they have to be specifically Zeals.
So this means that you can ride Zeal, do your normal ride into this on the next grade 3 turn. And then you can, all that is live. So it wouldn't, your opponent's Vanguard would still be able to get. That means that it wouldn't be getting the damage notification, not the power notification thing, until the third attack for that turn, because then this would be the last thing that attacks to restand.
That's true. Well, I guess what you do is you attack with this first. Oh yeah, but you can't, right?
No,
because you
have to do rear, van, suck everything in, restand, swim with the van, activate the effect, do the negging.
You know what?
Which then cancels out all the trigger effects that would have gotten up to that point.
Not gonna lie, Devario Jones is talking about how important intercepting is, and I think I realized something. Maybe the reason why it prevents intercept, the Galactic Beast, is so that you can swing rears on rears.
Oh, fuck.
Maybe that's the point. That's such a mean tactic, but this is supposed to be a mean deck, so you know it kind of works out there. This is complicated. I don't know why Zeal feels complicated right now, but it feels like
This is actually starting to get interesting.
I will say, yeah, you're right. It is also interesting because it feels like you actually have like multiple tools in the toolbox now, right? Like you're starting to build up to bigger stuff. Okay. Psychic Gray. This is a classic Zeal thing. The 1v series deck that loves intercept. It's not in. Yeah,
And unfortunately, it's not a Zeal name. Let's see if that matters.
Yeah. When this unit boosts a Grade 3 or greater Vanguard with Zeal in its card name, and your opponent's Vanguard is Grade 3 or greater, you counterblast 1, give your opponent's Vanguard minus 5k until the end of your turn.
Okay, so you can neg it with that as well.
Right, okay, so now they'll be down to 3k, which, not a big shocker. I mean, Wellstra will do that as well, right? Assault Monster Gunrock, Grade 2. Auto, rear. When this unit attacks, if your Vanguard is Grade 2 or higher and has Zeal in its card name, and your opponent's Vanguard is 8k or less, so you can do this on Grade 2 usually. Costs: Soul Blast 1. Retire one of your opponent's front or rear guards. Then, if your opponent's Vanguard is 3k or less, Soul Blast 1, choose one of your opponent's rear guards to retire. Okay, so this is where you get your retires. Now, what I don't like is I'm like, well, now this is saying front row, so you can't really deny by going intercepts. But maybe that's why I should like it, right? Because it makes it a little more fair. Wow, Soul Blast 2 to wipe out 2 units, one of them having to be front row. All right.
Starlight said not once per turn. What's not once per turn? The Grade 1?
Yeah, which one's not once per turn?
Or are you talking about the other Grade 3 Zeal?
This guy? Yeah, this thing, okay, Gray. Gray? Oh, well, because it has to boost.
Well, yeah, but it has to boost a Grade 3 or greater. You have to boost the Vanguard for that effect.
Right.
So unless you got a way to restand your back row rear guard with that, it not being a once per turn doesn't matter.
Right, because you can only do it once regardless.
Yeah.
That's
it's only when it boosts the Vanguard. So
easy mistake, man. Easy mistake. Let's see. Evolution Monster Davian. Oh yeah, if it's any Zeal, that'd be. Oh yeah, call the Galactic Beast to rear. Something like freaking call this guy behind it. Yeah. Evolution Monster Davian. Auto. At the end of this unit, a boosted to card with Zeal or monster in its card name. There's the monster tie-in again. Cost: retire this unit and one other rear guard with monster in its card name. Okay. If you do, search your deck for up to 1 card with Zeal in its card name with a different card name for your Vanguard. Add to your hand. Then, if your opponent's Vanguard is 8k or less, countercharge 1. And if your opponent's Vanguard is 3k or less, draw a card. I like that. Progressively stronger effects based on how well you pushed your gimmick. Yeah. That's not bad. It's not bad. Okay. So it's a break even with the counter charge, in the best case scenario, and it also gives you your Zeal. It does go hard though, bro. Like playing this, getting rid of the other one, like searching for Zeals. You know what's funny about that as well is this might be an incentive for what Maz was talking about before, right? Play the Zeal ride line and Archetype.
yeah, because it says any boost with Zeal. So if you boost the Grade 2 ride line with this, call out some monsters, which actually helps out Archetype a lot because it wants the monsters in a drop to put them into the order zone.
Maybe there's something here. You know, we thought Monster Ava was a cool collab there, but yeah.
Then counter charge for 8k, that's just swinging on a Grade 1 at that point, so you could probably get that early.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, bro, it is a flex, but at the same time, right? If you can flex and get your set orders, then you're just ahead of the game from everyone else. Weakness Monster Plasm. Zeal doesn't seem to require a set order, by the way, so that's even more non-interference here, the kind of inherent synergy of it. So the Weakness Monster, odd on the rear. At the end of your turn, if your opponent's Vanguard is 8k or less, cost: retire this unit and Energy Blast 3. Soul Charge 1, and if your opponent's Vanguard is 3k or less, Counter Charge 1. Oh, another Counter Charge.
So they got double counter charge with this.
Oh, you know what's... Wait, holy
Wait,
crap.
Did they mistype that, or is that power 1000? That should be a 10,000 power, right?
I think they mistyped that. I think they missed a 0. You know what though? Guys, I just noticed something. This is crazy. Weakness Monster Plasm. I want to play this in Wellstra.
Wait, yes.
Think about that. Think about
Yes.
that. You
Yes.
update them down to 3, and then like energy blast 3 to soul charge and counter charge. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. You could do it, bro, man. Zeal is helping out. Like, despite being a selfish villain, he is helping out like different facets of Brantgate, bro. He is such a homie for no apparent reason.
Yo, imagine if the last card actually helps out our Vanguard.
No, actually, let's check. Monster Ninja Suikage. Auto on the rear. At the end of this unit attacked, if your opponent's Vanguard's power is 8k or less, costs Counterblast 1, Soul Blast 1, Energy Blast 3. Stand this unit, and if your opponent's Vanguard is grade 3 or less, another unit, stand another unit in this card column. This is also Welstra Sport.
Okay, yeah. So there is our a multi-attack, which in Welstra, that would give Welstra a 6th attack, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would let him go. It would let him keep pushing, bro. Oh man, you could find Welstra Support.
So here's the big thing about this deck, right? To get the big Vanguard effect off, you need to put 3 Zeals into Soul, but none of the actual like rearguard support have Zeal in their name.
For the most part, right? Like Davian does require you to boost the Zeal, and that's about it.
Yeah. So just because of that fact alone, I think I'm willing to say that this is actually pretty balanced.
It's kind of nice, right? I will say I'm convinced because it did get like a restand, and it is getting like retires, draws, counter charges. So it has a lot of bulwark and benefit to taking the minus power playstyle, right? That's nice. I you know what? Yeah. The rear guards really spared Zeal here. Now, admittedly, I don't think we're gonna attempt new era beasts like put 3 Zeals in. It seems like you'd have to invest a lot of Zeals into that, but you know that just means you don't have to do it every time. You can just play a lot of the monsters, and then if you happen to have Zeals to call the Zeals. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's not just funny, Judge Reamer. Like, it is an intricate deck. It's weird. Like, I think Maz caught on to it quicker than I did, though, that this was going to be like pretty complex.
The other thing that I love about this, none of the support cards gain themselves power.
That's right. It's all coming from the power negging. Oh, it feels so correct.
That's the only way you're getting like any sort of like aggression in this is by negging their things. You're never boosting your things with any sort of like plus 5k or plus 10k. It's either you hit your triggers, you don't hit them at all, or you just gather up your resources for later turns.
Oh yeah. It's all about crippling, Scarlight. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's exactly what. That's all it is.
Like,
yeah,
nice.
I actually love this.
You know what? Yeah, like 9.5 out of 10. There's a couple weird things about this, but this is a really good ride line. I like it here.
Absolutely, yeah. I agree. 9.5 out of 10.
9.5. Like, there was just a couple weirdness with this.
It took us a while to get there, but we got there in the end, and it's pretty good.
It's not bad, right?
It's not bad. The only thing that like makes it really weird is just like that 3 Zeal restriction that you need for that one. And that's it.
Yeah, and also the way like the whole calling Zeals things work feels a little bit cumbersome for not a lot of reason. All right, I need to find this freaking there was some customs that was sent to me on one of these posts, and the dude was asking me to like do that. Let me see if I could find it. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Whoa, he gave us a lot. Okay, so let's see. Are they a bunch of Destined ones? Oh, okay, they are a bunch of Destined ones. Okay, let's just try to get through these like one at a time then. Sorry if I'm booming in my mic, by the way. I think I sounded.
Nah, you're fine. Am I too loud? I don't know if I am.
You sound pretty comparable to me. If it seems like so. Sounds good.
Strap
in. Oh yeah, strap
All
in.
right, here we go.
All right, let's go for it. So we got Destined One of Karma Vanarus. This sounds a lot like something else we were reading. Like 2 things we were reading, actually. Reward the Virtuous. Okay, let me go ahead, put that over there. Cool. Finish, make last master card. Yeah, I got you, man, but I'm not going to be able to like to review that because you've already like shown us a bunch of cards in this season, so it'd be unfair to review those as well. But you can hold on to those for like the next time we do like a review, and I'll be able to like get to that lickety split. Okay, so the Destined One here: reward the virtuous, punish the sinners. That is the essence of karma, indeed. Act on the Vanguard circle once per turn. Counterblast 1. Choose up to 2 face-down cards from your bind zone. Call them. They get 10,000 power until end of turn. If you chose 2 normal units with different grades, choose the 1 face-down card from your bind zone and put it on the top or bottom of your deck. Whoa. Interesting.
Wait. So, all right. I'm not going to say anything just yet. I want to know how exactly you get your own cards bound face down.
Yeah. Auto. At Vanguard Circle, at the end of your turn, choose the 2 of your rear guards, bind them face down. If you chose to draw, well, there you go. So he's going to bind 2, and then at the end of the turn, he binds 2, and then during the main phase, he counterblasts to call them back with 10k power, and then you can deck stack a 3rd card.
So wait, how would you get a 3rd one bound then?
Especially face down. That's a
okay. Wait. So what? Let's read the divine skill then.
Okay, auto Vanguard Circle, act Vanguard Circle Divine Skill. Cost Soul Blast 1, discard a card. It decrease the power of your opponent's trigger effects to 5k until the end of your opponent's next turn. I like that. Until end of this fight, you cannot ride units without Vanarus in the card name, and you get, during the battle, this unit was attacked by a grade 2 or greater critical. If your damage check reveals a card that is not a trigger unit, the number of cards in your damage zone for you to lose becomes 7.
Okay. That's not a bad effect.
Wow, interesting. So 1 crits will still get the job done, but 2 crits actually does give you a little bit of a bulwark. This is basically a foil to Rezael. It's doing Rezael in a different way. It even has the Soul Blast Act kind of nature to the skill, but it's not recycling cards. Instead of recycling cards, it's decreasing your opponent's trigger effects, meaning that they're less likely to kill you.
Yeah, but it also I still have that issue of, unless there's something in Keter that I'm forgetting about that can bind your own cards face down, the only way that you're going to be getting your own card bound face down is if you play against Blagmire.
Yeah, just play against Blagmire, bro. You know what though? I bet the rears are going to do it, and that's what we're missing here. Is the rear?
Yeah, probably.
Destined one's a rivaling. Oh well, we're not going to be able to figure that out, I guess.
Oh, okay. I guess. Okay, yeah. So I'm guessing this is just boss monster showcase.
Yeah, okay, I guess that makes it a little bit easier. Oh, that must be what it is. It's Destined ones for each of them, which in retrospect, this is a little bit funny because we just got the reveal of the actual Destined ones coming around. Like Blagmire sees this as a minor annoyance. It sees this as an affront to his virtues. You know, thinking about it, I feel like this Vanarus probably gets about, well, no, we'll rank them. No, we should rank them individually, right? Because they're like different Vanguards. They're like not the same deck. I'd probably rate this, just this one singular card, if you just threw this in as it is, I'd probably rate it like a 8 out of 10 or something. I mean, it seems like it's got cool concepts, but the overall play pattern and the issue of where you get your 3rd bind face down is kind of like glaring.
Yeah, assuming that there is a card that's able to get you a 3rd card bound face down, definite 8 out of 10. If not, and if the only way that you can get a 3rd card bound face down is with Blagmire, probably takes it down to like a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, that is true, right? It's like it's not even able to substantiate its own gimmick properly. That kind of doesn't reflect right. Dread makes a point because it's like the karma theme seems to be like the idea, but there's not really a lot of karma coming on other than this effect here, where like the critical is not actually going to kill you or whatever. Yeah. I think that might be a sentiment we're going to see with like a bunch of these, right, Scarlight? Like, it needs some support. But let's walk on. Maybe there's a couple of these that are more like self-satisfactory. Destined 1 Rivaling Blades, Arnos Dracyo, Dragon Empire. So yeah, definitely meant to be a foil to Vark Dragress. Against these Rivaling Blades, even the Unparalleled can be matched. Well, that is just Vark Dragress, hey, ain't it? Auto Vanguard Circle. When this unit attacks your opponent's Vanguard, counterblast 1. Choose 2 of your opponent's rear guards and retire them. Any 2, not even the front row on both sides. For every open rear circle your opponent has, this unit gets 3k power. If there are 3 or more, and they're grade 3 or greater, this unit gets critical +1. If there are 5 or more, your front row rear guards get power plus 10,000. Alright. Kind of gives me Chrono Tiger vibes, right? You know, whereas like Jet has like multi-attacks going for it, like Tiger just has like the bigger swing. That's cool. I can like that. On the Divine Skill. So Divine Skill, Vanguard Circle. At the beginning of the guard set, this unit attacked. If your opponent's Vanguard is grade 3 or greater, if you have more cards in your damage zone than your opponent, counterblast 1. Choose one of your opponent's Vanguards. Deal damage until your opponent's damage zone has the same number of cards in their damage zone as yours. Your opponent's trigger effects during their damage check by this ability cannot increase power. See, now that's karma. Am I
yeah. That? Yeah, that's wow. Okay.
How about that? Okay, wow. This would be like so funny to play against the dinosaur that we just got done with, the Narukami dinosaur. And just be like, yeah, you're already at 5, so I guess there's no karma for you. You just took all my abuse anyway. I know, right, Dred? Just stick that on the first guy. That's you. That's your karma. It's like what you dealt unto me, I deal unto you. That's so pitch perfect. Ironic. I like this one better though than the first one for sure. Like, you know, the whole karma thing aside. He wasn't playing when he said I'm Vargas' rival. Yeah, right. It's like you pushed me to 4 or 5. Sure, now you too.
And also, because it has the same effect that we saw earlier of not being able to increase power by trigger effects, but we still get the effects off anyway. So, again, if it's like, if you got 4 damage and they haven't seen their heals, they get to their 4th, oh, they hit a heal. All right, heal. Oh, they hit a heal. All right, you can burn through your opponent's heals with this by accident.
By accident. I love that you said by accident. It's like, oh, right, that is how my effect works. Yoriante, never heard of her, bro. For real, right? Like, Vermilion damage ping, what even? Now you too. Self-struck by lightning. Yeah, this one's like a 9 out of 10. This one's way cooler.
Yeah, and especially because, like, if you get the max attack off of this, like, wow, that's going to push you up to 5 damage, while also the front row swinging with an extra 10k, your Vanguard swinging with like a 16k, or not even a 16k, maybe even higher than that, like a 21k plus, with a crit. Wow, that's like, yeah, if that doesn't kill you, you better kill next turn.
Man, it's just, but I honestly feel like he was kind of cooking too, because the cinematography with it like would feel so intense, right? Where like now and the rival here would be like staring each other down, you know, they're gonna both be on the edge. It's a sudden death match, right? But it turns out it's just Rankade, so let's move on. Destined 1 of center stage, Papil Idol Stelia. You know, funnily enough, that might actually be kind of what we're getting with the Destined 1 of Supremacy, which is such a weird name for a lyrical unit, right? But like where it's like the one and only idol. I have a theory with that one that the idea is that it steals the opponent's units, kind of like how the new idol in town steals fans. That would be some baller ass thing to do against Makoto.
So the thing about this name, real quick, that I want to point out is that I think this is supposed to be a pun on Papillion. So
like a butterfly,
Papillion, right? Yeah, Papil Idol or Papil Idol, Papillion. Like this sounds like a bug girl almost.
Yeah, no, man, a butterfly lyrical unit, they haven't done it yet, so why not, right? The only thing with the deck is that you kind of have an effect that isn't going to be most optimal, not deal damage on your opponent, then activate Divine Skill, then even thinks up on a kill turn. Isn't it going to be most optimal to not deal damage? I mean, yeah, that would be the idea, right? So, like, the damage deny could be, like, a really big thing with that particular skill, but one could then make the argument that against decks which can, because in Divines, we're getting more decks that can actually, like, get rid of their cards. So, if you can convert field to hand advantage, like Reziel and the other stuff, then that's the thing. Plus, funnily enough, Varga Dragress would struggle against this, would have a kind of an advantage there, because it wipes out its own front row. So, you can't damage deny that. If you're going to get your drive checks, you're going to have to attack their Vanguard. Like Melody and Highlander's mistake. Yeah, I agree. Those were thrown way out of hand. Okay, so what does the Destined 1 at center stage do? Vanguard Circle Auto. At the beginning of your battle.
Oh, wait, yeah, I just read the flavor text. It is a butterfly girl.
The butterfly princess takes the center stage. Ah, yep. Look at that. The bug mind is on it. Energy.
All right, I better love this card.
It's good for like 11 out of 10. Rest all of your rear guards. Center stage, indeed. It's all you, my dear. This unit gets 4k power for every resting unit on all fighters' field until end of turn. That means at maximum, we're talking about 11 units. Because it includes the opponent's Vanguard. So,
oh no, not 11. That's 12. It includes your unit as well.
Well, no, because it says at the beginning of the battle phase, right? Oh wait.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. At the beginning of the battle phase, you're right.
So this one still won't be, because otherwise, if it's already swung, it's like, bruh. So 11 is 44,000. 44,000 puts you at 57,000. That's wild. If there are 7 or more in total, this unit gets critical +1. Okay, and once per turn. Yeah, Mikoto would definitely fall into this for sure because of how her deck plays. During the battle of this unit attack, when your opponent would call cards from their hand to Guardian Circle, they must call 3 or more cards at the same time until end of turn. Oh, so it's like the realm guard restrict there. But it's not really guard restrict. It's more like a triple battle door. So a critical and a triple battle door, and that's its freaking main skill. That's not even the divine skill. That's kind of wild, bro. Uh, Vanguard Circle Divine Skill. At the end of the battle, this unit attacks your opponent's grade 3 or greater Vanguard. You cost put all of your rear guards into the soul and stand this unit. If this unit has 2 or more critical, decrease it to 1. If you put 5 cards into your soul for the cost of this ability, your opponent gets at the beginning of your turn counterblast 1 and discard a card from your hand. If you do not pay the cost, your Vanguard cannot stand. You cannot ride or stride on end of turn until the end of your opponent's. Oh, it's like bugs, bro.
I love it. Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
Oh. That's wild. Oh, man. Oh, dude. This is such a cool card. Look at...
Oh, the only thing is that there's no lyrical cards that want to get rested. But if you were to print any that want themselves to be rested at all for whatever reason, oh, man. Yeah. And the thing is that it says rest all your rear guards. It doesn't say rest all your standing rear guards. So you can still do attacks with the rear guards before swinging with the Vanguard.
That's true, right? And then I can see where if you're trying to like well, no, here's the thing. It says beginning of your battle phase.
Oh yeah, true. Never mind.
But still, you play things like Realm, right? Like not Realm. What's her name? Resius, the one that's busted in Louvet Sud. It gives 10k to a unit when you call it. So just give 10k to your Vanguard to have it hit even more, right? And it's 3k base doesn't matter because you're just gonna rest it. It'll be rest fodder. She is the center stage, right? Like,
or even better, if there's a lyrical card that if it's put into soul calls something out, that's even better. At least it'll give you like an extra attack.
That's fair, right? I can see where this deck would get a multi-attacker, it'd be like a front or rear guard circle effect that says at the end of the battle your Vanguard attack, you like counterblast 1 and stand it or whatever, right? Something like that. This deck's pretty wicked. Like you have to neg 5 for it, well, which then becomes only a neg 3 because you're going to get a twin drive back. So it's like a neg 3, but your opponent has to pay a cost if they want to do anything, bro. It even says Shrine or Shride. That's wild. I eat your hand. I eat some more. If I don't, you suffer.
Yes. Legitimately, yes. Like, if there are cards that will be designed to work alongside this is absolutely a 10 out of 10 card. Right now, as it stands, with like 0 support that we know about for it, just generic lyrical stuff that we could throw in, I would probably say 8 out of 10.
Really? I'm going to give this thing a 9.5. I think this thing is absolutely phenomenal.
Okay, fine. I'll agree with that score. Just because I actually love this as much. Like, I want to play this card, okay?
Yeah, like literally all you do, right, is you play a bunch of main phase effects units, right? Or units that have effects during like the end of turn, and just rest them and have the Vanguard do all your work. Like this is a totally different way to play it.
I want to check this real quick. I want to actually, let me go to deck log real quick. I want to see if there are any lyrical cards that if they're put into soul call themselves out.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, check that out real quick. While you do that, one thing I want to mention to y'all in chat here is, in retrospect, seeing how hard this counters Varga Dragris and how this right here punishes Chris Rain's whole like full board thing, I'm realizing that the point of the karma a bit is to punish it punishes Rezael, right? Which is why it's the whole critical grade, like 2 or greater, than you have 7 to lose, right? Because Rezael puts back a bunch of criticals, so criticals are usually the win condition there for him. That's interesting. I gotta say, he did a really good job of emulating how they sort of like counter each other, you know? I don't know like which one's gonna be my favorite right now. I think Papil and Arnos are both really good so far, though. Like they both do their stuff. I'm interested in seeing what the others are going to do. Let's see. So Matt, you on that deck log still, Miss?
Yeah, I'm looking. I don't see anything immediately. I might have to look into this further. But yeah, if there is something that like does something when it's put into Soul, then yeah, no, I absolutely will love this card.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm not seeing any immediately, but that might just be because I just didn't put in the right keywords to search.
It could also just be a simple fact that we don't have one yet, and they would have to make a support card for it, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Do you think I'm good to continue reading, bro?
Yep. Go ahead.
Cool. All right. So, this is Destined One of Legend, Lord. I give her access to some Desire Devil shit. Yeah, this is a Dark States card. That'd be a totally different story, right? You know, you get to use all the Desire Devil skills. Brantgate, or heck, even like some Luke Gear kind of fringe stuff. The warrior clad in white trailblazes to the future's legend. Wow, okay, so this guy seems like a really honorable fighter type, which may not be too far from what we're getting with our actual Brant representative. Vanguard Circle, auto, once per turn. When this unit attacks, Counterblast 1, this unit gets 10k power until end of the turn. Perform all the following according to the number of cards installed in your core. Whoa. Okay. Is your core the set order, presumably? Or
it looks like it. The card underneath it is the Power Core SOL Heart. So yeah, it's probably it is the set order.
Grade 0 set order. Okay, yeah, cool. This power is where it began. The spark of a new legend born. His flavor texts are at 10 out of 10, dude. 4 or more. This unit gets critical +1 until end of that battle. 7 or more. This unit gets drive +1 until end of that battle. 10 or more. This unit gets auto once per turn. At the end of the battle, this unit attacks your opponent's grade 3 or greater Vanguard, counterblast 1, and bind 3 cards installed in your core. Stand this unit gets drive -2 every turn. Oh, I love it. I love it. You build up the core, you go up to the apex, and then you attack down again. And it's only getting drive +1 until the end of the battle, so you're not going to be able to maintain a drive when you do the restand, which it's fair that way. That's pretty badass though. And what's cool about it though is it's a once per turn, so you're not going to regain these on the re-attack. So he was really smart about it. He knew how to design this fair. Vanguard Circle, Divine Skill, Act cost, bind 3 or more, up to 5 cards installed in your core. So this is a hefty cost you're doing right away as an axe skill. If your opponent's Vanguard is grade 3 or greater and you did not activate Persona Ride this turn, activate Persona Ride. If you put 5 or more cards, remove all of your opponent's rear guards. Choose one of your opponent's Vanguards and it gets minus 5,000 power. Wow, Divine Skill, what's trippy about this is that you can use Divine Skill on turn 3 because you didn't activate Persona Ride, and if your opponent's grade 3 or greater, right? So you can use that on turn 3. If you remove 5, you would need to build 5, but if you remove
so
5,
it comes down to how easy you can build up these cards into the core, right?
Right. I kind of get where this is going from because this is like the minus 5k, so it's kind of like giving Welstra to taste his own medicine. But removing all the opponent's rear guards doesn't feel quite right because Welstra doesn't establish a permanent field very much. A lot of his cards like convert away from the field, so that one doesn't feel as punishing. But it is cool thinking of the core like overloading, right? It's just like boom, it's like a field wide EMP or like something new.
Yeah, like a nuclear explosion.
Right now, I don't know how much you're going to be able to like build your core, right?
Yeah, wait, it says remove. So does that remove them from the game?
It's like they're gonna go over and shield the OT, bro. Remove forever is that's pretty good, man. Like I gotta say, like this would hurt like Reziel way more. Like imagine throwing this crap on Reziel and it's like, but I kind of needed that aerial sage for next turn. No graveyard, no bind. There is no afterlife. There is no beyond. That's a pretty big boom. There's no other way to put it. Like that. I love how he puts it. It's like, wow, that's a lot of damage. Power Core SOL Heart. Okay, we already read the basic stuff. There continues. We only have one Power Core of Legends Origin. So Legends Origin in your order zone. Weird. So I guess that must be like the SOL part of it, because Origin is OL. But what's the S? Whatever. Doesn't really matter. When this unit is put in your it says unit, but it's a
set order.
So when this card is put in your order zone, draw 2 cards. Choose a card from your hand, install in your core. Okay. Order zone, which means it's a break even overall. At the end of your draw phase, install a card from hand in your core. Draw a card. Put them in your order zone with a core. Okay, so whenever you draw, you can only have one of this too, so you're only going to be able to do this one, right? Order zone. At the end of your turn, choose 3 cards installed to your core and bind them your Wyson Lord Vanguard, which I feel like Mech Lord Emperor Weissel vibes when I see this. Gets 5k until the end of your opponent's next turn. Ooh, you know what? I love all the benefits here, but because there's not a lot of support cards, I don't know how you're supposed to build the core to this stuff. Like, how are you gonna reach 10, bro?
With this, you can only put 1 into the core. So you put 1 to the core when you play it, and then you put 1 more in every single time during your draw phase. So by the time that you get up to your grade 3, you're only going to have 3 in there, and that pays for that last effect. But then you would have to do that another 5 times if you want to get off the divine skill.
That's trippy, yeah. So this one definitely needs a lot of support in order to like make its gimmick work. Oh, Scarlet makes a good point. This mitigates like Gideonte and stuff, right? Like the plus 5k defensive against Welsha would mean that Welsha is going to just it directly counters Welsha's whole like power minusing gimmick.
True, it does. It also ironically also counteracts Zeal because Zeal won't be able to negate that much now.
Zeal, bro, poor Zeal. But thankfully, you know, we're not gonna make that a custom card fight. I don't think like this could even be in a custom card battle right now because we don't have the support to make it work. Which I understand why, because the dude's trying to fit in one of each just to keep it, you know, fair, right? Not have like 24 cards or something like that.
Yeah, true. Honestly, a part of me kind of want to reach out to him to see if he has any actual like support cards for these, just to see if we can actually make these work.
I bet, man. You know, freaking, we know he's like he's one of my subs, right? So he'll probably see this at some point and then like post about it, right? They made it go after the draw. Right, because the way it's converting the draws after the fact, it's a cool timing that you don't see very often in Vanguard. Let's see. So the Stoic represented is Destined Wand of Truth, Magnolia Noble. I like the name. Preserving the bonds and life of the forest, the truth of destiny illuminates the seekers. 11 out of 10 freaking flavor text. What the hell? Vanguard circle continues. If your opponent's Vanguard is grade 3 or greater, all of your rear guards can attack and intercept from the back row. Okay, Magnolia Elder. Vanguard circle act 1. So that means that you're not even doing any multi-attacks on the if you're going first. Interesting. That's an interesting payoff there. Let's go, Key. Okay, so act once returned, Energy Blast 3. Choose up to 3 rear cards until the end of your opponent's turn. They get 10k power and cannot be retired by your opponent's card effects. Oh, that's strong.
Okay, so here's the thing about that I actually absolutely love. One thing that I've been saying for a while that I've been wanting Magnolia to get is a card that basically lets you give front trigger effects to your back row.
Right, they do have that one card for Magnolia, which like lets your Persona Ride include the back row. But this one's like another way of doing that now. Yeah, that seems to fall in line, right? You give power to all of your back rows to attack, so they're gonna be attacking plus 10k. It feels kind of similar to how like I think Mask has a little bit of a stronger like attack to it, and Elder's like cheaper. This one's in the middle. You do pay a little bit of a cost, but you do get like that good mix of power and defense and ability to attack from the back row. But the can't be retired by the opponent's card effect is a fine bonus. I like that. You can establish some really powerful like gangbuster rear guards there and just keep them there no matter what. Resist is kind of a bit busted. Is it busted?
For Magnolia, I don't think it is that busted, if I'm being honest. Just giving that to Magnolia, like the 3 rear guards can't be retired. It says retired, but you're still able to like bounce them and also bind them. So, and it's like I just feel like it's not like the like most broken thing to give them, especially in Magnolia.
Right. I will say though that if you use this in combination with Urgula, you shut down Dragul Ignis.
I don't see any downsides.
I see this as an absolute win, bro. That's so savage. Oh man, yeah, like you could do that. So okay, like I can, you know, the resist is crazy, but like at the same time, like it's not resist, it's retire. So yeah, like what Draw is saying right here, right? Like Chronojet can get around it. There's a lot of bot decking stuff, like Keter bot decks can get around it and stuff. Returning and bouncing stuff. There's the bind kind of stuff. So there is ways around it, but it is still just a kind of good general purpose. You know what he could do? Because actually, let me read Divine Skill first. Divine Skill, okay, Vanguard Circle, you have 3 or more open rear circles. Counterblast 1, this unit gets 10,000 power. Choose cards for your drop zone up to the same number of open rear circles and call. Counterblast 1 plus 5.
Yeah. Counterblast 1 plus 5.
That's not a Divine Skill, that's a freaking OT effect.
Now we were saying that Magnolia needs some help. That's a little bit too much help.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little much, man. Also, I don't know the timing of this. It reads like it's an axe skill, which would be like good, but still, like, also, don't you have something like Forced Glow Dragon or something like that also like that also like pushes it back. Like you can get a lot of cards back with Force Glow. I forgot what the stipulation on that though. That might have been just for Mask, but yeah, just for Counterblast 1, Dread. Can you believe that, man? Blimey.
I think this needs like something like Counterblast 1, Soul Blast, a Magnolia, and Soul or something like that.
It's only for Mask. No, it isn't. It really isn't too much. What, +5 for Counterblast 1? One turn. That turn needs to be a kill turn. Like, okay, so, but like here's the thing. You +5. This unit gets 10k, and then all your back rows get 10k. I mean, that's a really, especially because like Stoicheia, right? Like you can toolbox a lot of stuff with Stoicheia if you're playing like an Order Nullia kind of order.
It's not just that. It's also, remember, we also just said that there's also a card that gives the back row the power persona right as well.
Right. In addition to 10k, like I feel like the main skills here are like really good and stuff. It's just that like the divine skill being like that much. Like why is it that much? I feel like if they had stopped it at like 2 or 3, that would have been one thing, but 5.
Or make the cost bigger if you're going to be calling out 5 cards.
Yeah, Stoicheia has CC. He's right. You know, like it's not Brant level CC, but Stoicheia can CC this. Like
not even that. They have Tearful Malice. Use Tearful Malice, retire 2 of your rear guards. Now you have your 3 open rear guards to call out everything.
Tearful Malice, yeah, like that's the thing, right? Tearful Malice would freaking like be like such a strong arm, bro. Like you just throw Tearful Malice, it builds up your souls while we're at it. You retire, yeah, because you just retire, you call back. Oh, it's so clean, man. Like I would say like limit to like 3 or something. Like here's what you do: call 3. Soul Blast Discord. Yeah, like I think you can keep like the Counterblast, right? But if you did like if you called 3, and then from there you could probably give Magnolia something like a drive, right? Or like another little benefit for her. It's another wonderful day to wait for Aquaforce. Ah, welcome Oasis. You have done your divine diligence. I forgot Order would let you do this for free. Yeah, right. And also because of other orders like Frozen Resentments, Dim Darkness kind of thing, you can fill up your drop zone quite easily as well.
Not only that, also if you end up deciding to run the Zorga ride line, that means that you're going to be able to just search the orders pretty easily. Not only that, because you're using the Zorga ride line, you can easily Soul Blast those out. Those could be some of the cards you call out. Those get power because you use an order that turn.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? Like I would say that this like this divine skill as well, it feels like it's coming from a bad place because Magnolia always solves the problem it's trying to solve. See, Magnolia is giving protection to your rear guards, right? So you don't need to be recalling crap. Once you call crap, you can just call crap naturally with your variety of different effects, and then just like keep them there. Keep your back row safe and secure, right? And then the divine skill can be something that like goes on the offense a little bit more than like this really wicked +5 bounce back skill.
Or even better, make it so that like it's also maybe a defensive skill that makes it, since you're going to be intercepting from the back row, make it so that if you intercept from the back row, it gains extra shield.
Oh, the grade 0 would make this card go wild. Oh, yeah, right? Like, you just do... So, like, this axe skill plus wild intelligence means you can just, like, maintain, like, 5 cards on the field, right? And you don't even need divine skill. Yeah, like, you could... If you want to do the defense thing, right? Like, you could make it a thing where the divine skill is something like when your rear guard is retired from the Guardian Circle, you can, like... at the end of the turn, you can return to the hand or something. So like you can like refund all your cards, but then again that's also kind of wicked because then if you just like smash a bunch of like PGs and stuff and they come back, yeah, no, that's also a little bit much. Stand all back row rear guards for Divine Magnolia. Yeah, I guess you could always just take it the way of the back row, right? Oh, you know what'd be trippy? Oh, this would be an interesting divine skill. What you can do is when you're done attacking your back row and when she attacks. Or he, I think it's he, when he attacks, you divine skill, you stand your 2 back rows and they can't attack, but they do boost. So it's like, you're substantiating your front rows now for bigger attacks as well. I'm like, that might be cool. This one's
so, yeah, I'd say 5 out of 10 for this one.
Yeah, this one feels like a 5 out of 10. It's like it's got like half of it is great, and the other half is like I.
It's really that divine skill that really like brings it down a bunch.
Right. Like I was willing to be fine with the axe skill, and the continuous is a-okay, right? Like it's just Magnolia stuff at its best. The boost divine skill, yeah, I know, right? Like it's really substantiating one of the weak points of it with the divine skill, and also making use of your like back row in both its capacities. Like it feels cool. Okay, so Destined 1 Liberation Felnius. So this is going to be the last card of the custom card review. That's crazy, bro. Okay. Dark States. The puppet child is a symbol of liberation. He too shall be freed from his strings. Ooh, that's...
Oh, so this is Arnold's child. Got it.
I guess...
Or Android.
Yeah, maybe like just a Direful Doll of some sort. Although, it is not saying Direful Doll because it's a Destined one, right? Vanguard Circle. Auto. When this unit attacks, counterblast 1. Choose any number of your rear guards and put them in your soul. Choose up to 2 cards from your soul. Call them each to a front row, back row, rear circle. And this unit and the unit's called by its effect get 5,000 power for every 5 cards in your soul until end of turn. Oh, interesting. So you can suck up more to try and make the next threshold. But funnily enough, like you could choose to not like suck up anything and then CB for the +2, which is kind of wild to think about. That's strong. Or you could like suck up more to get to the threshold. All right. Although of course if you have a full field, then you would suck 2, call 2, a la Pale Moon style, so it'd be a break even there. I think my Magnolia fanboy is saying it's fine, but yeah, Divine Skills.
Yeah.
Yeah, Divine Skills really wicked, especially because like they already went through the problem of like they went through the effort of giving the whole retire resist anyway, so they don't even need to like revive the whole field back because usually it's hard to get rid of it. Vanguard Circle Divine Skill Act. If you have 5 or more cards in your damage zone, Energy Blast 4. Put every card from your drop zone to your soul. This is a divine skill.
What? Okay.
Until end of your opponent's next turn. This unit's power cannot be decreased and cannot be chosen by your opponent's card effects. At the end of your turn, bind every card in your soul. Okay.
Okay, so 5 or more damage. So wait, is it 5 or more? That makes it sound like there's going to be a support that let you die at like 7 instead, like Greedon.
Right, you know, but I guess the idea is supposed to be very dire. EB4 and put every card from drop into soul. So you build up like the really. So note for context, when activating divine skill, any power this unit gets will last until the end of the opponent's turn. So in other words, trigger effects will apply as well and not go away. Whether it gets power via skill, triggers, boost, or persona right, the power increase will not be reduced. Okay, divine skill gets you 20 cards in soul with Felnius on attack. It'll be 20k. Oh, right, because it's going to give itself power with its first skill, right? So it's going to be a defensive juggernaut. So it's kind of a turtle. Binding every card in soul at the end. It's a massive power boost from a skill will be for 1 turn. Makes it offensive power to divine skill. Great. Gotcha. Okay. So it gets really big and then it turtles with that huge number. It turtles and makes it almost impossible for the opponent to break through unless they OT or something, right? With the exception of that, and I get why it's 5 or more cards in the damage zone then, because the idea is that you're on death's door, so you're doing your last-ditch play to defend yourself and to beat them up, but then it comes to the cost of your entire soul.
Yeah, so then on the follow-up, you basically got to figure out a way to even get... You wouldn't even be able to get any more power boost from that on a follow-up then, because you would have to like play whatever you have left in your hand to try to get all the cards back into soul.
Right. And since it's a divine
get
skill,
new cards
you can't
back
do
into
the big
soul
thing again. Yeah, like that's what you mentioned before too, right? They're going to be really weak after, so that's your really big play to stay alive and beat up the opponent. And after you stay alive, it's kind of up to you to close out the game from there, which is not a given. So I can see where like a big soul building might be big for Felnius or whatever, so that when you start from square one, you can actually get to like a few squares ahead. Bunker deck is interesting. Yeah, I like that the bunker is only for 1 turn, right? Like it's not like some really big defensive deck all the time, but for the 1 turn that you got it, you're going to be nigh on like unattackable. So
you're either going to be able to kill that turn because of the big numbers that you're dishing out, or not kill and then just sit on a rock until your next turn, where you try to sculpt that rock into something that can try to kill again.
Yeah, it's like the handsome Squidward thing, right? Like that's what I'm imagining what the rock is. This is a trippy skill. Yeah, this deck took like the idea of like defensive power and brought it to its apex. But I like it because of all the restrictions and stipulations behind it, and the fact that it's very temporary. So it's not trying to take MLB shtick whatsoever. All right, I'd say this guy's about like maybe a 8.5 out of 10, something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say 7, but 8.5, that passes.
Yeah, I think he can pass the smell test on it, right? Because I think it would be like it's one of those really high impact like divine skills that.
Yeah, I feel like this would be like a card that would have to be like, I would have to see it in action to really determine on whether or not I think it's good.
Oh yeah, that's true, right? Like, and also Dread's like bringing up a point similar. Like when it comes to the playtesting, is it going to be boring outside of the trick, right? Because like the first skill is not exactly the most like fascinating thing ever. It's basically like a glorified vitamin spruce.
Yeah, exactly. Like how I like I'm iffy on this, and that's only because we're only seeing it on paper. I need to see this in action.
Wow, that's that's a trippy one. Oh, he didn't get a heart. Let me give him a heart. Overall, I think our favorite probably goes to Papil or Arnos, huh?
Oh, definitely for me, it's Papil Idol.
Papil Idol. Yeah, I think I might have to say
Absolutely,
Papil
yes.
Idol,
I love
yeah.
it. I love that so much. I really do want to play it as a card. I will be trying to look for something to make it work.
Man, yeah, like Papil Idol followed by like Arnos, right? Like, and then from there, Wyson Lord might take up the third spot here. Felnius, and then rounding out the bottom is the Keter and Stoicheia ones. I think that's my
Yeah.
that's probably like my
I
general ranking of them.
I agree with that ranking. Yeah, these are all actually pretty good for the most part, though. I do like the designs on these. The effects themselves, like I said, I feel like for a lot of them, it's going to be like in practice and what support cards are made for them. But as it is, like, dude, like, who was it that made these cards again?
So this dude's name is Giancarlo. He's he's one of the, I guess you would call it like mainstays of the channel in terms of the commenting section. He's
One of our regulars here. Okay.
freaking yeah. Oh man, I already mentioned it before, but I'm not gonna be able to get to your cards because I already reviewed a bunch of your cards earlier, and to be fair to everyone else, I'm not gonna get to those this season. But hold on to them for next season, you know? The flavor text, yeah, that's one thing I want to mention, right? Like the flavor text and all of these are like beautiful. Like the feel of these units feel correct, you know? Like they feel like they could have been real, and that's always a good thing to see in your customs. Wyson Lord, yeah, Wyson Lord's pretty based, right? I feel like the one thing that holds Wyson Lord back for me is that like we don't see like this one really needs a lot of like support cards to contextualize its ability to get cards in your core. But once you do, I like the benefits of it, you know? Like this is another one of those like progressive overload kind of strategies that feels in style, especially when you like make it when I'm imagining the Mechlord Emperors, right? So like Weissel, and then he's got like the little thing in the middle that's his core, because they actually Mechlord Emperors actually had cores. So feel the same thing.
But yeah, I definitely do want to reach out to them and see if they can give us some more cards, because I really do like these. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely some of my favorite ones that we looked at today here from this comment.
Oh yeah, it's great. Like, freaking a lot of these were pretty cool. There were some like rough ones, especially the Kaguro ones at the beginning were kind of rough. But I mean, overall, this was a really good stream, and this was the best season of custom card review by a mile. Like,
yeah, again,
mile, bar none.
Everyone who submitted, thank you guys so much. It is amazing the turnout. It is unbelievable. I was ready to only being able to like binge maybe like 5 episodes that Josh was going to upload. You uploaded like how many? Like almost 20 maybe?
Yeah. This is this finale stream right here is episode 18. But if it wasn't for like me streaming, this probably could have pushed on to like 20 or something like that if I was piecemealing into videos, like straight up. I just thought that, you know, I wanted to get this done at some point so we can get onto the custom card like fights and then also doing like other stuff afterwards. And I'm like, yeah, let's just binge it. And it's also cool because of this, right? Like we're talking with the folks here, and it's kind of interesting interacting with everyone and their thoughts and like live. Like a part of me thinks I might want to like do this more, right? Doing more live streams for it, so that like we can actually like chat with everyone, and then if someone's actually the creator, then it's like a direct dialogue.
Yeah, absolutely. And next time you can join me on Twitch for a live stream.
Oh yeah, bro. Yeah, we gotta help each other. I gotta get on that Twitch. You know, I gotta get that kind of stuff going on, right?
You gotta go cross-platform, my guy.
Right? Yeah. Freaking heck, I gotta get that Patreon started up too, man. I don't know what I'd incentivize people for on that Patreon, but like maybe like just early viewings of like videos or whatever. But
early viewings, maybe like a one-on-one critique of custom cars that they have.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've been thinking about doing that kind of stuff too. I don't think I could do like a Discord server though. That'd be too hectic for me. But that's stuff to think about later. Your Prime sub, go Twitch, bro. Deadass, yeah, freaking that.
Do it.
Some confidence.
Do it.
Go
Yes,
Twitch.
yes. Give this man money. He deserves all the kindness and love in the world.
Oh, that warms my heart, bro. You too. You know that. You too. Right. Okay. that's gonna end it here. Now, great live stream, yo. So next up, I'm gonna be doing some like custom card fights. Not sure how many, but we're gonna be getting like a few of those going on there. So prepare for that in the coming times, right? And aside from that, I think I'm also gonna try and no promises, but I think I'm also gonna try and get more of those dub fights out of the way, because now that Divines is getting like those dub fights, I want to get those going on as well so that we can catch up, because I know there's some dub viewers for Vanguard still. I want to make sure that they get their due. I've been super delinquent on that because life has been busy, bro, real busy. But yeah, that aside, thank you for everyone who came over here, man. This was a good stream. It's nice to see like everyone's comments going on. It's a fun chat, even, you know, like not just to customs, but also we'd be talking about like the Destined ones and all that. It's hype. Vanguard's hype these days. I love this game, man. Like straight up. Alrighty, yo, and it's time for the tagline. With that said, take care, God bless.